Welcome, dear friends, to our cozy corner, where the gentle crackle of the fireplace sets the perfect backdrop for this time of year, a time to unwind with calming stories. As you settle in and let the warmth embrace you, leave your worries behind and embrace this precious moment of relaxation. May these tales guide you to sweet dreams. We are grateful for your time and presence here with us tonight. Story 1. The night was thick with magic, a tapestry woven of moonlit threads and the soft, susurrus whispers of the willow tree outside Willow's window. The air, cool and scented with the intoxicating perfume of blooming night jasmine, seemed alive, as if the very essence of the night was holding its breath in anticipation of the stories to unfold. The stars above glittered like tiny shards of broken glass scattered across a velvet sky, illuminating the world with their ancient light. Willow, nestled under her patchwork quilt, felt the gentle caress of the moonlight as it poured through her window, casting playful shadows that danced across her room. Her quilt, a patchwork of colors and memories, was like a mosaic of her dreams and aspirations, each square whispering its own tale. The fabric was worn but comforting, and she could feel the love and care that had sewn each patch into place, a tangible connection to her past. Each patch, sewn with threads of gold, silver, and midnight blue, shimmered faintly in the moonlight, telling stories of courage, loss, and hope. Her room, though simple, was a haven filled with trinkets and treasures that spoke of her curiosity and imagination. A small bookshelf, crammed with well-worn books, stood proudly in one corner, its volumes a gateway to worlds uncharted. Nearby, a collection of stones and feathers sat on her windowsill, each one a memento from her adventures in the fields and forests surrounding her home. The stones, smooth and cool, ranged in color from deep onyx to fiery red, while the feathers were delicate wisps of white and gray, each one a testament to the fleeting beauty of nature. Outside, the old willow tree stood like a guardian, its branches swaying in a slow, rhythmic dance. It was a tree of secrets and stories, its bark etched with the passage of time. The tree had witnessed countless seasons, its gnarled trunk a testament to resilience and wisdom. It was as if the tree itself was listening, waiting for the moment when its secrets would be shared with those willing to hear them. The whispers that drifted from its leaves were like the echoes of forgotten lullabies, soothing and mysterious. As the grandfather clock struck 8, its chime resonated through the house, a soft echo that seemed to linger in the air. The sound was a gentle reminder of time's relentless passage, each tick a heartbeat in the symphony of the night. The familiar knock on the door was like a punctuation mark in the stillness, and Willow's heart skipped a beat in anticipation. "Come in, Grandma," she called, her voice a melody of warmth and excitement. It was a sound that filled the room with life, a beacon that guided her grandmother to her side. The door creaked open, and Grandma stepped into the room, her presence a soothing balm against the night. Her eyes, wise and kind, crinkled with the laughter lines of a life well lived. They sparkled like twin stars, holding the promise of stories yet to be told. In her hands, she carried the wooden box, its surface alive with symbols and runes that seemed to shift and shimmer in the candlelight. "Ah, my dear Willow," Grandma said, her voice as comforting as a gentle breeze. "Are you ready for another tale from the ancient willow tree?" Willow nodded eagerly, her eyes fixed on the mysterious box. "Yes, please, Grandma. What wonders does the willow have in store for us tonight?" Grandma chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, and settled into the rocking chair beside Willow's bed. "Tonight's tale is one of great magic and transformation, my child. It begins with this very box, a vessel for the secrets of the willow tree itself." As Grandma opened the lid, the room was filled with a rich, earthy aroma, a scent that spoke of damp earth and fresh-cut wood. It was a smell that carried with it the whispers of the willow's leaves, a symphony of nature that played only for those who truly listened. Willow leaned forward, her senses enraptured by the box's contents. A small bundle of twigs, each one seemingly ordinary, and yet pulsating with an ancient power that danced just beneath the surface. "These twigs," Grandma explained, her fingers tracing the delicate runes carved onto the wood, "hold the essence of the willow tree, its wisdom and its magic. Long ago, our ancestors discovered that by weaving these twigs into a special pattern, they could unlock a hidden world within the heart of the willow itself. Willow's eyes widened with wonder, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the story unfolding before her. A hidden world? Within the willow tree? She breathed, her imagination already spinning tales of enchantment and mystery. Grandma nodded sagely, her voice a whisper of ancient winds. Indeed, my dear, a world unlike any other, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur and the impossible becomes possible. With deft fingers, Grandma began to weave the twigs together, her movements guided by an ancient rhythm known only to those who had walked the path of the willow's magic. As she wove, she spoke in a hushed, reverent tone, her words painting a vivid picture of the hidden world that awaited. Imagine a realm where the trees themselves come alive, their branches swaying in an eternal dance, their leaves whispering the secrets of the ages, a place where the very earth beneath your feet pulses with life, and the air is filled with the scent of renewal and rebirth. Willow could almost see it, her mind's eye conjuring images of towering willows, their trunks twisted and gnarled like ancient guardians, their leaves a vibrant emerald hue that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. She could hear the rustle of their branches, like a symphony composed by nature itself. As Grandma's nimble fingers continued to weave, the tale unfolded, revealing the story of a young girl not unlike Willow herself, who stumbled upon the hidden world of the willow tree and embarked on a journey of self-discovery and transformation. Her name was Ember, Grandma said, her voice taking on a wistful quality. A curious child with a heart as bright as her namesake, she longed for adventure and the chance to explore the wonders that lay beyond the boundaries of her quiet village. Willow listened, rapt, as Grandma described Ember's fateful encounter with an ancient willow tree, its twisted trunk beckoning her into its embrace. With a touch of the twigs, woven into a sacred pattern, Ember found herself transported into a realm of unimaginable beauty and wonder. The hidden world of the willow was like nothing Ember had ever seen before, Grandma continued, her words painting vivid pictures in Willow's mind. Towering trees stretched towards the heavens, their branches intertwined in a canopy of emerald leaves that filtered the sunlight into 1,000 shimmering hues. Ember's journey was one of wonder and challenge, her path filled with creatures of myth and magic. She met creatures like the playful nymphs who danced in moonlit glades, and the wise old stag whose antlers were like branches of the willow itself. Each encounter tested her courage and taught her invaluable lessons about trust and friendship. Ember's journey was not an easy one, Grandma said, her voice growing hushed as she wove the final strands of the pattern. She faced obstacles and trials that would have broken many a heart, but through it all, she found solace and strength in the friendships she forged, whether with the wise old oak who guided her steps, or the mischievous forest sprites who challenged her wit. Willow could see it all unfold before her, the vibrant colors and enchanting creatures of the willow's realm coming to life in her imagination. She marveled at Ember's bravery and determination, her heart swelling with admiration for the young girl who refused to give up, even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. As the tale reached its climax, Grandma's voice took on a triumphant tone, her eyes shining with the same magic that infused the willow's realm. In the end, Ember emerged from her journey transformed, her heart filled with the wisdom and resilience she had cultivated along the way. She returned to her village a changed girl, her spirit imbued with the magic of the willow tree and a newfound appreciation for the wonders that lay hidden all around us. With a final flourish, Grandma completed the woven pattern, and the twigs seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsing with the ancient magic of the willow. Willow held her breath, her heart swelling with the knowledge that she, too, could one day embark on a journey of transformation and self-discovery, guided by the wisdom of the willow tree. But Grandma wasn't finished. She leaned back in her chair, the wooden box upon her lap, and glanced towards the window where the willow stood silently in the night. "There's more to this tale than mere magic, my dear," Grandma said softly, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the moon. For Ember's journey was not just about the discovery of magic, but also about understanding her place in the world. Just as the willow stands strong against the winds and rains, so too must we find our strength within, no matter the storms we face. Willow pondered these words, her young mind grasping the wisdom wrapped in the story. Did Ember's world change after she returned? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Grandma smiled, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge of countless tales. Ah, indeed it did, Willow. For though the world remained as it was, Ember's perception of it was transformed. She saw the beauty in the mundane and the magic in every sunrise, carrying the lessons of the willow with her always. As Grandma's words settled into the quiet room, the air seemed to hum with a soft energy, as if the willow outside had heard the call of its own story and responded with a silent acknowledgement. Willow's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the tale of Ember and the promise of her own potential. As the last embers of the story faded into the night, Grandma closed the wooden box, sealing the magic within until the next tale could be told. She leaned forward, her eyes twinkling with affection, and pressed a gentle kiss to Willow's forehead. "Remember, my dear," she whispered, "the magic of the willow tree lives within us all, waiting to be awakened by those brave enough to embrace its wonders." Willow nodded, her heart filled with a newfound sense of wonder and possibility. As she drifted off to sleep, the whispers of the willow tree outside her window seemed to carry the promise of adventures yet to come, and the knowledge that within her, too, lay the seeds of extraordinary transformation. The night deepened, and as the stars twinkled like 1,000 eyes watching over the world, Willow's dreams carried her to the realm of the willow. She wandered among the towering trees, her feet brushing against the soft, mossy earth, her spirit soaring with the promise of the unknown. In her dream, she met Ember, and together they explored the wonders of the hidden world, their laughter echoing through the forest like a song shared with the universe. Yet, amidst this dreamscape, a new scene unfolded, one that had not been part of Grandma's tale. Willow found herself standing before a shimmering pond at the heart of the willow's realm. The water's surface was like liquid silver under the moonlight, reflecting the stars and the towering trees that surrounded it. As she gazed into the water, Willow saw not just her own reflection, but also images of her past, moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and defeat. Each scene rippled and blurred, merging into the next. It was as if the pond held the essence of her life, a mirror to her soul. From the depths of the pond, a soft voice emerged, gentle yet firm, echoing with the wisdom of ages. "Do you see, young dreamer, how every moment shapes who you are? The past is but a tapestry of lessons, and the future is yet to be woven." Willow nodded, feeling a deep connection to the voice, as if it were an extension of the willow's magic. She realized that this dream was not just a journey of wonder, but also one of reflection and understanding. The voice continued, "Remember, child of the willow, that your journey is your own. The magic within you is not bound by the stories of others, but by the choices you make and the courage you find within." As the voice faded, the pond's surface shimmered once more, and Willow's reflection transformed, showing her not as a child of uncertainty, but as a figure of strength and potential. The dream melded seamlessly with reality, as if the boundaries between the two had blurred, and in that moment, she understood that the magic of the willow was not just a story, but a truth waiting to be lived. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient willow, Willow's heart found its own rhythm, a melody that whispered of courage, discovery, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. Story 2? In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled among rolling hills and meandering streams, sat a cottage that seemed to hum with a quiet, unassuming magic. The garden brimmed with lavender and thyme, their scents mingling in the air like a fragrant symphony, while the old oak door creaked with a welcoming sigh whenever it was opened. It was here that a young girl named Anwen lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories were the stuff of legend. Anwen was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the surface of the village pond on a sunny day, and a heart as warm as the hearth in her grandmother's kitchen. Her days were filled with wonder and exploration, and she often spent her mornings helping her grandmother tend the garden, her hands gently brushing against the dewy leaves, while the sun painted her cheeks with a rosy glow. Her laughter was a melody that brought joy to all who heard it. echoing through the garden like a gentle, playful breeze. One blustery autumn afternoon, while the wind played a lilting tune through the trees, Anwen discovered something extraordinary. As she swept the hearth, a small, ornately carved wooden box fell from the mantelpiece. It landed with a soft thud, opening just enough to reveal a shimmering silver key nestled inside. The box itself was a mystery, its carvings depicting swirling vines and tiny creatures that seemed to dance in the flickering firelight. It was as if the box had been waiting for this very moment, its secrets longing to be uncovered. The key was like nothing Anwen had ever seen. It glistened with a soft, otherworldly light that danced across the walls, casting playful shadows that seemed to beckon her towards an uncharted adventure. Her grandmother, hearing the commotion, came in with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with secrets of their own. "Ah, you found it at last," she said, her voice rich and soothing like a gentle lullaby. "That key holds the secret to an adventure, if you choose to embrace it." Anwen's heart quickened with excitement. She had often dreamed of adventures beyond the village, yearning to explore the mysteries of the world. Her grandmother's words resonated within her, igniting a spark of courage and curiosity. With her grandmother's blessing, Anwen took the key and set off to discover what it might unlock. Her journey began with a gentle walk through the village, where the cobblestone paths wound like ribbons underfoot, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh bread and wood smoke. As she walked, her mind was alive with possibilities, each one more enchanting than the last. As she crossed the village square, she paused to watch the village blacksmith at work, his hammer ringing out a rhythmic melody as sparks danced in the air. The sight reminded her of the strength and resilience of the people she loved, and it fueled her determination to uncover the key's secret. She marveled at how the blacksmith's hands, worn and strong, crafted beauty from raw materials, much like her journey promised to shape her future. Along the way, Anwen was joined by a series of companions, each as delightful as the next. First was Pippin, a small, sprightly squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves and a penchant for acorns. He chattered excitedly, his eyes bright with mischief and kindness, and he often darted ahead, scouting out the path with cheerful enthusiasm. Pippin's energy was contagious, reminding Anwen of the joy found in simple moments and the importance of living in the present. Next came Lyra, a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft as the downy clouds above. She perched on Anwen's shoulder, offering sage advice in her calm, melodic voice. Her wisdom was a guiding light, and Anwen found comfort in Lyra's presence, her words weaving a tapestry of insight and encouragement. Lyra spoke of the stars and the stories they told, of how each journey was a thread in the vast fabric of life. Finally, there was Gilly, a gentle fox with a bushy tail and a knack for finding hidden paths. His presence was a quiet comfort, and he moved with an elegant grace that belied his keen intelligence. With his keen nose, he often led them to hidden clearings and secret glades, places that seemed forgotten by time and yet alive with magic. Anwen learned from Gilly the importance of looking beyond the obvious, of seeking the magic in the mundane. Together, they ventured beyond the village into the whispering woods, where dappled sunlight danced across the forest floor, and the air was alive with the rustle of leaves and the songs of unseen birds. The woods were enchanting, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and Anwen felt a thrill of excitement as they delved deeper into its mysteries. The forest seemed to breathe with life, its ancient trees whispering secrets of ages long past. Their journey led them to an ancient stone archway, half hidden by ivy and thyme. The archway seemed to pulse with the same gentle glow as the key, and Anwen felt a fluttering in her chest, a sense of belonging and anticipation. Without a word, she knew this was what the key was meant for. As she inserted the key into the hidden lock within the archway, a soft click echoed through the clearing, and the stones began to shimmer, revealing a hidden path that wound deeper into the forest. The path was lined with wildflowers, their petals a riot of colors, and as they stepped through the archway, Anwen felt a shift within herself, a quiet opening of possibilities and dreams. It was as if the forest itself was welcoming them, guiding them towards a destiny only they could fulfill. As they wandered further, the air grew cooler, and the gentle babble of a brook accompanied their steps. This brook, with its crystal-clear waters, seemed to carry with it 1,000 whispered stories, each ripple a note in the grand symphony of the forest. Anwen paused to drink from it, the water tasting of fresh rain and the promise of new beginnings. It refreshed her spirit and reminded her of the interconnectedness of all things, just as her grandmother's stories often described. The group followed the path to a clearing where a crystal-clear pond lay cradled by the trees. The water was so still it mirrored the sky, and at its center floated a small island adorned with a single magnificent tree whose branches stretched toward the heavens, laden with golden fruit. The air hummed with a serene energy, and the pond's surface shimmered like a mirror to the soul. Legend speaks of the Tree of Understanding, Lyra intoned softly, her voice carrying the weight of ages. Its fruit holds the wisdom of the world, but only those with true hearts may partake of it. Anwen gazed at the tree, captivated by its beauty and the quiet promise it held. She knew instinctively that this was the challenge she must face, not with strength, but with understanding and an open heart. Her heart swelled with the realization that her journey had led her here, to this moment of truth and self-discovery. As she approached the edge of the pond, she was met by her own reflection, and in that moment she saw not just a girl, but the culmination of her journey, the friendships she had forged, the lessons she had learned, and the courage that had grown within her. It was a reflection of hope and kindness, of all she could become. With a deep breath, Anwen stepped onto the water, which rippled gently but held her as if she were weightless. Her companions watched with bated breath, their faith in her unwavering. Reaching the island, Anwen approached the tree, feeling a sense of peace envelop her. She reached for one of the golden fruits, its skin warm and radiant under her touch. As she took a bite, a warmth spread through her, and with it came a flood of understanding, not just of the world around her, but of herself and her place within it. The wisdom she gained was not a torrent, but a gentle stream flowing through her with a serene clarity. She understood that every question had its answer, not in defiance, but in acceptance, that every journey was not about the destination, but the steps taken along the way. She realized that the true magic lay in her ability to connect, to love, and to learn. With this newfound understanding, Anwen returned to her companions, who greeted her with joyous calls and gentle nuzzles. Together, they made their way back to the village, the path now illuminated by the inner light that Anwen carried with her. As they passed through the archway once more, the stones held a warmth that whispered of homecoming and new beginnings. Anwen felt a deep contentment, a sense of being exactly where she was meant to be, surrounded by those she cared for. Before returning to the cottage, Anwen and her companions took a moment to sit together at the village green, where the villagers were gathering for a seasonal festival. Strings of colorful lanterns illuminated the square, casting a cheerful glow over stalls filled with handcrafted goods and freshly baked treats. Music floated in the air, mingling with laughter and lively chatter. Anwen felt a renewed connection to her community, understanding now how each person's story was a vital thread in the tapestry of village life. Her heart was full, not just of the joy of discovery, but of a deeper appreciation for the world she called home. She realized that the magic she had sought was not just in distant lands, but in the everyday beauty around her, in the gentle hum of her village, the strength of its people, and the warmth of her grandmother's embrace. Back at the cottage, her grandmother welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. As they sat by the fire, its flickering light casting cozy shadows on the walls, Anwen shared her tale, her voice weaving through the room like a gentle breeze. Her grandmother listened intently, her eyes shining with pride and love. And as the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Anwen knew that she had found more than just the tree's fruit. She had discovered the magic within herself, the magic of understanding, of friendship, and of the gentle power of a kind heart. With that knowledge, she drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting assurance that she would never journey alone. The world around her faded into a tranquil lullaby, and Anwen embraced the warmth of her newfound wisdom, ready to face whatever the future held. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Anwen awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was only beginning, and there were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to share. The village, with its familiar rhythms and harmonious simplicity, was a part of her, and she was a part of it. Her heart brimmed with gratitude for the journey that had brought her here and the adventures that lay ahead. Anwen dressed quickly, eager to greet the new day. She stepped out into the fresh morning air, feeling its cool embrace. The garden, still heavy with dew, sparkled like a field of diamonds in the first light. She inhaled deeply, the scent of lavender and thyme invigorating her senses. Her companions, having sensed her awakening, joined her one by one, each bringing their own unique presence to the morning. Together, they wandered through the village, Anwen sharing her understanding with those she met along the way. She spoke with the baker, whose warm loaves nourished the village, with the weaver, whose vibrant tapestries told tales of old, and with the children, whose laughter filled the air with unbridled joy. Each interaction was a reminder of the interconnectedness of their lives and the shared stories that bound them. Anwen understood now that her gift was not just in uncovering secrets, but in celebrating them with those around her. Her journey had taught her that magic was not an isolated force, but a shared experience that blossomed in the hearts of those willing to embrace it. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden warmth over the village, Anwen knew her path was clear. With her companions at her side and the wisdom of the tree within her, she was ready to explore all that lay beyond, to weave new stories and forge new friendships, always guided by the magic of understanding and the gentle power of a kind heart. Story 3. In a tranquil corner of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in a gentle, perpetual twilight, where bioluminescent flora cast a serene glow over rolling hills and crystalline lakes. The air was rich with the sweet scent of moonflowers, which bloomed in abundance, their petals dancing like tiny lanterns in the soft breeze. The sky was a canvas of deep purples and blues, streaked with threads of golden light that seemed to quiver with life. Among these softly glowing landscapes lived the Luminites, beings of shimmering light and kindness, who spoke in gentle whispers and moved with a grace that mirrored the gentle sway of the surrounding flora. Their homes were woven from the threads of light itself, creating structures that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the land. The Luminites lived in harmony with their world, tending to the luminous gardens and nurturing the delicate balance of life that thrived under the eternal twilight. They cherished the wisdom of their elders, whose light had grown soft with age, their stories weaving the history of Luminara into the fabric of time. Among them was Orin, a young Luminite whose vibrant blue light signaled the depth of his curiosity and longing for adventure. Unlike his peers who were content to bask in the gentle glow of their world, Orin often found himself gazing at the stars, his thoughts adrift with dreams of distant realms. Orin was not just a dreamer, though. He was an artist with a soul that yearned to create, often seen etching luminous patterns in the soil, drawing inspiration from the constellations that adorned the sky. His creations were admired by the Luminites, not just for their beauty, but for the way they seemed to capture the essence of their world, a blend of light, life, and the eternal twilight. On a particularly calm evening, a soft ripple disturbed the usual tranquility, heralding the arrival of a visitor from a distant world. Her name was Nixie, a wanderer from the icy planet of Glaciera. Nixie was unlike the Luminites. Her form was composed of swirling ice and frost, and she carried a chill with her that made the air crackle and snap. Her journey had been long and arduous, driven by a longing to see the universe beyond her frozen home, where the wind howled across endless vistas of snow, and the stars shone with a stark, cold brilliance. As Nixie descended upon Luminara in her crystalline starship, she marveled at the warm luminescence that surrounded her. The gentle glow of the land seeped into her being, a stark contrast to the biting cold she was accustomed to. However, her arrival sent ripples of frost across the gentle glow of the land, causing the Luminites to gather in cautious curiosity. Among them was Orin, whose light shone with a particularly vibrant hue of blue. Oren had always been captivated by the stars and the tales of distant worlds, his heart yearning for the kind of adventures he had only ever dreamed of under Luminara's eternal twilight. Oren approached Nixie with a gentle curiosity, his light flickering slightly in the cool air she brought. Beneath his calm exterior lay a deep-seated desire to understand the universe beyond, a desire that sometimes made him feel different from his kin. "Welcome to Luminara," he whispered, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "Your presence is different, but intriguing." His words were not just a greeting, but an invitation to share in his wonder and explore what lay beyond their understanding. Nixie, unused to such warmth and openness, responded with a crystalline smile that glinted in the twilight. "Thank you, Oren. I come from Glaciera, where everything is cold and still. Your world is quite the opposite." Her voice carried a note of longing, a hint of the loneliness she felt on her icy planet, where silence reigned and warmth was a distant, unfamiliar concept. As the days passed, Nixie and Oren began to explore Luminara together. They wandered through luminescent groves and along shimmering lakes, sharing stories of their homes and their dreams. Nixie spoke of the dazzling ice fields of Glaciera, where the auroras painted the skies with colors that danced like living spirits. Oren shared tales of the gentle glow of Luminara's endless twilight, where the flora and fauna seemed to hum with a quiet harmony that soothed the spirit. Their bond was forged through shared stories, each tale adding a new layer to their understanding of one another. A new scene unfolded one afternoon, as Nixie and Oren ventured to the Whispering Cliffs, a sacred place where the wind carried the echoes of ancient Luminite's wisdom. The cliffs were adorned with cascading vines that glowed a soft lavender, their light dancing like whispers in the wind. Oren paused, his light dimming as he listened to the soft voices of his ancestors. "This place holds the memories of my people," he explained, his voice tinged with reverence. "Here, we come to seek guidance and understanding." Nixie stood silently, feeling the weight of the centuries-old wisdom that lingered in the air. As she closed her eyes, she could almost hear the faint echoes of the past, a gentle reminder of the enduring connection between the Luminites and their world. A sense of peace washed over her, mingling with a newfound appreciation for the bonds that tied her to Oren and this luminous planet. However, misunderstandings were inevitable. Nixie's icy presence sometimes caused the delicate plants to wilt, and her attempts to help often resulted in a frosty sheen that the Luminites found unsettling. The lush gardens of Luminara, which thrived on warmth and light, recoiled at her touch, and the Luminites murmured amongst themselves, unsure of how to approach this new presence in their midst. Oren, eager to bridge the gap, encouraged patience and understanding among his people. He explained that Nixie's intentions were pure, her heart as warm as any Luminite's, despite the chill of her form. One evening, as the pair sat by a lake that shimmered like liquid silver, Oren turned to Nixie and said, "I believe there is more to understanding than just seeing. It's about feeling the heart, beyond the surface." His words were spoken with a quiet conviction, revealing a depth of insight that belied his youthful appearance. In that moment, Oren's own internal struggle came to light, his desire to be more than just a curious observer, but a bridge between worlds. Nixie pondered his words, her icy features softening. "Back home, I often felt alone, like a single snowflake in a blizzard. Here I'm learning that warmth isn't just about temperature." Her voice was tinged with vulnerability, a rare glimpse of the solitude she had left behind in search of connection. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges. A meteor storm threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of Luminara's ecosystem, its fiery trails searing through the twilight sky like angry streaks of light. Together, they devised a plan. Nixie's ability to withstand extreme conditions and Oren's knowledge of his world's intricacies proved invaluable. They worked tirelessly, side by side, Nixie creating protective ice barriers while Oren guided the Luminites in preserving their glowing flora. The Luminites watched in awe as the pair's combined efforts saved their home, the storm's fury quelled by their determination and unity. In the aftermath, a deeper layer of understanding unfolded between Nixie and Oren. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the shade of a sprawling luminescent tree, Oren shared a secret he had never revealed to anyone. I often feel like an outsider, even here, he confided, his light dimming slightly. I love my home, but the stars call to me in a way that makes me restless. Nixie listened intently, feeling the weight of his words. Perhaps it's not about belonging to one place, she suggested thoughtfully, but about finding connections wherever you go. Her own journey had taught her the value of bonds formed across different worlds, and she hoped to instill this understanding in Oren. Through their efforts, Nixie and Oren discovered a profound connection, born from mutual respect and understanding. Nixie learned to temper her chill, channeling it with precision to heal rather than harm. Oren learned to appreciate the beauty in her icy elegance, finding inspiration in her resilience and strength. The Luminites, too, came to embrace their frosty visitor, realizing that differences could be a source of strength rather than division. As the storm subsided, a new ritual began, a celebration of unity and friendship. The Luminites gathered around a newly formed ice sculpture, crafted by Nixie and Oren, a testament to their collaboration. Its crystalline structure captured the twilight's glow, refracting it into a kaleidoscope of colors that danced upon the gathered crowd. It was a symbol of hope and unity, a reminder that even the coldest of elements could reflect warmth and light when guided by understanding hearts. On Nixie's final night on Luminara, the Luminites gathered under the twinkling starlit sky to bid her farewell. The air was alive with a gentle hum, a symphony of gratitude and farewell. Oren stepped forward, his light shining brightly. "You've shown us that true friendship transcends form and origin," he said, his voice filled with warmth and a newfound confidence. Nixie, her heart brimming with gratitude, replied, "And you've taught me that warmth is a feeling that can be shared, regardless of where we come from." Her words were a promise, a testament to the bond they had forged and the lessons learned. Before her departure, Oren guided Nixie to a hidden grove, a place known only to him, a sanctuary of solitude where a small spring bubbled up from beneath the ground, its waters shimmering with an inner light. Here, surrounded by the gentle glow of bioluminescent blooms, Oren revealed a part of himself he had never shared. "This is where I come to dream," he confessed, his light flickering with vulnerability. "This place helps me feel connected to the stars, to the vastness that lies beyond." Nixie, touched by his openness, knelt by the spring, dipping her fingers into the luminous water. As ripples danced across the surface, she felt a connection to the land, to Oren, and to something greater than herself. In this moment, she realized that her journey had transformed her, not just in the friendships she had formed, but in the understanding she had gained about herself and her place in the universe. As Nixie's starship ascended into the night, leaving a trail of shimmering frost in its wake, she looked back at Luminara, her newfound friends waving below. She realized that the universe was vast and her journey was far from over, but she carried with her the lesson that true friendship is a light that warms the heart, no matter how cold the journey might be. And so, across the stars, Nixie continued her travels, forever changed by the warmth she had found in the twilight of Luminara. Her journey was filled with new worlds and new friends, each encounter a chance to share the lessons of kindness and understanding she had learned with Oren. The icy wanderer, once solitary and searching, had found a guiding light in the warmth of friendship, illuminating her path through the cosmos, forever connecting her to the gentle glow of Luminara. Story 4. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, where shimmering stardust kissed the edges of uncharted planets, there existed a small, verdant moon named Lunia. On its surface, fields of luminescent flora swayed with the rhythm of the gentle cosmic winds. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling nebulae, casting an ethereal glow upon the tranquil landscape below. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the sweet scent of alien blooms, while soft, iridescent light bathed everything in a serene luminescence that made the moon feel like a dreamscape. On this moon, a being named Kalen lived. Kalen was a lunari, a species known for their delicate, translucent wings that refracted light into a cascade of colors. They were gentle-hearted, with a deep connection to the natural rhythms of their world. Kalen spent their days tending to the moon's glowing gardens, their heart attuned to the soft hum of Lunia's life force. Their hands moved with a practiced grace, nurturing the plants that responded to their touch with a brighter glow, as if they shared a secret language of life and light. Every morning, Kaylin would walk through the dew-kissed meadows, feeling the cool moisture beneath their feet. The rhythmic rustle of leaves overhead was a comforting song, a melody only they seemed to understand. Each plant, each flower, whispered its own story, and Kaylin listened with an open heart, their empathy for the living world their strongest trait. This connection to Lunea was more than a duty. It was a calling, one that filled them with purpose and peace. Yet beneath this tranquil existence lay a subtle longing Kaylin had never fully acknowledged. It wasn't a dissatisfaction with their life, but rather a curiosity about the greater galaxy beyond Lunea's glow. They often found themselves gazing at the stars, wondering what lay beyond their familiar skies. Sometimes they would sketch the constellations, their fingers tracing the patterns of light that seemed to promise new stories and adventures. Far across the galaxy, on a rugged planet named Vorthar, another being named Raxar found his place amidst the rocky crags and towering metal spires. Raxar was a Vorthian, a formidable species with metallic scales that glimmered like polished chrome. They were known for their resilience and strength, traits forged by their harsh, industrial home. The air on Vorthar was heavy with the scent of metal and ash, a stark contrast to Lunea's floral sweetness. Raxar, however, harbored a yearning for something beyond the stark confines of his planet. He longed for connection, for the warmth he had only glimpsed in the stories of travelers. Beneath his hardened exterior lay a soul that sought beauty and understanding, a gentle spirit that the world around him rarely saw. Raxar often wandered the vast metallic wastelands, his heart heavy with the weight of solitude. He would gaze at the distant stars, dreaming of places where the air was light and the ground soft beneath his feet. An old, tattered book of interstellar tales was his only companion, its pages filled with vibrant worlds and the promise of unity across the cosmos. In these stories, Raxar found hope, a flicker of warmth in his otherwise cold existence. Each tale was a window into worlds where differences were celebrated, and he yearned to be part of such a universe. One day, as Raxar sat on a cliff overlooking the vast expanse of his world, he heard a distant sound, unlike any he had encountered before. It was a melody carried on the wind, a haunting tune that seemed to call to his very soul. Intrigued, he followed the sound to its source, discovering an ancient device left by travelers long departed. The device played a song from a distant world, a reminder of the beauty that lay beyond Vorthar's metallic horizon. Fate, with its intricate threads, wove Kaylin and Raxar's paths together when an interplanetary celebration brought beings from across the galaxy to Lunea. It was a festival of harmony, a gathering under the glow of celestial lights where differences were celebrated and friendships were forged. The air buzzed with excitement as beings of all shapes and colors mingled, their voices weaving a tapestry of languages and laughter that filled the night. Kaylin, with their gentle curiosity, was captivated by the diverse visitors. They fluttered among the gathering, their wings trailing rainbows in their wake. Each encounter was a new discovery, a chance to learn and share the joy of their world. Raxar, drawn by the tales of Lunea's beauty, had traveled far, his sturdy figure a striking contrast to the soft elegance of the Lunari. He moved through the crowd with a quiet grace, his eyes wide with wonder at the vibrant life around him. Their meeting was unexpected. Kaylin, entranced by the wonders of the festival, accidentally bumped into Raxar. The gentle collision startled them both, and a moment of misunderstanding unfolded. Kaylin's wings fluttered nervously, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, while Raxar's scales reflected the vibrant light, creating an iridescent dance between them. "I'm sorry," Kaylin whispered, their voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I didn't see you." Raxar's voice rumbled softly, like distant thunder. "No harm done. I wasn't watching my step." There was an awkward pause, as both struggled to bridge the gap between their worlds. But as they spoke, their differences began to diminish, replaced by a shared wonder at the beauty surrounding them. As they wandered together through the festival, they encountered a storyteller who spun tales of ancient stars and forgotten galaxies, weaving a narrative that captivated their imaginations. The storyteller's words were like music, painting vivid scenes of distant worlds where unity overcame adversity. As the festival unfolded, Kalen and Raxar found themselves drawn together, exploring the moon's wonders side by side. They discovered a shared love for the luminescent gardens, where flowers glowed with an inner light, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of alien blooms. Raxar, unused to such delicate beauty, marveled at how the plants seemed to respond to Kalen's gentle touch. The gardens became their sanctuary, a place where they could speak freely and dream together of possibilities beyond the stars. One evening, as the festival's lights danced across the sky, Kalen and Raxar found themselves beneath a sprawling tree, its branches heavy with blossoms that shimmered like stars. They sat together, enveloped in the serene glow of Lunea's night. "Your world is so different from mine," Raxar mused, his gaze fixed on the luminous sky. Kalen nodded, their eyes reflecting the celestial display. "And yet, there's something familiar about you. A kindness, perhaps." Raxar chuckled softly, a sound like a low, rolling wave. "Kindness isn't something often associated with my kind, but I see it in you, and it makes me think there's more to me than what Vorthar has taught." In the quiet of that shared moment, an understanding bloomed between them, a bond that transcended their origins. They spoke of their hopes and dreams, of the beauty they sought and the worlds they longed to understand. Each word wove a thread of friendship, binding their hearts in a tapestry of unity. They imagined a future where their respective worlds could learn from each other, where the resilience of the Vorthians could meet the harmony of the Lunari in a blend of strength and grace. As the festival drew to a close, Kalen and Raxar faced the reality of parting ways. The thought weighed heavily on them, yet they knew their paths would diverge. The festival had taught them the value of connection, and with it a profound understanding that distance was no barrier to the bonds they had formed. "You have shown me the warmth that exists beyond the coldness of my world," Raxar said, his voice laced with gratitude. "I will carry it with me as a light in the darkness." "And you," Kalen replied, their wings shimmering with emotion, "have taught me the strength that lies in embracing the unknown." With promises to meet again, they parted, each carrying a piece of the other's world within them. Kalen returned to their gardens, where every blossom held the memory of their shared laughter. Raxar journeyed back to Vorthar, his heart alight with the colors of Lunea. He returned to the familiar metallic landscapes of his home, but now, with a new resolve to seek change and foster understanding among his people. Months passed, and Raxar's newfound resolve began to take shape. Determined to bring warmth and connection to his own world, he initiated a project to create a sanctuary of peace and understanding on Vorthar. He started small, planting colorful flora from Lunea's gardens in the metal-ridden soil, hoping they would take root and transform the harsh landscape. The Vorthians, skeptical at first, watched as the alien plants slowly began to thrive, a testament to the power of hope and change. News of Raxar's project reached Kalen, who felt a swell of pride and joy. They knew that Raxar's effort was more than just a planting of flowers. It was the planting of ideas, of unity and beauty, in a place that had long forgotten such things. Inspired, Kalen decided to journey to Vorthar to see for themselves the transformation their friend was nurturing. Upon arrival, Kalen was greeted by the vibrant life that now dotted the once bleak landscape. The air, still tinged with metal, now carried a hint of floral sweetness, a sign of change that spoke volumes. Raxar stood among the blossoming flowers, his metallic scales gleaming with satisfaction and hope. "Welcome, my friend." He greeted Kalen with warmth that echoed the first moments of their friendship. Kalen's eyes shimmered with tears of joy. "You've brought some of Lunea's light to Vorthar, Raxar. It's beautiful." Together they walked through the flourishing sanctuary, side by side, as equals and friends. They spoke of their dreams, both realized and still to come, and as they did, their bond deepened, no longer just between two beings, but now a bridge between two worlds. One evening, as they sat under the sky now dotted with the soft glow of the transplanted flora, they envisioned a future where their worlds would continue to influence one another. "Imagine," Kalen mused, "if our worlds could share more than just flowers. What if our people could share their stories, their wisdom?" Raxar nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. "A shared archive of knowledge," he suggested. a place where both Lunari and Vorthians could learn and grow together. Their idea sprouted into a plan. Over the following months, they began building an interplanetary exchange program where young Lunari and Vorthians could visit each other's worlds, experiencing firsthand the beauty and strength of their differences and similarities. The project, aptly named the Bridge of Stars, aimed to foster understanding and collaboration across the galaxy. As the first group of young travelers embarked on their journeys, Kalen and Raxar stood together, watching ships take off into the starry expanse. Their hearts swelled with hope, knowing they had lit a path for others to follow. And so, under the vast, starry sky, their friendship became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the most unlikely of places, kindness and understanding could bloom, lighting the way for others to follow. Their story spread across the galaxy, inspiring others to look beyond their differences and seek the beauty in unity, forging new connections in the ever-expanding cosmos. As the years went by, the effects of their efforts became evident. The Bridge of Stars program flourished, leading to new alliances and innovations born from shared knowledge. The once stark divide between Lunea and Vorthar began to blur, replaced by a shared culture that celebrated diversity and unity. Kalen and Raxar continued to nurture their friendship, their bond a living testament to the power of understanding. Even as they faced new challenges and opportunities, they never forgot the lessons learned under Lunea's glowing skies and Vorthar's metallic horizons. One day, as they sat together in a newly established interstellar garden, a blend of Lunea's luminescent flora and Vorthar's resilient vegetation, they reflected on the journey that had brought them there. The garden, a symbol of their shared vision, was a place where beings from across the galaxy could gather, learn, and grow together. "We've come a long way," Kalen remarked, their voice filled with quiet pride. Raxar nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. And yet, there's still so much more to discover. Their dreams had taken root, blossoming into a new era of understanding and connection. In the vastness of the galaxy, Kalen and Raxar's friendship shone brightly, a guiding star for all who sought to bridge the gaps between worlds and hearts, and a reminder that even the smallest seeds of hope could grow into something extraordinary. Story 5. In the far reaches of a galaxy not yet fully charted, there lay a cluster of stars known as the Whispering Constellation. Among its glimmering jewels, 2 planets orbited side by side, each home to a species as unique as the worlds they inhabited. One planet, Verdantia, was a lush emerald sphere, its surface a tapestry of towering forests and gentle rivers. Here lived the Verdani, beings of plant and earth, their skin a mottled green and brown, their hair like cascading vines adorned with fragrant blossoms. The air was perfumed with the essence of blooming flowers, and the ground pulsed with life, every step a symphony of crunching leaves and whispering grass. The other planet, Aerialis, was a cerulean orb, its skies a perpetual dance of swirling clouds and shimmering rainbows. The Arians, its inhabitants, were creatures of the air, their forms light and ethereal, with wings that glinted in the sunlight like living prisms. The air on Aerialis was crisp and invigorating, filled with the sound of wind chimes created by the breeze weaving through crystalline formations that dotted the landscape. Though their planets were close, the Verdani and Arians rarely interacted, each believing the other too different to understand. Each day, they went about their lives, Verdani tending to the flora that sustained them, and Arians soaring through the skies, chasing the ever-elusive rainbows. Yet, both carried a shared but unspoken curiosity about their neighboring world, a curiosity often dampened by the tales passed down through generations. But one day, a rare celestial event, known as the Harmonium Eclipse, drew them together. It was a time when both planets aligned perfectly between their suns, casting a temporary bridge of light and energy between their worlds. This luminous bridge shimmered with a spectrum of colors, humming with an energy that resonated through both worlds, a siren call to the curious and the bold. On this auspicious day, an unlikely meeting occurred. From Verdantia came Moss, a young Verdani with a curious heart and a gentle soul. His eyes sparkled with the deep green of the forest canopy, and his every step left a trail of tiny flowers blooming in his wake. Moss was known among his people for his insatiable curiosity, often found wandering the edges of the forests, listening to the tales whispered by the ancient trees. He yearned not only for adventure, but for understanding, questioning the old tales of his ancestors that spoke of the mysteries of the stars and the wonders that lay beyond their emerald world. Moss had always been different from others in his village. While his peers were content with the rhythms of life on Verdantia, Moss felt a pull towards the unknown. The ancient trees, with their bark etched with the wisdom of ages, spoke to him in a language that stirred his soul. Their tales hinted at possibilities beyond the visible, stories of worlds that lay waiting to be discovered. From Aerialis came Zephyr, an Aryan with a spirit as free as the winds she rode. Her wings shimmered with hues of pink and gold, and her laughter was a melody carried on the breeze. Zephyr thrived on exploration, her heart yearning for new horizons and untold stories. Her people admired her fearlessness, though they sometimes worried about her tendency to wander far from the familiar skies of Aerialis. She often defied the expectations of her kind, seeking not only the thrill of flight, but the wisdom of silence found in the high, solitary peaks of her world, where the air was thin and the mind could soar unfettered by earthly concerns. Zephyr's adventurous spirit often led her to the fringes of Aerialis, where the winds whispered secrets of distant lands. It was in these moments of solitude that she felt most alive, her mind unfurling like her wings, embracing the vastness of the universe. Despite her wanderlust, she carried a deep-seated desire to connect with something or someone beyond her skybound world. Moss had ventured to the edge of his world, drawn by tales of the harmonium eclipse and the wonders it promised. As the light bridge shimmered into existence, he hesitated, his heart a flutter of excitement and apprehension. The ground beneath his feet seemed to urge him forward, whispering encouragement from the earth itself. It was then that Zephyr, soaring on a gust of wind, noticed him from above. Intrigued by the Verdani's earthy form, she descended gracefully, her wings whispering against the air, creating a soft melody that harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves. "Hello there," Zephyr called out, her voice bright and airy, carrying a hint of the windswept plains she called home. "What brings you to the edge of your world?" Moss looked up, awe in his eyes at the sight of the Aryan's radiant wings. He had never seen such colors, nor heard such a melodious voice. "The eclipse," he replied softly, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "I wanted to see it for myself. I've heard it reveals wonders beyond imagination." Zephyr hovered closer, her curiosity piqued. "Would you like to see it from the skies? The view from above is breathtaking, and the winds carry secrets of places far beyond our worlds." Moss hesitated, his roots accustomed to the solid earth beneath him. He had never left the ground, never felt the embrace of the sky. But something in Zephyr's friendly gaze encouraged him to trust. "I would love that," he agreed, his voice a gentle breeze, carrying the scent of newfound courage. With a graceful swoop, Zephyr offered her hand, and Moss took it, feeling the lightness of her touch. Together, they ascended into the air, the world below shrinking into a tapestry of greens and blues. As they flew, Moss marveled at the sensation of wind against his skin, while Zephyr delighted in sharing the skies with her new companion. The air was alive with the energy of the eclipse, a palpable force that invigorated their spirits. As they soared higher, the eclipse unfolded in a cascade of shimmering colors, painting the heavens with hues neither had ever seen. Mesmerized by the beauty around them, Moss and Zephyr forgot their differences, united in wonder and awe. The light bridge beneath them pulsed with the rhythm of their hearts, connecting their worlds in a way that transcended the physical. But their journey was not without challenges. As they flew, a sudden storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds gathering with alarming speed. Zephyr's wings struggled against the turbulent winds, and Moss clung tightly to her, his own heart pounding with fear. The sky turned a menacing gray, the air thick with the promise of rain and thunder. "We must find shelter," Zephyr shouted over the roar of the storm. Her eyes scanned the landscape below, searching for a safe haven. She felt the weight of responsibility for Moss's safety, a new and unfamiliar sensation for the Aryan who had always flown solo. With a nod of agreement, Moss pointed to a distant grove of towering crystal trees, their branches glistening with a protective sheen. "There!" he called, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. The trees seemed to beckon them, their crystalline leaves vibrating with a soft, welcoming hum. Together they descended into the grove, the crystal trees offering refuge from the storm's fury. As they huddled beneath the sheltering boughs, Zephyr wrapped her wings around Moss, their warmth providing comfort against the cold. The storm raged around them, the wind howling like a wild beast, but within their sanctuary there was a tranquil stillness. In the heart of the storm they shared stories of their worlds, each revelation a bridge across the chasm of their differences. Moss spoke of Verdantia's verdant forests and the harmony of nature, his voice painting pictures of lush landscapes and serene rivers. He shared tales of the ancient trees that whispered wisdom to those who would listen, and the delicate dance of the seasons that guided their lives. Zephyr described the endless skies of Aerialis and the freedom of flight, her words a vivid tapestry of azure skies and radiant rainbows. She spoke of the thrill of riding the wind, the exhilaration of soaring over vast landscapes, and the songs the breeze sang to those who dared to fly with it. Through their words, they discovered a kinship deeper than their appearances, a bond forged in the shared challenge of weathering the storm. As the tempest subsided, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling, Moss and Zephyr emerged from their refuge, hearts lighter and spirits renewed. The air was fresh, carrying the scent of rain and new beginnings. Grateful for their newfound friendship, they returned to the light bridge, eager to explore the wonders of each other's worlds. Moss guided Zephyr through the lush forests of Verdantia, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooms and the songs of birds. The forest came alive with each of their steps, flowers blooming in their path, and creatures of the woods peeking curiously from behind trees. In turn, Zephyr took Moss soaring through the skies of Aerialis, where the wind sang a symphony of freedom and joy. They flew through rainbow arches and danced with the wisps of clouds, Moss's laughter mingling with the wind's song. The skies welcomed them, a vast expanse of possibility and adventure. In their adventures, they encountered misunderstandings, Moss's roots tangled in Zephyr's wings, Zephyr's laughter startling the forest creatures. But each mishap was met with patience and understanding, their friendship growing stronger with each shared experience. They learned to adapt, to see the world through each other's eyes, and in doing so, they discovered new facets of themselves. The Harmonium eclipse had brought them together, but it was their journey through storm and sunlight that taught them the true meaning of friendship. In the end, they realized that differences need not be barriers, but rather doorways to deeper understanding and connection. Their hearts were filled with a newfound appreciation for the diversity of life and the beauty of shared experiences. As the light bridge faded, Moss and Zephyr stood hand in hand, their hearts full of gratitude for the unexpected gift they had found in each other. With promises to meet again, they returned to their worlds, carrying with them the warmth of their shared adventures and the certainty that true friendship could span any distance. Their hearts were light, buoyed by the knowledge that they had found something rare and precious. And so, under the whispering stars of the constellation, the tale of Moss and Zephyr became legend, a story of unlikely companions who discovered through kindness and courage that the bonds of friendship are as vast and enduring as the galaxy itself. Their story was told and retold, inspiring those who heard it to look beyond the surface, to seek connection in the unlikeliest of places, and to cherish the friendships that cross the bridges of worlds. Yet their story did not end with the fading light of the eclipse. As they returned to their respective worlds, Moss found himself more attuned to the subtle murmurings of the Verdantian forest. He listened intently to the tales of the ancient trees, now hearing their stories in a new light, stories that spoke of not just the past, but of possible futures, of change and growth beyond what was visible. His own roots, once firmly entrenched, began to yearn for the freedom of movement, his soul whispering of journeys yet to be taken. Zephyr, too, found a change within her. The skies of Aerialis, vast and familiar, now seemed different, filled with unexplored pathways and winds that sang of Verdantia's earthy mysteries. She took to flying with a newfound purpose, seeking the hidden harmonies beneath the surface chaos of the winds. Her heart, once restless, found solace in the balance between flight and stillness, between exploration and reflection. As time passed, a new tradition emerged between the two worlds. Each year when the Harmonium eclipse loomed near, a gathering was held. Verdani and Aryans alike would come together at the Light Bridge's former site, a place now revered as sacred and symbolic of unity. These gatherings became an opportunity for cultural exchange, where songs were sung, dances performed, and knowledge shared. During one such gathering, Moss and Zephyr found themselves at the center of a new quest. The wise oak, an ancient tree on Verdantia, revealed a secret prophecy to Moss, a vision of a third planet hidden within the Whispering Constellation, a world that could only be reached by combining the strengths of both Verdani and Aryans. This mysterious world, known in legend as Lumina, was said to hold the key to greater understanding and harmony. Driven by the prophecy, Moss and Zephyr set out on a new adventure, this time accompanied by a team of Verdani and Aryans united in their mission. Together, they faced trials that tested their unity, from deciphering ancient celestial maps to navigating through cosmic storms that threatened to tear them apart. But through every challenge, they held fast, guided by the lessons of friendship and the promise of Lumina's revelation. Their journey culminated in the discovery of Lumina, a planet where forests reached up to touch the clouds, and the skies seemed to embrace the earth. Lumina's landscapes were a blend of Verdantia's lush greenery and Aerialis' azure expanses, a perfect harmony of both worlds. On this new world, they found a vibrant ecosystem, teeming with life that thrived on collaboration and symbiosis. The discovery of Lumina became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity and the potential for harmony among different worlds. Moss and Zephyr returned as heroes, their names forever etched in the history of both Verdantia and Aerialis. Their journey inspired generations, fostering a spirit of cooperation and understanding across the galaxy. Under the whispering stars, the tale of Moss and Zephyr became more than legend. It became a legacy of exploration, unity, and the boundless possibilities of friendship. And as the stars continued to whisper their stories, the bonds between worlds grew ever stronger, a living testament to the courage of two souls who dared to dream beyond the edges of the known. Story 6. In a secluded valley, cradled by the gentle arms of the whispering woods and the shimmering expanse of Lake Luminara, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. Its cobblestone streets wound like a lazy river through cottages with thatched roofs and gardens brimming with lavender and daisies. At the heart of this village stood a time-worn library, where the scent of old parchment and the warmth of flickering candlelight welcomed all who entered. Here lived a young girl named Leora, who spent her days lost among the pages of fantastical tales, her imagination often wandering far beyond the village boundaries. Leora possessed a heart as vast as the sky, and a curiosity as deep as the lake itself, always seeking stories untold and secrets yet to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves danced upon the breeze, Leora found herself in a forgotten corner of the library where dust motes danced in sunbeams like tiny golden fairies. Her fingers brushed against a peculiar tome bound in emerald leather, its cover embossed with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The title read, "The Chronicle of the Everwood," and as she opened it, a delicate feather, iridescent and otherworldly, fluttered to the floor. The feather was unlike any Leora had ever seen, its colors shifting from sapphire to emerald to a deep, mysterious amethyst. She picked it up and marveled at its beauty, feeling a strange yet gentle warmth emanating from its core. With a sense of awe tinged with adventure, Leora tucked the feather into her pocket and began to read the tome. The book spoke of a hidden realm within the Whispering Woods, a place known as the Everwood, a sanctuary untouched by time, where magical creatures roamed and ancient trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. According to the Chronicle, the Everwood could only be accessed through the Gateway of Echoes, a portal concealed by enchantment and revealed only when the heart was pure and the mind open to wonder. That night, Leora could hardly sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the Everwood, its vibrant foliage and mystical inhabitants beckoning her to discover its mysteries. When dawn broke, she set off towards the Whispering Woods, the feather safe in her pocket, and a sense of purpose guiding her steps. The woods were alive with the songs of birds and the rustling of leaves, the air crisp and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. As Liora ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer as if in conversation, their branches forming arches above her head. She followed a narrow path that twisted and turned, leading her to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like arms in prayer. Liora approached, feeling the feather in her pocket grow warmer, a gentle pulse echoing the rhythm of her heart. She closed her eyes and placed her hand upon the tree, whispering a silent wish for entry. The air shimmered, and a soft, melodious hum filled the clearing. Before her, the bark of the tree began to part, revealing a swirling portal of light and shadow, the gateway of echoes. With a breath of courage, Liora stepped through, her world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors and sensations. When the world settled once more, Liora found herself in the Everwood. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms, and the ground was carpeted with vibrant moss and wildflowers. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently, their branches weaving intricate patterns in the sky. In the distance, a crystal-clear stream chuckled merrily over smooth stones, its waters glistening in the sunlight. Leora's heart swelled with wonder as she wandered through this enchanted realm, each step revealing new marvels. She encountered creatures both familiar and fantastical, a family of deer with antlers entwined with ivy, a fox with fur that shimmered like starlight, and a host of tiny, winged beings who flitted about like living jewels. As she explored, Liora came upon a clearing where a magnificent creature stood, a griffin with feathers of burnished gold and eyes like molten amber. It gazed at her with an intensity that was both regal and kind, its presence both commanding and comforting. Liora felt no fear, only a profound sense of connection, as if she had found a long-lost friend. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the griffin spoke, its voice a melodious blend of the wind and the earth. "I am Aurelian, guardian of the Everwood. You carry the feather of passage, a token of your open heart and the courage to venture beyond what is known." Liora bowed her head, feeling the weight of the griffin's words resonate within her. "I seek to understand the mysteries of this realm and the stories it holds," she replied, her voice steady and sincere. Aurelian nodded, a glint of approval in its eyes. "The Everwood is a place of wisdom and wonder, where the old and the new exist in harmony. Here, you will find answers, but more importantly, you will discover the questions that truly matter." With Aurelian as her guide, Liora journeyed deeper into the Everwood, her heart open to the lessons and stories etched into the very fabric of this magical land. She learned the language of the trees, their whispers revealing tales of ages past and visions of futures yet to be. She listened to the songs of the river, each note a reminder of life's ebb and flow, and the importance of embracing change. Through her wanderings, Liora met other inhabitants of the Everwood, creatures who shared their wisdom and friendship. There was Solara, the wise old owl whose eyes held the light of 1,000 stars; Lyra, the gentle doe who taught Liora the art of patience and observation; and Thistle, the mischievous fawn who showed her the joy of laughter and playfulness. One day, as Liora sat by the river's edge, Aurelian approached and settled beside her, its presence a comforting warmth. "You have learned much, young one," the griffin said, its voice a gentle rumble. "But there is one more truth you must understand before you can return to your world." Liora gazed into the griffin's eyes, feeling the weight of the moment. "What is it, Aurelian?" she asked, eager yet respectful. "The Everwood is within you, as it is within all who seek its wisdom." Aurelian explained, "The magic you have witnessed here is not confined to this realm alone. It exists in every heart that dares to dream, in every mind that questions, and in every soul that believes in the power of kindness and understanding." The griffin's words resonated deeply within Liora, a new clarity dawning upon her. She realized that the Everwood was not just a place to visit, but a part of her, a source of strength and inspiration that she could carry with her always. With a newfound sense of purpose, Liora thanked Aurelian and bid farewell to the friends she had made. As she stepped back through the gateway of echoes, the Everwood faded, replaced by the familiar embrace of the whispering woods. Liora returned to Elderglen, her heart filled with the stories and lessons of the Everwood. She shared her experiences with the villagers, weaving tales that inspired and uplifted, reminding them of the magic that lay within their own lives. In the years that followed, Leora became a storyteller, her words a bridge between the worlds of reality and imagination. She taught others to see the beauty in the ordinary, to listen to the whispers of the wind, and to believe in the power of friendship and wisdom. And so, the legacy of the Everwood lived on, not just in the pages of a forgotten tome, but in the hearts and minds of all who dared to dream, reminding them that the greatest magic of all was the love and wonder they carried within. As the stars twinkled above Elderglen, their light a gentle reminder of the vastness of the universe and the endless possibilities it held, Leora would often gaze at the night sky, the feather of passage still tucked safely in her pocket. It was a symbol of her journey, a reminder of the hidden worlds that lay just beyond the veil of the known, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the horizon. And though the Everwood remained a secret to most, it was a secret shared by all who believed in the magic of their own hearts. Thus, in Elderglen and beyond, the story of Leora and the Everwood became a cherished tale, a bedtime story whispered to children as they drifted into dreams, their imaginations ignited by the promise of adventure and the reassurance that they too could find their own Everwood if they only dared to seek it. And so the village thrived, its people living in harmony with nature and each other, guided by the gentle wisdom of the stories that connected them all. The Everwood, though hidden from sight, remained a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that even in the most ordinary of places, magic was always waiting to be found. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two beings as different as the twin suns they orbited. Astra was a curious star child, her gossamer wings shimmering with stardust from the celestial nursery where she was born. Krylox, on the other hand, was a hulking reptilian creature from the desert world of Xerion, his scales as tough as the rocky canyons that were his home. Their paths first crossed on a cosmic outpost, a bustling spaceport where travelers from countless worlds gathered. Astra, drawn by the dazzling lights and riotous sounds, flitted excitedly from one trader's stall to the next. Krylox, on a supply run for his clan, grumbled at the commotion, his thick tail thumping the ground in irritation. It was then that Astra, distracted by a shiny bauble, accidentally flew straight into Krylox's scaly snout. The star child tumbled backwards, her delicate wings askew, as Krylox roared in surprise and pain. Instantly, a misunderstanding flared between them like a supernova. Astra thought the reptilian had attacked her unprovoked, while Krylox assumed the winged sprite was a cunning spy hoping to blind him. Despite the protestations of the spaceport's locals, warning them of how different their kinds were, Astra and Krylox found themselves reluctantly joining forces to escape the authorities. And so began an unlikely partnership across the farthest reaches of the galaxy, one fraught with peril and misadventure. On the barren plains of Krylox's homeworld, they faced marauding sandstorms that battered Astra's delicate frame, only for the stalwart reptilian to shield her fragile form with his thick carapace. In the shimmering star field surrounding Astra's birthplace, they were set upon by cosmic pirates, Krylox's powerful jaws clamping down on their attackers as the star child's radiant wings blinded their foes. Slowly, as they faced each challenge side by side, the seedlings of an unbreakable bond began to bloom between the unlikely pair. Krylox marveled at Astra's boundless curiosity and childlike sense of wonder, while the star child came to admire the gruff reptilian's steadfast strength and quiet wisdom. There were still moments of exasperation, like when Astra's incessant chatter would grate on Krylox's nerves, or when the star child fretted over Krylox's seemingly reckless bravery. But increasingly, these fleeting frustrations were outshone by the radiant warmth of their friendship. Through Astra's eyes, Krylox rediscovered the simple joys and beauty in the universe he had long taken for granted. And Krylox's unwavering loyalty and fierce protectiveness made the star child feel safer than she ever had amongst her celestial kin. At last, after countless adventures and dangers faced together, Astra and Krylox found themselves adrift in the outer realms, their spacecraft crippled during a harrowing escape. As the oxygen trickled away, the two friends looked upon each other, unspoken words passing between them in that singular moment. Astra's light began to flicker and dim, her tiny form growing frailer by the second. But even as her wings folded around her, Krelox refused to abandon his dearest friend. The grizzled reptilian gathered his remaining strength and with one mighty lash of his tail breached the airlock, exposing them both to the vastness of the void. There, amongst the endless night of space's embrace, Astra's fading luminescence intermingled with the billion-year-old starlight surrounding them. Krylox's thick scales, once bred to withstand his world's scorching days, now protected the precious spark of life still burning within the star-child's breast. As the cosmos whirled around them in all its terrible majesty, Astra and Krylox drifted together, two weary travelers finding solace in one another's company amidst the unknown. In that endless moment, suspended betwixt the twinklings of eternity's vigil, they finally understood the true meaning of their friendship. It was a bond forged across the vast expanses between their worlds, yet shining more brilliant than any star could ever burn. A union of spirit that transcended their physical differences as surely as it defied the very laws of nature's unkind circumstance. For you see, my friends, in that darkest of nights when all seemed lost, Astra and Krylox had become each other's light, and in that warmth, bridging the celestial seas between their beings, they found there was no longer any need to roam amongst the stars. They had found their home, two souls intertwined as one in the infinite expanse, forever. Story 8. In the soft glow of a distant nebula, where stars whispered tales of old into the cosmic night, lay the planet of Valora. It was a world of endless lavender fields, where the air hummed with the scent of blooming starflowers and the sky crackled with the faintest tastes of stardust. Here, under the watchful gaze of twin moons, lived the Valorans, a gentle, ethereal species known for their luminous, translucent wings and their deep connection to the music of the cosmos. On the edge of one such field, where the starflowers danced in the zephyr's embrace, a young Valoran named Leora stood watching the sky. Her wings shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake kissed by moonlight. Leora was known for her curious heart and her yearning to understand the worlds beyond her own. From the opposite end of the galaxy, on the rugged, rocky terrain of Dracoria, hailed the Dracorians. Unlike the Valorans, Dracorians were robust and formidable, with skin like burnished copper and eyes that glowed with the intensity of molten lava. Among them was a Dracorian named Thrax. Though his appearance was intimidating, Thrax possessed a heart as warm as the sun, always seeking knowledge beyond the fiery storms of his homeland. The cosmos has a way of weaving the destinies of unlikely companions. It was during a celestial convergence, when the paths of Valora and Dracoria intersected, that Thrax found himself on a journey to Valora. His mission was to study the unique harmonics of the Valoran fields to understand how they resonated with the universe. His arrival was met with trepidation. The Valorans, delicate and peace-loving, had never encountered a being so different from themselves. Thrax, with his towering stature and fierce appearance, seemed to them like a creature from the legends, one of strength and power, but also of mystery and unknown intentions. Leora, however, was drawn to the stranger. Her curiosity overpowered her initial apprehension. She approached Thrax cautiously, her wings fluttering gently behind her. "Welcome to Valora," she said, her voice like a gentle melody. "I am Leora. I hope you find our world to your liking." Thrax bowed his head respectfully, his voice a deep, resonant rumble. "Thank you, Leora. I am Thrax of Dracoria. Your world is unlike anything I have ever known, soft, serene, and full of harmony." Despite their differences, an understanding began to blossom between them. Yet, not all was easy. The Valorans, protective of their tranquil existence, were wary of Thrax's presence. Whispers of doubt and fear floated through the air, casting shadows over the starflower fields. Determined to prove his good intentions, Thrax sought to learn the ways of the Valorans. He observed their rituals and the way they sang to the stars. He tried to join in, but his deep voice disrupted the delicate harmony, causing the Valorans to withdraw further. Feeling dejected, Thrax retreated to a secluded part of the fields. Leora found him there, sitting amidst the starflowers, his fiery eyes dimmed with uncertainty. She sat beside him, her presence a comforting balm. "Do not be disheartened, Thrax," she said softly. "Our songs are different, but that does not mean they cannot find harmony." Leora suggested they try something new, a fusion of their world's sounds. She guided Thrax to listen to the rhythms of Valora, the rustle of the starflowers, the whisper of the wind, and to weave his own deep tones into the melody. Tentatively, Thrax began to hum, his voice like a gentle thunder rolling in the distance. Together, they created a song unlike any the Velorans had heard, a symphony that blended the serenity of Valora with the strength of Dracoria. As they sang, a transformation occurred. The fields seemed to glow brighter, the starflowers swaying in delight as if recognizing a new kinship. The Valorans, drawn by the unfamiliar yet beautiful melody, gathered around. They listened, their fears melting away with each note that resonated through the air. It was a moment of understanding, a realization that differences could create something wonderful and new. From that day forward, Thrax was welcomed into the heart of Veloran society. He and Leora became inseparable, their friendship a testament to the power of unity and the beauty of embracing diversity. Together they explored the cosmos, learning from each other and teaching those they met that true friendship transcends the boundaries of appearance and origin. In the gentle embrace of Valora, under the twinkling stars and the ever-watchful moons, Leora and Thrax found a harmony that echoed through the universe. And in their shared journey they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars, shines eternal, guiding them through the vast, wondrous expanse of the cosmos. Story 9. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust danced like fireflies in the vastness of space, there existed a peculiar asteroid known as Luminara. It was a shimmering oasis amidst the void, orbiting a gentle, warm sun. On this asteroid, nestled among the glowing crystal formations and luminescent flora, was a bustling marketplace where beings from all corners of the universe gathered. Among the vibrant stalls, where merchants displayed wares from every imaginable world, two unlikely companions found themselves drawn together by fate. One was a slender, graceful creature from the water planet of Aquilon, named Lyra. Her skin was a soft shade of lavender, and her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the light with every movement. She moved with the fluid grace of the ocean, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the colors of the sea. The other was a sturdy, earthy being from the forest planet of Terra named Thorn. His skin was a deep mossy green, textured like the bark of ancient trees, and his eyes shone with the warm golden glow of sunlight filtering through leaves. He walked with a solid, reassuring presence, his step steady and purposeful. Their meeting was not without its challenges. Lyra, accustomed to the fluid, ever-changing environment of her home, found Thorn's steady and grounded nature perplexing. Thorn, in turn, was bewildered by Lyra's ethereal and unpredictable ways. Their first encounter at the marketplace was marked by a series of misunderstandings. A clumsy exchange over a shimmering orb that sparked with energy, a mix-up in their attempts to communicate across language barriers, and a gentle clash of cultures that left them both bemused. Yet there was something in the way Lyra's laughter echoed like tinkling bells in the air, and in the comforting warmth of Thorn's steady gaze that hinted at a connection deeper than mere words. The marketplace on Luminara was alive with the sense of exotic spices, the sound of alien melodies, and the vibrant hues of countless species. It was here that Lyra and Thorn found themselves united by a common goal. A precious cargo, a rare and endangered plant from Terra, had gone missing, and its survival was crucial for maintaining the delicate balance of ecosystems across the galaxy. Though initially hesitant, Lyra and Thorn agreed to join forces in locating the plant. Their journey took them through the glowing caverns of Luminara, where crystals hummed softly, casting a gentle, soothing light. They traversed fields of luminescent flowers that swayed like ocean waves under the asteroid's gentle breeze. As they worked together, Thorn came to appreciate Lyra's ability to adapt and navigate through complex situations, her intuition guiding them like a compass. Lyra, in turn, learned to value Thorn's unwavering strength and the way he could calm the turbulence of any storm with his grounded wisdom. One evening, as they rested beside a small, bubbling spring, they talked under the brilliant canopy of stars. Thorn shared stories of the ancient forests of Terra, where trees whispered secrets of old, and Lyra spoke of the deep, endless oceans of Aquilon, where the waters sang songs of ages past. In these stories, they found common ground, a shared reverence for life and a mutual understanding of the importance of nurturing and protecting their worlds. Their journey was not without peril. They faced challenges that tested their resolve and their budding friendship. There were moments of doubt and fear, but in each trial, they found strength in each other. When Lyra's path seemed uncertain, Thorn was there, offering his steady hand. When Thorn's heart was heavy with worry, Lyra's laughter lightened his burden. In the heart of Luminara's deepest cavern, they finally found the missing plant, its leaves shimmering with an inner light. Together, they carefully nurtured it back to health, their combined efforts breathing life into its fragile form. As they worked, they realized that their differences, once a source of misunderstanding, had become their greatest strength. Returning to the marketplace, they were met with cheers and gratitude from the gathered beings. The plant was safe, and its seeds would ensure the continued harmony of life across many worlds. As the celebrations unfolded, Lyra and Thorn stood side by side, their bond deepened by the journey they had shared. They had discovered that friendship, like the stars themselves, could bridge the vast distances between worlds, bringing together even the most unlikely of companions. And so, beneath the gentle glow of Luminara's sun, they pledged to continue their adventures, exploring the galaxy and nurturing the fragile threads of life that connected them all. For in each other, they had found a friendship that was as enduring and bright as the starlit sky. Story 10. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves spoke secrets only the wind could carry, lay a hidden world of wonder and harmony. This was a place where nature's creatures lived in delicate balance, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons and the mystical phenomena that governed their existence. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant hues, emerald greens of towering pines, the golden glow of sun-dappled glades, and the deep browns of fertile earth. At dawn, a soft mist would rise, kissing the forest floor with a gentle coolness, while the first light of day cast a warm, amber glow upon the dewdrops that clung to every leaf and petal. In this enchanted realm, there was a wise old tortoise named Thalan, who had lived in the forest longer than any could remember. His shell was as rugged as the bark of the ancient oaks, and his eyes held the deep, knowing twinkle of countless years. Thalan was the guardian of the forest's wisdom, a keeper of stories passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their yearly transformation into a symphony of red, orange, and gold, Thalan set out on his slow, deliberate walk through the forest. The air was filled with the sweet, earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle underfoot was like music to his ears. As he ambled along, Thalan came across a young squirrel named Milo, who was busily collecting acorns for the coming winter. Milo's fur was a rich chestnut, and his eyes sparkled with a lively curiosity. But today, there was a hint of worry in his gaze. Thalan paused beside a patch of sunlight where Milo had stopped. "What troubles you, young one?" he asked, his voice as soothing as the breeze that rustled through the treetops. Milo twitched his nose and sighed. "The weather has been strange, wise Thalan. The winds are stronger, and the air feels different. I fear for the balance of our forest." Thalan nodded, understanding the squirrel's concern. "Indeed, the winds speak of change. But worry not, for nature has its ways, and we are but part of its grand design." As they spoke, a soft, glittering rain began to fall, each drop shimmering like a tiny diamond in the morning light. It was the first sign of the forest's blessing, a magical phenomenon that occurred only once in a great while, heralding a time of rejuvenation and harmony. "The forest's blessing," Thalan murmured, a smile spreading across his ancient face. "This is a gift, Milo. It is said to bring balance and renewal, uniting all creatures and elements of the forest in perfect harmony." Milo's eyes widened with wonder. "What must we do, wise Thalan?" "We must listen," Thalan replied. "Listen to the forest, to the whispers of the trees, and the songs of the streams. Each of us has a role to play, and we must find ours." Encouraged by Thalan's words, Milo scampered off to spread the news to the other creatures. The forest buzzed with anticipation, as birds twittered the message from branch to branch, and the deer carried it on swift hooves through the underbrush. As the rain continued to fall, the forest transformed. The leaves glistened with renewed vibrancy, the streams swelled with crystal-clear water, and the very air seemed to shimmer with life. Each creature felt the change, a gentle urging to find their place in the grand tapestry. Thalan, with his slow, steady wisdom, guided them all. The beavers were tasked with strengthening the dams, ensuring the streams flowed freely. The birds, with their keen eyes, watched the skies and sang songs that called the sun back from its cloudy veil. Even the tiniest insects played their part, aerating the soil and spreading seeds far and wide. Through these efforts, a lesson unfolded, a lesson of unity, of each creature's importance, no matter how small, in maintaining the balance of their world. It was a wisdom that Thalan had carried within him, passed down from those who came before, and now shared with all who would listen. As the days turned into weeks, the forest's blessing continued to work its magic. The winds grew gentle, the air sweet and clear. Harmony was restored, and the forest thrived in ways it hadn't for many seasons. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Milo returned to Thalan's side. "The forest is whole again," he said, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thalan smiled softly, his heart warmed by the young squirrel's joy. "Yes, dear Milo, and so it shall remain, as long as we remember the lesson of the forest's blessing." The forest settled into a peaceful slumber beneath the twinkling stars, embracing the quiet strength of Thalan's wisdom and the gentle promise of tomorrow. And in that serene night, the creatures of the forest knew that they were part of something wondrous and everlasting, a symphony of life that would echo through the ages, united by the bonds of friendship and the timeless dance of nature. Story 11. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had an adventurous heart and a curious spirit, often wandering the lush meadows and babbling brooks that surrounded her home. She was known for her boundless imagination and her gentle way with both people and creatures alike. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila set out on a path she had never taken before. Her feet carried her to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. The woods were a tapestry of towering trees with leaves that shimmered like emeralds, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. As Lila ventured deeper, the world around her seemed to transform. The light grew softer, filtering through the canopy in dapples of gold. She soon found herself in a clearing, where the ground was carpeted with soft moss and delicate mushrooms that glowed faintly in the twilight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar archway made of intertwined branches, adorned with tiny, twinkling lights like the stars themselves had woven into the wood. With a heart full of wonder and a touch of trepidation, Lila stepped through the archway. Instantly, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was alive with the sound of fluttering wings and the gentle hum of a distant melody. She had entered the Enchanted glade, a hidden realm whispered about in village tales. The glade was a kaleidoscope of colors. Flowers of every shade danced in the breeze, and the grass sparkled with morning dew, even though it was late afternoon. Above, the sky was a serene periwinkle, dotted with fluffy clouds that seemed to drift lazily by. Lila's eyes widened with delight as she took in the magical panorama. As she wandered, Lila encountered a parade of whimsical creatures. First, a family of tiny, luminescent sprites flitted around her, leaving trails of glittering light in their wake. They giggled and chirped, their voices like the tinkling of distant bells, and playfully tugged at her hair. Further along the path, she met a wise old tortoise with a shell patterned like a mosaic of precious stones. His name was Oberon, and he moved with the slow, deliberate grace of someone who had all the time in the world. Oberon shared stories of the glade and its wonders, speaking in a voice that was as soothing as a lullaby. "Remember, young one," Oberon said with a twinkle in his eye, "courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Every step into the unknown is a step toward discovering your true self." Emboldened by Oberon's words, Lila continued her journey, feeling a newfound sense of bravery. She soon came upon a shimmering lake, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the vivid colors of the sky. In the center of the lake was a small island, and on it grew a single magnificent tree with leaves that sparkled like diamonds in the sunlight. Drawn to the island, Lila noticed a series of stepping stones leading across the water. She hesitated for a moment, but remembering Oberon's wisdom, she took a deep breath and began to cross. The stones were cool and smooth beneath her feet, and with each step, her confidence grew. When she reached the island, Lila approached the tree, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from its trunk. As she touched the bark, the tree began to hum softly, and to her amazement, it bent its branches low, offering her a single glistening leaf. "Thank you," Lila whispered, cradling the leaf in her hands. She felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the tree had shared a part of its ancient wisdom. With the leaf safely tucked into her pocket, Lila retraced her steps, crossing the lake and making her way back through the glade. Along the way, she bid farewell to Oberon and the sprites, promising to return one day. As she passed through the archway once more, the enchanted glade faded behind her, and she found herself back at the edge of the whispering woods. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the meadow, and the village lights were beginning to twinkle in the distance. Lila walked home with a light heart, her mind buzzing with the day's discoveries. She knew that she had found something truly special, a place where courage and wonder intertwined, and where every step led to new possibilities. That night, as she lay in bed, Lila held the shimmering leaf close, its gentle glow illuminating her room. It was a reminder of her journey, of the courage she had found within herself, and of the endless wonders that awaited those who dared to explore the unknown. And so, with a contented sigh, Lila closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep with dreams full of magical glades and twinkling stars, knowing that her heart would always guide her to places of beauty and mystery. Story 12. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of verdant hills and the whispering waves of a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of sunlit honey, and her eyes sparkled with a curiosity that often led her into delightful adventures. The village was a place where stories seemed to grow like the wildflowers in the meadows, each tale more enchanting than the last, and Lila relished every one of them. Lila's favorite time of day was twilight, when she would sit by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, wrapped in a quilt patterned with stars, listening to her grandmother's tales. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, had a voice that danced like the flames in the hearth, weaving stories that were as comforting as a warm embrace. One evening, as the moon rose like a pearl in the sky, her grandmother began a story about a magical mirror hidden deep within the heart of the whispering woods. "The mirror of whispers," her grandmother began, her voice a soft melody, "is a wondrous thing. It is said to reveal the truth that lies within one's heart and guide those who are lost to find their true path." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Have you ever seen it, Grandma?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Ah, my dear, the mirror is elusive. It reveals itself only to those who seek it with a pure heart and a noble purpose." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Mirror of Whispers lingered in her thoughts like a sweet lullaby. She imagined what it would be like to stand before such a mirror, to see the truth reflected back at her. Little did she know that the very next day would mark the beginning of her own journey to find it. The morning dawned bright and clear, the air crisp with the scent of pine and dew-kissed grass. Lila awoke with a sense of anticipation that fluttered in her chest like the wings of 1,000 butterflies. As she dressed and made her way to the village square, she noticed a gathering of villagers, their faces alight with excitement. "What is happening?" she wondered aloud, approaching a group of children her age. "They say a traveler has come to the village," one of the boys said, his eyes wide with awe. "He has tales of distant lands and carries a map that shows the way to hidden places." Intrigued, Lila pushed her way through the crowd until she stood at the front, where a man with a kind smile and a cloak of deep green was speaking. His voice was like the rustle of leaves, captivating and full of mystery. "Greetings, good folk," he said, bowing slightly. "I am Rowan, a wanderer of the world, and I bring with me stories and songs from places far beyond the horizon." Lila listened, enraptured, as Rowan spoke of lands where mountains touched the sky and rivers sang their own lullabies. But it was when he mentioned the whispering woods that her heart skipped a beat. "I have heard tales," Rowan continued, "of a magical mirror hidden within those ancient trees, a mirror that shows the truth of one's heart." Lila knew then that she had to find the mirror of whispers. Perhaps it would help her understand the dreams that danced just beyond her reach, or the feelings that sometimes made her heart ache with longing. After the crowd dispersed, Lila approached Rowan, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Excuse me, sir," she began, her voice small but determined. "Could you show me the way to the Whispering Woods?" Rowan studied her for a moment, his eyes kind and knowing. "Ah, you are a seeker, aren't you?" he said with a smile. "Very well, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." With that, he handed her a map, its surface a tapestry of ink and parchment that seemed to hum with a life of its own. "Follow this path," Rowan instructed, pointing to a line that wound through the hills, "and listen to the whispers of the woods. They will guide you." Lila thanked him and set off, her heart alight with hope and a touch of trepidation. The path led her through fields of wildflowers that swayed like dancers in the breeze, and over streams that sang of ancient secrets. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, she entered the cool embrace of the forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of earth and leaves. The Whispering Woods was a place where magic seemed to linger in every shadow and sunbeam. The trees, tall and ancient, murmured among themselves in a language that was more felt than heard. Lila walked with careful steps, her senses alive to the wonders around her. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered a small clearing where a gentle brook meandered, its water sparkling like liquid crystal. There, by the edge of the brook, sat a rabbit with fur as white as snow, its eyes a deep, knowing black. "Hello, little one," Lila greeted softly, crouching down to meet the rabbit's gaze. To her surprise, the rabbit nodded, as if understanding her words. "Are you lost?" it seemed to ask, tilting its head slightly. Lila shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. "No, I'm searching for the Mirror of Whispers." The rabbit regarded her for a moment before hopping closer and touching her hand with its nose, a gesture of trust and friendship. It bounded away, pausing occasionally to look back at her, inviting her to follow. Guided by her new companion, Lila continued on her journey, the forest unfolding around her like a story yet to be told. She marveled at the play of sunlight through the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air, and the gentle rustle of creatures unseen. As the day wore on, Lila and the rabbit came upon a grove unlike any other. The trees here were ancient, their bark etched with patterns that seemed to shift and change with the light. In the center of the grove stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested a mirror framed in vines and blossoms, the Mirror of Whispers. Lila approached the mirror with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. She stood before it, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of questions. "What do you wish to see?" the mirror seemed to ask, its surface rippling like water. Lila took a deep breath, her voice steady and true. "I wish to see my heart, to understand the dreams that call to me and the path I am meant to follow." The mirror shimmered, and as Lila watched, images began to unfold. She saw herself, not as she was but as she could be, a young woman full of courage and kindness, her heart open to the world and its wonders. She saw herself helping others, her hands and heart working in harmony to bring joy and comfort to those around her. The vision filled her with warmth, a sense of purpose that resonated deep within her soul. She understood then that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the mirror, but about discovering herself and the strength that lay within her heart. As the vision faded, Lila felt a peace settle over her, as gentle and comforting as her grandmother's embrace. She turned to thank the rabbit, but her companion had vanished, leaving only a single white feather in its place. With the feather in hand and a heart full of newfound understanding, Lila made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. She felt the whispers of the woods guiding her, their voices a chorus of encouragement and love. By the time she returned to her village, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose. Her grandmother was waiting by the cottage door, a knowing smile on her lips. "Did you find what you were seeking, my dear?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and joy. "Yes, Grandma. I found the Mirror of Whispers, and so much more." Her grandmother embraced her, and together they watched the stars appear, each one a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay ahead. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, she felt a deep contentment settle over her, as soft and soothing as the quilt that covered her. She knew that whatever the future held, she would face it with courage and an open heart, for she had discovered the greatest magic of all, the truth within herself. And so, as the village nestled into the embrace of night, Lila drifted into dreams filled with wonder and light, her heart a melody of whispers and stars. Story 13. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the wilderness. Each morning, the sun would paint the sky with strokes of gold and pink, casting a gentle glow over the sleepy houses and stirring the birds into song. Leora was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She was known for her boundless imagination and her ability to find beauty in the simplest things. A glistening dewdrop on a leaf, the soft rustle of wind through the trees, or the chorus of frogs that serenaded the moonlit nights. But her heart yearned for something more, something beyond the boundaries of her little village. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced down from the trees in a cascade of crimson and gold, Leora discovered a peculiar object while exploring the fringes of the forest. It was a mirror, small enough to fit in her hand, yet its frame was intricately carved with twisting vines and tiny blossoms. The glass was smooth and clear as a mountain stream, reflecting not just her face, but something deeper, something magical. As she gazed into the mirror, it shimmered with a light of its own, and she felt a gentle pull, as if urging her to look beyond her reflection. Without understanding why, Leora sensed that this was no ordinary mirror, but a portal to another realm, a hidden world nestled within the natural world she had always known. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of indigo and violet, Leora found herself unable to resist the mirror's call. She wrapped it in a soft cloth and tucked it under her arm, determined to uncover its secrets. Her heart pounded with anticipation and a tinge of fear as she tiptoed out of her cottage, careful not to wake her family. The forest, which had always felt like a friend, now seemed alive with mystery and promise. Shadows danced playfully across the path as she ventured deeper into the woods, guided only by the silvery light of the moon. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant melody of a babbling brook. Leora walked until she reached a clearing she had never seen before, surrounded by towering oak trees that seemed to touch the sky. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches a canopy of woven stars. The moonlight bathed the clearing in an ethereal glow, and Leora felt a sudden rush of warmth and belonging. She held up the mirror, its surface catching the moon's light and reflecting it back with a brilliance that seemed to breathe life into the clearing. As she peered into its depths, the mirror shimmered and rippled like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. Leora gasped as the reflection changed, revealing a world unlike any she had ever seen. This hidden realm was a place of enchantment, where colors were more vibrant and the air was laced with a sweet floral fragrance. Rivers glowed with a luminescent blue, and flowers sang softly in the breeze. Creatures she could only dream of danced in the distance, graceful deer with antlers entwined with blossoms, tiny winged fairies flitting among the leaves, and wise old owls whose eyes shone with ancient secrets. Entranced, Leora stepped forward, and with a soft whoosh she found herself enveloped in this magical world. The transition was seamless, as if she had always belonged there. The air was thick with enchantment, and every sound was a symphony to her ears. She felt lighter, freer, as if her very spirit had blossomed. As she explored this wondrous place, she met a peculiar little creature named Finn. Finn was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, a small, furry being with eyes that sparkled like emeralds and a mischievous grin that spoke of hidden adventures. Despite his diminutive size, Finn exuded a warmth and kindness that put Leora at ease. "Welcome, welcome!" Finn chirped, his voice like the twinkling of bells. "I've been waiting for you, Leora. The mirror has chosen you, and I am here to be your guide." Leora was taken aback but delighted. "You know my name?" she asked, her voice tinged with awe. "Oh, the mirror knows many things," Finn replied with a wink. "It only reveals its secrets to those with the heart to see them. And you, dear Leora, have been chosen to embark on a journey that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." With Finn by her side, Leora ventured deeper into the hidden world. The days were filled with wonder and discovery. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to dance with the wind, and to see the magic in every leaf and stone. Each day was a new adventure, each night a tapestry of dreams woven from stardust and moonbeams. But the hidden world, as beautiful as it was, held mysteries and challenges of its own. One day, as they wandered through a meadow awash in golden sun, Finn spoke of a shadow that threatened their enchanted realm. A dark force was spreading, a creeping blight that withered flowers and silenced the songs of the birds. "The mirror has brought you here for a reason," Finn explained, his voice solemn. "Only you can uncover the truth and restore the balance." Leora's heart swelled with a mix of fear and determination. She had never imagined herself a hero, yet she knew she couldn't turn away from this call. With Finn's guidance, she began her quest to uncover the source of the shadow and to bring light back to the hidden world. As they journeyed, Leora discovered that the shadow was not an external force, but a reflection of fear and doubt that had taken root in the hearts of the creatures of the realm. It grew stronger with every unkind thought, every act of selfishness, feeding on the darkness within. Realizing this, Leora knew what she must do. She gathered the creatures of the hidden world, from the tiniest fairy to the mightiest stag, and shared what she had learned. She spoke of the power of friendship, of kindness, and of believing in the light within themselves. Her words were a balm to the troubled hearts, and slowly the shadow began to recede. Leora encouraged each creature to share their burdens, to find strength in one another, and to let love and kindness blossom in their hearts. As they did, the blight retreated, and the hidden world began to heal. The transformation was a revelation to Leora, who realized that true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the power of the heart. She saw how each creature's light, no matter how small, could banish the deepest darkness. In helping them, she too had changed, finding a strength and wisdom she never knew she had. With the shadow vanquished and the hidden world restored, Leora knew it was time to return to her own. The portal through the mirror awaited, shimmering softly in the moonlight. Her heart ached at the thought of leaving, but she knew her village needed her too. As she prepared to say goodbye, Finn looked at her with pride. "Remember, Leora," he said softly, "the magic is always with you. It lives in your heart and in the hearts of those you touch." With a final embrace, Leora stepped back through the mirror, returning to the familiar comfort of her village. The forest welcomed her home, its trees swaying gently in the night breeze. Yet she was no longer the same girl who had left. Leora carried the hidden world within her, its magic woven into her very being. She shared her stories and newfound wisdom with her village, inspiring others to seek the extraordinary in the everyday and to cherish the light within themselves. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora's village flourished, kindness and friendship blossomed, and the shadows of doubt and fear found no home there. The mirror, her silent companion, remained a cherished reminder of the journey that had changed her forever. In the heart of the forest, beneath the boughs of the ancient oak, the hidden world thrived, a testament to the power of love and courage. And though Leora's journey had ended, the magic she had discovered would live on, a legacy of light and hope for generations to come. And so as the stars twinkled and the gentle night cradled the world in its embrace, Leora lay in her bed, wrapped in the warmth of her memories and dreams. A soft smile played on her lips, for she knew that true magic was not just in the hidden world, but in the heart of every soul willing to see it. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with wonder, she closed her eyes, drifting into a slumber woven with dreams of adventure and love, of hidden worlds and infinite possibilities. Story 14. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the velvet of space, there floated a small, unassuming spaceship named the Stardust Whisper. Its hull was a patchwork of various metals and colors, each panel telling stories of past journeys and distant worlds. Inside, the air was filled with the soft hum of engines and the occasional beep of navigational instruments. Aboard this vessel were two very different beings, each from a distant corner of the universe. The first was a creature named Lumo, a bright and shimmering entity from the planet Luminara. Lumo resembled a living kaleidoscope, with skin that shifted through all the colors of the rainbow and eyes that glowed like twin moons. Lumo's people, the Luminarans, were known for their wisdom and gentle nature, often serving as mediators in cosmic disputes. The other occupant was Zil, a robust and sturdy being from the rocky planet of Granitus. Zil's appearance was quite the contrast to Lumo, with a body made of stone-like material, strong and resilient. Despite their tough exterior, the Granitans were a people of deep emotion and steadfast loyalty, their hearts as enduring as the mountains of their homeworld. Lumo and Zil had been brought together by the Galactic Council for a mission of great importance, to explore a newly discovered planet known as Viridia, rumored to hold ancient secrets and untapped resources. However, their journey was not without its challenges, as their differences often led to misunderstandings. In the beginning, their communication was as rocky as Zil's exterior, with Lumo speaking in poetic, flowing phrases that danced like light, and Zil responding in blunt, straightforward remarks. This often led to confusion, each struggling to understand the other's perspective. One evening, as the Stardust Whisper glided through a particularly tranquil stretch of space, Lumo and Zil found themselves in a heated discussion about the best way to approach their mission on Viridia. Lumo believed in a gentle exploration, respecting the natural order of the planet, while Zil insisted on a thorough examination to ensure their safety. The air inside the ship seemed to crackle with tension, but as the argument reached its peak, an unexpected event occurred. A sudden meteor shower, unseen on their scanners, bombarded the ship, sending it spiraling. In the chaos, Lumo's light dimmed in fear, while Zil's instinctive response was to protect. Using their sturdy frame, Zil shielded Lumo from the falling debris inside the ship. Together, they worked to stabilize the vessel, Lumo guiding their path with precise navigation as Zil managed the manual controls. Once the danger had passed and the ship was once again set on its course, the two sat in the soft glow of the control room, the only sound the gentle hum of the engines. It was in this shared silence, amidst the twinkling stars, that they found a new understanding. "I did not realize," Lumo began, their voice barely above a whisper, "how brave you truly are, Zil. Your strength is a gift." Zil, whose heart was often as hard as their rocky skin, felt a warmth spread through them. "And I did not see how your guidance is like the stars themselves, Lumo, always finding a way, even in the darkest night." From that moment on, their journey transformed. With each challenge Viridia presented, Lumo and Zil faced it side by side. Whether it was traversing dense, vine-laden jungles or deciphering ancient glyphs that sang with forgotten magic, they learned to combine their strengths and lean on each other's wisdom. One day, while exploring a hidden valley filled with glistening crystal formations, they encountered a creature in distress. It was a small, furry being caught in a tangle of thorny vines. Lumo's light shimmered with concern, while Zil's hands, though strong, moved with surprising gentleness to free the creature. As the creature scampered away, Lumo looked at Zil with newfound admiration. "You have the heart of a caregiver," they said softly. "And you," Zil replied, "have the soul of a healer. Together, we are more than just travelers. We are companions." Their bond grew stronger with each day, and as they uncovered the secrets of Viridia, they discovered the true treasure was not in the planet's ancient relics or its hidden resources, but in the friendship they had forged. A friendship that transcended the stars and the differences of their worlds. As their mission came to an end and the Stardust Whisper turned its course back towards the Galactic Council, Lumo and Zil sat together in the cockpit, watching the stars stream past like gentle rain. The warmth of their companionship wrapped around them like a cozy blanket, and they knew that whatever adventures awaited them, they would face them together. For in the vast, endless sea of stars, they had found something truly rare and precious. They had discovered the meaning of friendship, a bond unbreakable, a light that would guide them through any darkness, and a strength that came from being united in heart and spirit. And so, as the Stardust Whisper sailed on, the friendship of Lumo and Zil became a legend among the stars, a tale whispered in the quiet moments between the galaxies, a story of unlikely companions who found not just a mission success, but the joy of true companionship. Story 15. Title: The Whispering Wood. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village, lay the Whispering Wood. The villagers spoke of its ancient trees that sang with the wind and leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the sunlight. Yet few dared to venture deep into its heart, where it was said that magic lingered in the air, and the trees held secrets of a world unseen by human eyes. In this village lived a young girl named Lila. With curls the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, she was known to wander the outskirts of the woods, entranced by the melody of the rustling leaves. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often shared tales of the Whispering Wood's wonders and mysteries. On nights when the moon was full and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, her grandmother would speak of the hidden world within the forest, a place where time danced and dreams took flight. Lila's heart brimmed with a longing to uncover the truths of these tales. She carried with her a small silver locket, a keepsake from her mother, who had left for her own journey when Lila was just a babe. The locket, warmed by her touch, seemed to pulse with a gentle hum whenever she stood at the forest's edge, as if it too yearned for discovery. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like a shower of stars, Lila's curiosity could no longer be contained. She set out towards the heart of the Whispering Wood, determined to unravel its mysteries. The path beneath her feet was soft with moss, and the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows that danced along the trail. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive. The wind carried with it the faintest of whispers, words too soft to discern but comforting nonetheless. Birds with feathers like jewels flitted through the branches, their songs a harmonious symphony that guided her steps. The further she walked, the more the world of the village faded from her mind, replaced by the enchantment of the woods. In the heart of the forest, Lila stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk thick and gnarled, with roots that twisted into the earth like the fingers of giants. It was here, at the foot of this mighty tree, that Lila discovered a peculiar object, a small ornate key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that glimmered in the light. As she held the key in her hand, a gentle warmth spread through her, not unlike the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories. The air around her seemed to hold its breath, and for a moment, Lila felt as though the forest itself awaited her next move. She knew instinctively that this key was meant for her, a token from the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of. With the key clutched tightly in her hand, Lila continued her journey, feeling as if she were no longer alone. The forest whispered to her, guiding her steps until she reached a small, ivy-covered door nestled in the side of a hill. It was a door she might have easily missed, for it blended seamlessly with the earth and flora, as if it were part of the forest itself. The key slipped easily into the lock, turning with a satisfying click. As the door swung open, a soft, warm light spilled out, beckoning her inside. Lila hesitated for only a moment, her heart pounding with anticipation, before stepping through the threshold. Beyond the door lay a world unlike any she had imagined. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of laughter that seemed to come from the very earth itself. Trees with trunks of shimmering silver stretched towards a sky painted with hues of twilight. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes alight with curiosity and kindness. Lila wandered through this magical realm, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. It was a world both familiar and fantastical, echoing the tales her grandmother had woven. As she explored, she encountered beings who welcomed her with open arms and warm smiles. There was Neum, a gentle creature with eyes like molten gold, who guided her through fields of luminescent flowers. and Ivor, a wise old sage with feathers of midnight blue who shared stories of the land's ancient magic. Through her interactions, Lila learned of the hidden world's delicate balance, a harmony sustained by the magic of the whispering woods and the respect of its inhabitants. She understood that her presence was no mere accident. She was part of this world, connected by the threads of her mother's journey and the stories of her grandmother. Days turned into weeks, and Lila thrived in this enchanted realm. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the stories written in the stars, and to understand the language of the forest. Yet, as her heart grew fuller with the wonders of this world, a gentle longing began to stir within her, a longing for the familiar warmth of her grandmother's embrace. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, Lila sat by the silver river that wound through the land. Its waters sang a melody that tugged at her heart, and she knew it was time to return to the village, to share the stories of her journey and the wisdom she had gathered. Her friends understood, for they too cherished the bonds of family and the power of stories. Niam gifted her a small vial of luminescent dew, a reminder of the magic that flowed through the world. Ivor presented her with a feather, its deep blue hue a symbol of wisdom and guidance. With a heart full of gratitude and love, Lila bid farewell to the hidden world. She retraced her steps through the forest until she stood once more before the small, ivy-covered door. As she stepped through, the whispers of the forest wrapped around her like a gentle breeze, promising that she would always find her way back. Back in the village, Lila's return was met with joy and relief. Her grandmother embraced her tightly, her eyes shining with pride. Lila shared the tales of her journey, of the magical world hidden within the whispering wood, and the wisdom she had gained. Her stories brought light and wonder to the village, rekindling the belief in magic and the power of dreams. As the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and gentle woman, much like her grandmother. She often wandered the edges of the whispering wood, her silver locket warm against her heart, a constant reminder of the world beyond the door. And though she never forgot the friends she had made, she found joy in sharing the magic of their stories with others, inspiring generations to listen to the whispers of the woods and to seek out the wonders hidden in the world around them. And so, the whispering wood continued to sing its timeless song, watched over by a girl who had become its guardian and storyteller, a bridge between worlds, forever embraced by the magic of the forest and the love of her family. The end. Story 16. The Whispering Canopy. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the evergreen woods, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen, there lived a young girl named Livia. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and wooden cottages, their chimneys breathing gentle plumes of smoke into the crisp morning air. Every home was adorned with window boxes brimming with flowers that nodded in the breeze, casting a perfumed spell over the winding streets. Livia was a child of nature, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the clear blue skies. She carried with her an aura of curiosity and kindness, often seen wandering the woods that bordered her home with her faithful companion, a plump squirrel named Pip. Together they explored the depths of the forest, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the songs of the woodland creatures. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, Livia and Pip found themselves deeper in the woods than ever before. The air was filled with the rich scent of pine and earth, and the forest seemed to hum with a life of its own. It was then that Livia stumbled upon something extraordinary, a glimmering stone, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree. The stone was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was small enough to fit in her palm, yet it sparkled with an inner light, casting radiant beams that danced across her fingers. Entranced, Livia picked up the stone, feeling a warmth spread through her as it lay in her hand. Pip chittered excitedly, his tiny nose twitching with curiosity. As Livia held the stone, she heard a soft voice, as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. "Keeper of the Whispering Canopy," it murmured, "you have been chosen to hear the voices of the forest and to help those in need." Startled, Livia glanced around, but the forest remained still and silent. It was then she realized the voice came from within her own heart, a secret shared between her and the stone. She understood that this was no ordinary object. It was a magical gift, one that granted her the ability to communicate with the natural world. Determined to discover the extent of her newfound abilities, Livia spent the following days listening intently to the forest. She learned to decipher the rustling of leaves, the babbling of brooks, and the calls of distant birds. Each sound carried a message, and Livia found joy in helping those around her, guided by the wisdom of the woods. One evening, as twilight draped the forest in shadows, Livia heard a faint cry. It was a sound of distress, echoing from the heart of the woods. Guided by the stone's gentle glow, she followed the call, with Pip scurrying at her heels. They soon reached a clearing where a young fawn lay tangled in a snare. Its eyes were wide with fear, and its slender legs trembled as it struggled to free itself. Livia's heart ached for the creature, and she approached slowly, cooing softly to calm its fears. With deft fingers, she untangled the snare, whispering soothing words. The fawn stilled, gazing at her with grateful eyes. Once free, it nuzzled her hand before bounding away, disappearing into the safety of the trees. Livia watched it go, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose and peace. Word of Livia's wondrous abilities spread throughout the village, and people began to seek her help with their troubles. She listened to the tales of the wind, the secrets of the streams, and shared their wisdom with those in need. The villagers marveled at her kindness and the harmony she brought to their lives, for with her guidance, they learned to live in balance with the world around them. Yet, as the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Livia began to feel a restlessness stir within her. Though she cherished her connection to the forest, she sensed there was more to learn, more to discover beyond the borders of her familiar woods. It was a yearning for adventure, for a journey that would lead her to new horizons. One morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the treetops, Livia made her decision. She would venture beyond the evergreen woods, guided by the stone and the wisdom it bestowed. With Pip perched on her shoulder, she set out, bidding farewell to the village and the forest that had been her home. Her journey led her through rolling meadows painted with wildflowers, across sparkling streams that giggled over smooth stones, and over hills that rose like gentle giants against the sky. Along the way, she encountered creatures great and small, each with their own stories to tell. In a sun-dappled glen, she met an old tortoise who shared tales of ancient times. By a tranquil lake, she listened to the mournful song of a lonely swan, whose mate had flown away. With each encounter, Livia's understanding of the world grew, and her heart swelled with the beauty of the connections she forged. It was during her travels that she stumbled upon a hidden world, a secret grove, shrouded in mist and mystery. The air was thick with enchantment, and the trees whispered of a magic older than time itself. At the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens. Livia approached the tree, feeling the stone in her pocket pulse with warmth. As she touched the bark, she felt a surge of energy, a connection that transcended the physical world. The tree spoke to her in a voice that resonated like a deep, comforting hum. "Child of the whispering canopy," it intoned, "you have journeyed far and learned much, but your path is not yet complete. Within this grove lies a mystery that only you can unravel, a secret that will reveal your true purpose." Intrigued, Livia explored the grove, guided by the tree's words. She discovered a hidden stream, its waters sparkling with an iridescent light. As she knelt by the stream, she saw her reflection shimmer and shift, revealing not just her own image, but the faces of those she had helped along her journey. It was then she understood the mystery of the grove. Her true purpose was not just to listen and learn, but to share the magic of the forest with the world, to help others find their own connections to the natural world. It was a calling that resonated deep within her soul, a harmony that echoed through her very being. With a heart full of gratitude and a renewed sense of purpose, Livia returned home, her journey complete. She continued to aid the villagers, sharing the wisdom of the woods and guiding them to live in harmony with nature. Her tale spread far and wide, inspiring others to listen to the whispers of the earth and cherish the beauty that surrounded them. As the years passed, the village flourished, a testament to the love and kindness that Livia shared. And though her hair turned silver and her footsteps slowed, she remained a beacon of light and hope, a guardian of the whispering canopy. In the twilight of her days, as she sat beneath the ancient oak where it all began, Livia felt the gentle presence of the forest wrap around her like a warm embrace. She closed her eyes, listening to the familiar rustle of leaves, the song of the wind, and the heartbeat of the earth. And as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that her spirit would forever be a part of the forest she loved so dearly. The whispering canopy continued to thrive, a living testament to the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that dwells within the heart of nature. And though Livia's voice was now one with the forest, her legacy lived on, inspiring generations to come to listen, to learn, and to love the world around them. Story 17. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and sprawling fields of lavender, there lived a young girl named Mara. The village, known as Elderglen, was a place where time seemed to linger, where the days were long and the sunsets bathed everything in a golden light, like honey drizzled over the earth. Elderglen was surrounded by the Whispering Woods, a forest said to be filled with secrets and enchantments, where the leaves rustled not with the wind, but with the whispers of ancient magic. Mara was known for her curious eyes and a heart full of wanderlust. She was a kind soul, always helping the villagers with a gentle smile, but she harbored an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the familiar boundaries of Elderglen. Her grandmother often spoke of the wonders hidden deep within the Whispering Woods, tales of creatures that danced in moonlit glades and streams that sang lullabies to the stars. One crisp autumn evening, as the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the aroma of spiced cider filled the air, Mara's grandmother shared a story that would change everything. She spoke of the Lantern of Luminara, a magical object said to possess the power to illuminate the truth hidden within one's heart. It was a lantern crafted by the forest itself, its light revealing the pathways of destiny and guiding those who were lost. Intrigued by the tale, Mara felt a yearning grow within her, a desire to seek out this legendary lantern. She imagined how its light might guide her on a journey of discovery, revealing her true path and purpose. That night, as she lay in bed, listening to the gentle hoot of an owl outside her window, she made a silent promise to herself to find the Lantern of Luminara. The next morning, with the sun casting rosy hues across the sky, Mara set out on her quest. She packed a satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a warm cloak to fend off the evening chill. As she stepped into the Whispering Woods, she felt a sense of anticipation mixed with a touch of apprehension. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and sounds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to whisper secrets just beyond understanding. As Mara ventured deeper, she marveled at the beauty around her. Ferns unfurled like emerald fans, and mushrooms dotted the ground like tiny, colorful umbrellas. As the day wore on, Mara encountered her first challenge. She found herself at a crossroads where two paths diverged beneath the boughs of ancient oaks. Unsure of which way to go, she paused to listen to the forest. It was then she noticed a small creature watching her from the underbrush. It was a fox, its fur a brilliant shade of russet, with eyes that sparkled like amber. The fox approached Mara cautiously, and to her surprise it spoke in a voice as smooth as silk. "I see you are seeking something, young one. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Mara, though startled, felt an instinctive trust toward the creature. "I'm looking for the Lantern of Luminara," she admitted. "Do you know where I might find it?" The fox nodded, its tail swishing gracefully. "The lantern is hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, but the path is not easy. You must first prove your worthiness by solving a riddle of the forest." Mara nodded, ready to accept the challenge. The fox continued, "Listen carefully. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" Mara pondered the riddle, her mind turning over the possibilities. She closed her eyes and let the sounds of the forest wash over her until the answer came to her like a spark of light. Fire, she whispered, and the fox's eyes gleamed with approval. Very well, said the fox. Follow me, and I shall guide you to the next part of your journey. The fox led Mara through the woods, weaving between trees and leaping gracefully over fallen logs. As they traveled, Mara noticed changes in the forest. The air grew thicker with magic, shimmering like heat waves over a summer road. She saw flowers that glowed softly, their petals pulsing with light, and vines that twisted into intricate patterns, as if weaving spells into the very fabric of the forest. Eventually they arrived at a clearing, where the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and a gentle stream wound its way through the trees. At the center of the clearing stood a towering sycamore, its bark etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. This is the tree of whispers, said the fox. Speak your heart's desire to it, and it will show you the way forward. Mara approached the tree, feeling a sense of awe and reverence. She placed her hands on its bark and closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to flow freely. I seek the lantern of Luminara, she breathed. I wish to discover my true path and purpose. The tree seemed to hum with energy, and Mara felt a warmth spread through her fingertips. She opened her eyes to see a trail of shimmering light extending from the base of the tree, leading deeper into the forest. Follow the light, the fox instructed. It will guide you to the lantern, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination. With a grateful nod, Mara thanked the fox and set off along the glowing path. As she walked, she felt a sense of peace and clarity, as if the forest itself was embracing her, encouraging her forward. The path led her to a hidden grove, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and the sound of tinkling bells. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal, upon which rested the lantern of Luminara. It was a beautiful artifact, crafted from silver vines entwined with luminescent crystals, its light flickering softly like the glow of fireflies. As Mara approached the lantern, she felt a surge of emotion, an overwhelming sense of wonder and gratitude. She reached out and touched the lantern, and its light flared brightly, enveloping her in a warm golden glow. In that moment, Mara saw visions of her future unfold before her eyes. She saw herself traveling beyond Elderglen, exploring new lands, and sharing the stories of her adventures. She saw friendships forged and challenges overcome, each experience shaping her into the person she was meant to become. With the lantern's guidance, Mara understood that her journey was not just about finding the lantern, but about discovering her own strength and purpose. She realized that the answers she sought were already within her, waiting to be illuminated by the light of her own heart. With newfound clarity, Mara returned to Elderglen, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She shared her story with the villagers, inspiring them to seek their own truths and embrace the magic that lay within their lives. And so, the tale of Mara and the Lantern of Luminara became a cherished legend in Elderglen, a reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover the light within ourselves. As Mara sat by the fire that evening, surrounded by friends and family, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The stars twinkled above, and the whispering woods sang their gentle lullabies, cradling the village in a cocoon of warmth and wonder. Mara knew that her journey had only just begun, and she was ready to embrace whatever adventures lay ahead, guided always by the light of the Lantern of Luminara. Story 18. Once upon a time, in a realm where the whispering trees stood as silent sentinels and the babbling brooks sang nature's melodies, there lived a community of woodland creatures unlike any other. They were the guardians of the forest, tasked with preserving the delicate balance that harmonized every living thing within their verdant domain. Beneath the canopy of emerald leaves, a family of deer grazed upon the lush undergrowth, their gentle movements in sync with the rhythms of the forest. They were led by an old stag whose antlers bore the weight of countless seasons. His wise eyes had witnessed the ebb and flow of life, and he imparted ancient wisdom to the younger generation. "Listen to the language of the trees, my children," he would say, his voice a soothing rumble. "They speak of the cycles that govern our world, and we must heed their teachings if we are to thrive." As the seasons turned, the forest underwent a mesmerizing transformation. In spring, a tapestry of vibrant blossoms unfurled, their sweet fragrances carried upon the gentle zephyrs. The air was alive with the melodies of songbirds, welcoming the renewal of life that painted the woodland in a kaleidoscope of colors. Summer brought forth a lush canopy of verdant leaves, filtering the golden rays of the sun into patterns that danced upon the forest floor. Beneath the watchful gaze of the great oak, a family of squirrels scurried about, gathering acorns and nuts for the colder months ahead. Their chittering laughter echoed through the branches, a symphony of joy and contentment. Autumn's arrival was heralded by a symphony of crimson and amber hues, as the trees shed their vibrant cloaks in preparation for winter's slumber. It was a time of plenty, when the forest creatures busied themselves with stockpiling provisions and fortifying their homes against the chill that was to come. In the heart of the woodland, a small clearing was the site of an ancient ritual. As the first snowflakes drifted down from the leaden skies, the creatures gathered in reverence. The old stag stepped forth, his breath crystallizing in the frosty air, and called upon the spirits of the forest to bless them through the long winter. A hush fell over the glade as a shimmering veil of magic descended, cloaking the woodland in a gossamer embrace. The snowflakes danced and swirled, guided by an unseen force, weaving intricate patterns that glittered in the pale moonlight. It was a breathtaking display of nature's sublime power, a reminder that even in the depths of winter, life persisted, awaiting the first stirrings of spring's rebirth. As the seasons cycled endlessly, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. They knew that by respecting the delicate balance, they ensured the continued prosperity of their verdant realm. And so they passed down their wisdom from generation to generation, serving as stewards of the ancient woodland, forever bound to the ebb and flow of life itself. Story 19. In the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the trees stood as tall as mountains and as old as time itself, lay a hidden world teeming with life. This was a realm where nature and magic wove together in a delicate tapestry, unseen by human eyes and untouched by human hands. As dawn kissed the horizon with strokes of gentle pink and gold, a soft breeze whispered through the forest, carrying with it the scent of dew-drenched earth and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. The forest awoke with a symphony of sounds, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of hidden crickets, and the melodic songs of birds greeting the new day. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, a wise old hare named Bramble stirred from his slumber. His fur was a patchwork of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes, wise and gentle, held the knowledge of countless seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest creatures for his wisdom and kindness, always eager to share stories of the past and lessons learned from the cycles of nature. Today, Bramble had a special task. It was the vernal equinox, a day when the balance of light and dark was perfect, and the forest celebrated the return of spring. This was a magical time when the boundaries between the natural and supernatural thinned, allowing for wondrous phenomena to occur. As Bramble hopped out into the crisp morning air, he was joined by his dear friend, Willow, a lively squirrel with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Willow bounded from branch to branch, her tail flicking with excitement. "Good morning, Bramble," she chirped, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "Today's the day we welcome spring. Have you decided what story to share at the gathering?" Bramble chuckled, his laughter like the rustling of leaves. "Indeed I have, Willow. I'll tell the tale of the rainbow dewdrops, a story passed down through generations." Willow's eyes widened with delight. "Oh, I've heard of those. Dewdrops that shimmer with all the colors of the rainbow and bring life to the forest. Is it true they only appear on the equinox?" "Yes," Bramble nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "And their appearance is a reminder of harmony and balance, a lesson we can all learn from." Together, they made their way through the forest, their path lined with ferns unfurling in the warmth of the sun and wildflowers nodding gently in the breeze. The air was filled with the hum of bees and the distant call of a cuckoo, each sound a note in the song of spring. As they arrived at the clearing where the gathering was to be held, they were greeted by a host of forest dwellers. There was Fern, the graceful doe with eyes as soft as moonlight, and Moss, the thoughtful turtle whose shell was adorned with tiny lichen and moss, a testament to his age and wisdom. Even the elusive fox, Ember, made an appearance, her amber eyes gleaming with mischief and warmth. The clearing was alive with anticipation, and as the sun reached its zenith, the magical moment arrived. The forest held its breath as tiny dewdrops began to appear, suspended in the air like jewels. They sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow, casting a kaleidoscope of light that danced across the faces of the gathered creatures. In that moment, the forest was a place of pure enchantment, and Bramble began his tale. Long ago, when the world was still young, he started, his voice weaving through the air like a gentle stream. The seasons were in constant conflict, each vying for dominance over the land. It was a time of chaos, with winters that lasted too long and summers that scorched the earth. The creatures of the forest were troubled, for they knew that without balance, their home would wither and die. So they called upon the great spirit of the forest, a being of immense wisdom and power, to help restore harmony. The great spirit listened and devised a plan. It created the rainbow dewdrops, a magical gift bestowed upon the forest only on the day of perfect balance, the vernal equinox. These dewdrops held the power to harmonize the seasons and remind all creatures of the importance of balance in their lives. Bramble paused, his eyes meeting those of his friends, each one listening intently. And so it has been ever since. The rainbow dewdrops appear to remind us that just as the seasons must share the year, so too must we find balance in our lives and in our relationships with each other and the world around us. As Bramble finished his tale, the dewdrops continued to shimmer, casting their magical light. The creatures of the forest felt a deep sense of peace and understanding. They knew that the lesson of the rainbow dewdrops was not just about the changing of the seasons, but about living in harmony with each other and respecting the delicate balance of their home. The day passed in a joyful celebration of spring, filled with laughter, stories, and the simple pleasure of being together. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the creatures slowly made their way back to their homes, their hearts full of the wisdom shared that day. Bramble and Willow lingered a little longer, watching as the last light of the sun slipped beneath the horizon. The world was wrapped in a soft twilight, the air cool and fragrant with the promise of new beginnings. "Thank you, Bramble," Willow said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of their friendship. "Your stories always remind me of what's truly important." Bramble smiled, his heart full. "And thank you, Willow, for sharing this day with me. Remember, the magic of the rainbow dewdrops is always there, even if we can't see it." With that, they turned toward home, the path softly illuminated by the glow of fireflies. The forest, once again quiet and serene, held its secrets close, cradled in the gentle embrace of the night. As the creatures of the whispering woods drifted off to sleep, the world turned in its endless dance, and the cycle of life continued, guided by the unseen magic of balance and harmony. Story 20. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced to the tune of the wind and the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was a young woman with eyes that mirrored the serene depths of a moonlit pond and hair the color of freshly harvested wheat. Despite her outward tranquility, Leora carried within her a heart that trembled with uncertainty, for change was a shadow that loomed over her every step. Leora's village was a place where the old met the new in a delicate balance, where the cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers, and the air was always scented with the promise of rain. But Leora found herself at a crossroads. The village was slowly embracing modern ways, and the traditions she held dear seemed to be slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. Her grandmother, Anwen, a wise woman with a smile that could light up the darkest night, often spoke of the magic that filled the woods. "Listen closely, my dear," she would say, her voice like a lullaby, "for the woods speak the language of the heart, and they will guide you if you let them." One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, Leora decided to take a walk into the whispering woods. The trees stood tall and majestic, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets of the earth. She followed a path she had never noticed before, a narrow trail that wound deeper into the heart of the forest. As she walked, the air grew cooler, wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Fireflies flitted about, their soft glow illuminating the path. Leora breathed in the earthy scent of moss and pine, feeling a sense of peace she hadn't known in a long while. Soon she came upon a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, yet radiating a gentle warmth. Leora was drawn to it, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. As she touched the bark, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, as if the tree were sharing its wisdom with her. "Do not fear change, child," a voice echoed in her mind, as soft as the rustling leaves. "For it is the breath of life, the pulse of existence." Startled, Leora stepped back, searching for the source of the voice. But there was only the tree, standing silently under the moonlit sky. She realized then that the voice was not external, but a reflection of her own thoughts, amplified by the magic of the woods. Emboldened by this revelation, Leora spent each evening in the clearing, sitting beneath the ancient tree, listening to the stories whispered by the wind. As the days turned into weeks, she began to notice subtle changes within herself. Her fear of the unknown began to melt away, replaced by a curiosity and a willingness to embrace the new. The villagers, too, sensed a transformation in Leora. Her presence became a beacon of calm amidst the changes sweeping through their lives. She shared with them the wisdom she gleaned from the forest, encouraging them to find beauty in both the old and the new, to see change as a dance rather than a battle. Supporting her journey were two dear friends, Aiden and Serafina. Aiden, with his infectious laughter and heart as vast as the open sky, had always been a source of joy for Leora. Serafina, with her quiet strength and keen understanding of the world, offered insights that helped Leora navigate her inner tumult. Together they formed a circle of support, each bringing their own magic to the friendship. One afternoon, as they sat by the river that wound through the village, Aiden shared a story of a caterpillar he had found in his garden. "I watched it for days," he said, his eyes twinkling with wonder, as it spun itself into a cocoon, seemingly lost to the world. But oh, the beauty that emerged when it finally broke free. It was as if the sky had lent it its colors. Leora smiled, understanding the metaphor. "Perhaps we're all like caterpillars," she mused, enclosed in our cocoons of fear and doubt, waiting for the right moment to transform. Serafina nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "And when we do," she added softly, "we not only change ourselves, but also the world around us." As the seasons turned, Leora found herself more at ease with the flow of life. The village, too, began to blossom in new ways, with its people embracing change while cherishing their roots. Leora's grandmother watched with pride, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge that her granddaughter had discovered the magic within herself. One evening, as Leora sat beneath the ancient tree, she realized that the forest had given her more than just solace. It had gifted her the courage to be herself, to trust in the journey of life. The fears that had once bound her were now threads of strength woven into the tapestry of her being. And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Leora learned that change was not something to be feared, but rather a magical transformation that mirrored the growth of the soul. With each passing day, she became more herself, a butterfly soaring through the endless sky, free and unafraid. As she made her way back to the village, the stars began to twinkle above, guiding her path with their celestial light. The warmth of the forest lingered in her heart, a reminder that she was never truly alone, and that magic was always within reach, waiting to illuminate the way. And in the quietude of the village where the past met the present in a harmonious dance, Leora found her place. Not as someone caught between worlds, but as a bridge that connected them, bringing together the beauty of what was and what could be. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle roll of emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, was surrounded by a secret so old that even the oldest of the elders could only speak of it in hushed tones. They called it the Whispering Glade, a hidden world within the very heart of the forest that bordered their homes. It was said that the glade held a magical object, an ancient amulet known as the Heartstone, which possessed the power to heal wounds and mend broken hearts. The protagonist of our story, a young girl named Amira, lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of Willowbrook. Amira was known in the village for her kind heart and bright spirit. She had a love for the forest that surrounded their village, spending her days weaving garlands of wildflowers and listening to the birds converse in their melodic language. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Amira set off on a journey that she had long dreamed of. Her grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had told her tales of the whispering glade and the heartstone. Curiosity and a sense of destiny tugged at Amira, compelling her to find this hidden world. With a woven basket filled with freshly baked bread and a small skein of water, Amira entered the forest. The path was familiar, framed by the towering trees that seemed to lean in, whispering secrets of the past. The air was filled with the crisp scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, a fragrant symphony that guided her deeper into the woods. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that danced with the wind, Amira came upon a clearing she had never seen before. The air here was different, tinged with a soft glow that seemed to emanate from the very ground. She knew, deep in her heart, that she had found the entrance to the whispering glade. The glade was a realm of wonder. The ground was carpeted with soft moss, and the trees here were unlike any she had seen, tall and majestic, their bark shimmering with hues of silver and gold. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals sparkling like gems under the soft glow of the twilight. In the center of the glade stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the sky as if embracing the heavens. This was the heartwood tree, and nestled among its roots was the heartstone, pulsating gently with a light that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the earth itself. Amira approached the heartwood tree with reverence, her footsteps soft upon the moss. As she reached out to touch the heartstone, a gentle breeze rustled through the glade, carrying with it a voice as gentle as the summer rain. "Welcome, dear child," the voice murmured. "You have journeyed far to find me." Startled yet comforted by the voice, Amira replied, "I seek the heartstone, to learn its wisdom, and to bring hope to those I love." The voice, which seemed to flow from the heartwood tree itself, chuckled softly. "The heartstone's magic is not easily given, young one. It must be earned through understanding and friendship. Are you willing to embark on this journey?" Amira nodded, her heart filled with determination. "I am ready." Thus began Amira's journey within the whispering glade, a journey of learning and transformation. Over the days that followed, she met the inhabitants of this magical realm, gentle creatures who spoke in riddles and taught her the ancient ways of the forest. There was Nyla, the wise owl with feathers of silver, who guided Amira through the mysteries of the night sky and the secrets held within the stars. With Nyla, Amira learned to listen, truly listen, to the world around her. Then there was Fenwick, a jovial fox with a coat that glimmered like autumn leaves. Fenwick taught Amira the art of laughter and the joy of living in the moment. Through his playful antics, Amira discovered the importance of joy and the healing power of laughter. Lastly, there was Elior, the gentle deer with eyes the color of the forest in spring. Elior showed Amira the strength found in kindness and the courage needed to follow one's heart. Under his guidance, Amira realized that true strength lay not in force but in compassion. As the days turned into weeks, Amira found herself changed. She had become a part of the whispering glade, her spirit intertwined with the magic of the land. But she knew her journey was nearing its end, and it was time to return to Willowbrook with the wisdom she had gained. On the eve of her departure, Amira stood once more before the heartwood tree. The heartstone glowed warmly, as if acknowledging her growth. "You have learned well, Amira," the voice of the glade whispered. "The heartstone's magic is yours, but remember, its true power lies not in the stone itself, but in the heart that wields it." With a gentle touch, Amira lifted the heartstone from its resting place. Its light enveloped her, filling her with a warmth that resonated with the love and friendship she had found. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the forest seemed to part before her, a path illuminated by the glow of the heartstone. The villagers who had been anxiously awaiting her return gathered to welcome her home. Amira shared her tales of the whispering glade and the friends she had made. With the Heartstone, she healed wounds and mended broken hearts. But more importantly, she taught the villagers the lessons she had learned, of kindness, joy, and the strength of a compassionate heart. The Heartstone, once a legend, became a symbol of hope and unity for Willowbrook. And Amira, with her newfound wisdom, became a beacon of light for her village, reminding all that true magic lies not in objects, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, in the gentle glow of the Heartstone, Willowbrook thrived, nestled between the whispering pines and the emerald hills, forever touched by the magic of the whispering glade. As the years passed, Amira continued to share the stories of her journey, her eyes twinkling with the same starry light as her grandmother's. She became the storyteller of Willowbrook, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom by the fireside, her voice a soothing melody that lulled the village children to sleep. The villagers cherished these stories, for they were not just tales of adventure, but of the simple truths that lay at the heart of their lives. Amira spoke of the stars and the mysteries they held, reminding the listeners that even in the darkest night, there is always light to be found. She recounted Fenwick's playful antics, encouraging her friends to find joy in the little things and to embrace laughter as a healing balm for the soul. The villagers learned to cherish each moment, to dance in the rain and sing with the birds, their hearts lightened by the joy of living. Through Elior's teachings, Amira instilled in the villagers the importance of kindness and compassion. They learned to see strength in gentleness and courage in vulnerability, understanding that it was these qualities that truly bound their community together. Whenever a dispute arose or a heart was heavy with burden, Amira would gather the villagers beneath the great oak tree in the center of the village. There, in the dappled shade, she would tell her stories once more, the Heartstone resting gently in her hands, its light a reminder of the glade's enduring magic. The children of Willowbrook, wide-eyed and full of wonder, would gather close, their imaginations alight with visions of talking animals and hidden worlds. They dreamed of their own adventures, inspired by Amira's journey and the possibilities that lay just beyond the forest's edge. As the seasons turned and the years rolled by, the village of Willowbrook flourished, its people bound by the lessons of the Whispering Glade. The bonds of friendship grew stronger, and the village became a haven of warmth and kindness, a place where hearts were open and spirits free. Amira, now wise and gentle, watched over her village with a heart full of love. She had found her purpose, not just in the magic of the Heartstone, but in the magic of the lives she touched. Her journey had transformed her, and in turn, she transformed Willowbrook into a place where dreams were nurtured and hope was never lost. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle rustle of the whispering pines, Amira's stories continued to weave their magic. They were tales of wonder and wisdom, of friendship and courage, forever echoing in the hearts of the villagers and the winds that whispered through the glade. In the end, the true magic of the Heartstone was revealed not in its light, but in the lives it illuminated. And Amira, with her heart full of the lessons learned in the Whispering Glade, became the heart of Willowbrook, a living testament to the power of love, friendship, and the enduring magic of a story well told. And so, as the sun set beyond the emerald hills, casting a warm glow over the village, the people of Willowbrook gathered once more by the fireside. They listened to Amira's soothing voice, their hearts at peace, lulled by the comforting embrace of a tale that would live on forever in their memories and in the gentle whispers of the glade. And thus the story of Amira and the Heartstone came to a close, a beautiful chapter in the timeless tapestry of Willowbrook, where magic and love intertwined, creating a legacy that would be cherished for generations to come. Story 22. In the heart of a land where the air always seemed to carry a hint of honeyed warmth, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its lush gardens, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors and a delicate fragrance wafted through the cobblestone streets. It was a place where every home had a window box brimming with herbs, and where the laughter of children mingled with the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze. In this village there lived a young girl named Lyra. She was as curious as a fox, and as gentle-hearted as the morning sun. Her dark hair danced like the shadows of leaves on a sunny day, and her eyes were the color of the deep lake, filled with curiosity and kindness. Lyra loved puzzles and mysteries, and in Willowbrook she found a small one every day. One late autumn's evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of amber and rose, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's prized apple tree, which stood proudly at the center of the village square, started to glow with a soft silvery light. This was no ordinary tree, for it was said to be planted by the first settlers of Willowbrook and had always provided the sweetest apples in the realm. The villagers gathered around the tree, whispering in awe, their breath visible in the cool evening air. They noticed something else curious. The apples, usually a bright, cheerful red, were turning a mysterious shade of blue. The villagers, though intrigued, were also worried. What if the apples were no longer safe to eat? And why was this happening now, after so many years? Lyra, with her heart full of adventure, decided to find out the truth. She approached the village elder, a kindly woman named Mara, who was known for her wisdom and stories as old as the hills themselves. Mara sat by her door, wrapped in a shawl that seemed to be woven from the twilight itself, her eyes twinkling under the glow of the tree. "Elder Mara," Lyra asked, her voice soft yet determined, "what do you think is happening to our beloved tree?" Mara smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. "Ah, dear Lyra, the world is full of wonders. Sometimes it takes a keen eye and a gentle heart to unravel them. I suspect there is magic afoot, but not all magic is easily understood." Encouraged by Mara's words, Lyra decided to investigate further. She returned home, where her mother had prepared a warm bowl of herb-infused stew, filling the house with a comforting aroma. As Lyra ate, she pondered over the glowing tree and the blue apples. After dinner, Lyra donned her warmest cloak and set out into the crisp night. The village was quiet, the only sound being the soft crunch of leaves under her boots. She walked towards the forest that bordered the village, where she often found solace and inspiration. The forest was alive with the whispers of the night. Owls hooted softly from their perches, and the stars peeked through the canopy like curious eyes. As Lyra made her way deeper into the woods, she felt a gentle tug at her cloak. She turned to find a small creature with fur as soft as thistledown and eyes that glimmered like dewdrops. "Hello there," Lyra greeted, crouching down to the creature's level. "Do you know anything about the strange happenings in our village?" The creature, a woodland sprite named Thistle, nodded eagerly. "There is magic in the air," Thistle said in a voice as light as a breeze. "But it is a magic that seeks to be understood, not feared. Come, follow me." Lyra followed Thistle through the winding paths of the forest, the moonlight guiding their way. They arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At the base of the oak was a circle of mushrooms, glowing faintly with the same silvery light as the apple tree. "This is where the magic begins," Thistle explained. "The mushrooms are the guardians of the forest's secrets. They have seen many things and can tell many tales." Lyra knelt beside the mushrooms, their glow illuminating her thoughtful face. She reached out gently, feeling the cool earth beneath her fingers. "What can you tell me?" she whispered, not really expecting an answer. To her surprise, the air shimmered slightly, and a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves, spoke. "We have seen the change in the apple tree, a reflection of the harmony of the seasons. The blue apples are a gift, a reminder of the balance in nature. They hold the wisdom of the ages, waiting for those who are willing to seek it." Lyra listened intently, her heart swelling with wonder. "But why now?" she asked. "Why after so many years?" "The world speaks in cycles," the voice replied. "Sometimes it needs to remind its children of the beauty and power of change. This is a time for reflection and understanding." Thanking the mushrooms for their guidance, Lyra returned to the village, her mind spinning with ideas and possibilities. She shared her findings with Elder Mara, who smiled warmly, her eyes filled with pride. "You see, Lyra," Mara said, "the world speaks to those who listen. The blue apples are indeed a gift. They remind us of the beauty in change and the wisdom that comes from embracing it." The villagers, reassured by Lyra's discoveries and Elder Mara's wisdom, decided to try the blue apples. They found them to be sweeter than any they had ever tasted. with a hint of a mysterious flavor that seemed to linger like a cherished memory. As the days turned into weeks, the glowing apple tree became a symbol of unity and understanding in Willowbrook. It reminded everyone that sometimes the answers to life's mysteries lie not in fearing the unknown, but in seeking to understand it with an open heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the starry sky, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the night. Lyra, her heart full of newfound wisdom and wonder, dreamed of the adventures yet to come, knowing that the world was a magical place, waiting to be explored. Story 23. In the gentle embrace of a twilight sky, where the sun melted into the horizon with hues of lavender and gold, a quaint little village nestled among rolling emerald hills began to glow with the warmth of evening lanterns. This village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to dance slowly, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs and the distant hum of a babbling brook. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl with eyes as bright as the morning dew and hair that shimmered like spun gold. Her name was Lila. Lila was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as a hearth fire. She spent her days exploring the meadows and woods, befriending every creature she encountered, from the tiniest ladybug to the grandest oak tree. One day, while wandering along her favorite path, Lila noticed something she had never seen before, a narrow, winding trail that seemed to beckon her with the promise of mystery and adventure. The trail was lined with ancient trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and tiny flowers that glowed faintly in the dim light, as if they had captured the stars themselves. Filled with a sense of wonder, Lila took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. With each step, the world around her transformed. The air grew cooler and carried the sweet aroma of jasmine, while the soft crunch of leaves underfoot became a melody of its own. The path led her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, unlike any Lila had ever seen. Its bark was a shimmering silver, and its branches stretched out like welcoming arms. From its boughs hung hundreds of glowing orbs, each one pulsing gently with a soft, golden light. As Lila approached, she realized these were not mere lights, but tiny, luminescent creatures with delicate wings. "Welcome, Lila," a gentle voice chimed from the tree, soft as a lullaby. A figure emerged from the shadows, a graceful deer with antlers woven with vines and blossoms. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom and kindness. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice a hushed whisper in the serene stillness. "I am the guardian of the glade," the deer replied with a nod. "This is the Enchanted Glade, a place known only to those who seek it with an open heart and a curious spirit." Lila's heart swelled with joy and a touch of pride. "What is the purpose of this place?" she inquired, her mind swirling with questions. "The glade offers solace and guidance to those who wander," said the guardian. "It is a place where courage is recognized and the virtues of exploration are rewarded. Each visitor learns something different about themselves." Lila felt a warm glow within her chest, a feeling of being understood and accepted. As she sat beneath the great tree, the tiny creatures fluttered around her, leaving trails of golden sparkles in the air. One of them landed gently on her open palm, its wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "Will you share your light with us, dear Lila?" the guardian asked. Without hesitation, Lila nodded. "I will," she said, her voice filled with determination. "I want to understand the wonders of this world and share them with others." As if in response to her words, the glade came alive with a symphony of gentle sounds, the rustle of leaves, the soft chirping of crickets, and the distant call of an owl. The tiny creatures began to dance in a joyful spiral, their lights merging into a single, radiant glow that enveloped Lila in warmth and love. In that moment, Lila realized that true courage lay not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to embrace the unknown with an open heart. She felt a newfound strength within her, a certainty that she could face any challenge that lay ahead. The guardian watched her with a serene smile. "Remember, Lila, the world is vast and full of mysteries. Let your curiosity be your guide, and your kindness will light the way." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with shades of pink and orange, Lila knew it was time to return home. She thanked the guardian and the luminescent creatures, promising to return one day with tales of her own adventures. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Leela retraced her steps along the path. The morning dew kissed her feet, and the fragrant breeze whispered encouragement in her ears. As she emerged from the woods, the familiar sight of Willowbrook greeted her, bathed in the soft light of the new day. From that day forward, Lila carried the lessons of the enchanted glade with her. She shared her stories with her friends and family, inspiring them to explore the world with open hearts and curious minds. And every now and then, when the moon was full and the night was still, she would venture back to the glade, where her courage and kindness were always welcome. And so, under the starlit sky, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound together by the light of friendship and the magic of exploration. And Lila, with her heart full of wonder, knew that her journey had just begun. Story 24. Once upon a time, in a cozy woodland village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, strange occurrences began to unfold. The first sign of trouble came when Mrs. Buttermilk, the kindly baker, awoke to find her kitchen in disarray, pots and pans scattered about, flour coating every surface. Yet the doors and windows remained securely locked from the inside. The very next morning, Old Gnarly, the pumpkin farmer, discovered that all his prize-winning pumpkins had mysteriously vanished, leaving behind nothing but hollow stems and vines. Baffled, the villagers gathered to discuss these odd events over warm mugs of cider. That's when little Willow, the curious daughter of the woodcarver, piped up. "I think I know who's behind this mischief," she announced. The others turned to her with raised eyebrows. "Last night, I was sitting by my window watching the fireflies dance when I spotted tiny glowing footprints appear in the vegetable garden. They seemed to be leading into the forest." A collective gasp went through the crowd. Everyone knew those telltale footprints could only belong to one mythical creature, a forest sprite. Impish but harmless, sprites were known for their whimsical pranks and propensity for chaos. Still, they had never dared to meddle in the villagers' affairs before. Determined to solve this mystery, Willow sought out Hazelwood, the wise old oak tree said to be the guardian of the forest. "Please, Hazelwood, you must help us find the sprite and put an end to this peculiar disturbance," she pleaded, resting her small hand on the gnarled bark. A warm breeze rustled through Hazelwood's mighty branches as a kind voice spoke. "I shall send word to my friends, the forest critters, to keep watchful eyes peeled. Fear not, young Willow. Together we shall uncover the truth." Over the next few nights, Willow and the village children set out platters of wildflower honey and sweet berries in the hopes of luring the mischievous sprite, and each morning they awoke to more peculiarities. Tufts of brightly colored feathers strewn across Mrs. Milkweed's flower bed, several of old hickory the carpenter's tools found scattered deep in the woods. It seemed the sprite's antics were only growing bolder by the day. Just when the villagers began to lose hope, a tiny glimmer of light came flickering into view one moonlit eve. It was Glow, a faithful firefly friend, with an urgent message. "Hazelwood says I am to lead you all into the forest glen at once. We found something most curious indeed." Willow gathered the others, and together they tiptoed in a hushed line, guided by Glow's celestial light. There, in a small sunlit clearing, sat the unlikely culprit, a tiny sprite no bigger than a hen's egg, perched upon a toadstool and surrounded by the missing pumpkins, pots, pans, and tools. But it wasn't alone. Dozens of woodland sprites emerged from beneath leaves and flower petals, their faces filled with concern. The littlest one spoke in a voice reminiscent of jingling bells. "Please don't be cross with us," it said softly. "We've been trying to get your attention, for a terrible blight has befallen our home in the ancient weave woods. Foul vines have been strangling the trees and poisoning our forest haven." With eyes wide, Willow suddenly understood. The sprite's pranks were their way of sending a cry for help. Without the wisdom of kind Hazelwood and the villagers' aid, their home would surely perish. And so it was that the villagers vowed to assist their woodland friends. Over the days that followed, they carefully cleared away the wicked bramble vines and nursed the weavewoods back to health, guided by Hazelwood's teachings. In return, the grateful sprites vowed to cease their mischievous ways, save for the occasional harmless jest. From that day on, a deep bond was forged between the cozy village and the whimsical sprites. Whenever strange happenings would occur, Willow and her forest friends would pool their courage and cleverness to solve the riddle. And on quiet evenings, if one was to sit beneath old hazelwood's sheltering boughs, one could sometimes spy glimmers of ethereal light flickering amidst the wildflowers, the sprites frolicking and dancing in celebration of the resolute friendship that had blossomed between their two wondrous worlds. Story 25. In a world where the whispers of the wind carried ancient tales, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. This was the land of the verdant vale, where the trees towered like gentle giants, shimmering with hues of emerald and gold, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth. Here, the natural creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the forest keepers, the wise and revered elder trees. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows in the forest, a soft glow began to spread from the heart of the woods. This was the time of the sylvan glow, a magical phenomenon that occurred only during the transition of seasons. It was a time when the forest's magic was at its peak, and all creatures gathered to celebrate the delicate balance of nature. Among the creatures of the verdant vale was a gentle deer named Leora, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Her coat was a soft, tawny brown, flecked with spots that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Leora had always felt a deep connection to the forest and its rhythms, and she often wondered about the magic that bound them all together. One evening, as the forest prepared for the sylvan glow, Leora was approached by an ancient owl named Orin. His feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. Orin had seen many things in his long life, and he had chosen Leora for a special task. "Leora, dear one," Orin hooted softly, his voice blending with the rustle of leaves. "The balance of our home is delicate, yet it holds a secret that must be understood by all who dwell here. The time has come for you to learn the song of the seasons." Perched on a low branch, Orin explained that the Song of the Seasons was an ancient melody known only to the forest's oldest inhabitants. It was a song that told the story of life's cycles, of growth and rest, of light and shadow, and it was sung by the wind, the water, and the very earth beneath their feet. Guided by Orin, Leora embarked on a journey to learn this song. Her path led her through the moss-covered trails, past babbling brooks that sparkled under the moon's gentle gaze, and into the heart of the forest where the elder trees stood. These trees were ancient beyond measure, their trunks wide and gnarled, their branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Leora approached, the elder trees began to hum a deep, resonant melody. It was a sound that resonated within her, awakening a sense of belonging and peace. With each note, she felt the presence of the forest's spirit, the interconnectedness of all living things. Orin guided her to the base of the oldest tree, where the roots formed a natural seat, and there she listened intently. The Song of the Elder Trees was a gentle reminder of the wisdom and harmony that had nurtured the forest for generations. It spoke of the importance of balance, of giving and receiving, and of the need to protect the fragile beauty of their world. As the sylvan glow enveloped the forest, Leora felt the power of the song coursing through her. She understood now that every creature, every plant, and every stone was part of a greater whole. It was a lesson of unity, of living in harmony with the world around her. When the last notes of the song faded into the night, Leora felt a warmth within her heart, a gift from the forest, a reminder of her place within its embrace. She turned to Orin, who watched her with a knowing gaze. "You have learned well, Leora," he said, his voice a gentle breeze. "Remember this song, and share its wisdom with others. It is through understanding and friendship that we shall keep the balance of our home." With a grateful heart, Leora promised to honor the song and to carry its message to all corners of the verdant vale. As the night deepened, she joined the other creatures in a joyous celebration, their voices rising in harmony with the whispering leaves and the gentle murmur of the brook. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder trees and the shimmering sylvan glow, the forest thrived, its harmony preserved by the friendship and wisdom of its gentle inhabitants. Leora knew that as long as they remembered the Song of the Seasons, the beauty and balance of the land of the verdant vale would endure, a peaceful haven for generations to come. In the quiet hours of the night, as the stars twinkled above and the forest settled into a serene slumber, Leora stood among her friends, feeling the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her hooves. She closed her eyes, letting the tranquility of the moment wash over her, and whispered a silent promise to the forest, a promise of guardianship, of love, and of an eternal bond with the natural world. Story 26. The Whispering Woods and the Luminescent Locket. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of a sprawling forest, beneath a sky where the stars seemed to dance with stories untold, lay a secret known to only a few. This village, with its cobblestone streets and cottages draped in ivy, was the gateway to the Whispering Woods, a place where magic lingered like the sweet scent of honeysuckle on a warm summer breeze. At the heart of this village stood a small cottage, its windows glowing with the soft light of candle flames flickering against the wooden walls. Inside the cozy abode lived an elderly woman named Marin, known far and wide for her gentle smile and warm, welcoming hearth. Her hair, silver as moonlight, flowed down her back in a braid as thick as the mysteries she kept. Marin was the village storyteller, a keeper of tales woven from the threads of ancient folklore and whispered secrets of the woods. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves of amber and gold danced in the wind, Marin sat in her rocking chair by the fire, her voice weaving another tale for the village children gathered at her feet. The fire crackled softly, casting shadows that waltzed across the walls, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of cinnamon and cloves from the simmering cider on the hearth. Among the children was a boy with eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of unasked questions. His name was Finn, a curious soul who found wonder in the smallest things, from the way the raindrops pattered on the roof to the secrets the stars whispered at night. Finn was new to the village, having arrived with his family only a fortnight ago, but already the stories of the Whispering Woods had captured his imagination. Marin's voice, like a gentle stream, flowed through the room as she told the tale of the luminescent locket, an ancient artifact said to hold the power to see into the hidden world within the woods. It was a locket of purest silver, etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change like the forest itself. Legends spoke of its ability to reveal what was unseen to the ordinary eye, a treasure that could guide the lost and heal the broken-hearted. As she spoke, Marin's eyes met Finn's, and she saw the spark of curiosity alight within him. "Remember, dear ones," she said softly, "not all magic is meant to be found, but sometimes it finds those who need it the most." That night, as the children returned to their homes and the village settled into a quiet slumber, Finn lay awake, the story of the luminescent locket weaving through his dreams. He wondered if the locket was real, and if so, what wonders it might reveal. The thought wrapped around his mind like a warm blanket, lulling him into a peaceful sleep. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sun casting golden rays over the village. Finn, unable to shake off the allure of Marin's story, decided to venture into the Whispering Woods. He packed a small satchel with an apple, a slice of bread, and a flask of water, and set off with a heart full of hope and adventure. The path into the woods was lined with towering trees, whose leaves whispered secrets in the breeze. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. As Finn walked deeper into the forest, he marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the branches, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Hours passed in a blur of wonder and exploration, and Finn soon found himself in a part of the woods he hadn't seen before. It was a clearing, bathed in soft, dappled light, with a small stream gurgling nearby. As he knelt by the water's edge to refill his flask, something caught his eye, a glimmer beneath the surface, like a star fallen from the heavens. Reaching into the cool, clear water, Finn's fingers closed around a small object. As he drew it out, he realized with a gasp that he was holding the luminescent locket, its silver surface shimmering in the sunlight. The intricate patterns etched into the metal seemed to shift and dance, just as Marin had described. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He wondered what the locket might reveal and if he was ready to uncover the mysteries of the hidden world. With a deep breath, he opened the locket, and a soft, warm light spilled forth, enveloping him in its gentle glow. The world around him seemed to transform, the colors becoming more vibrant, as if the forest were alive with magic. He saw creatures he had never imagined, tiny winged beings flitting among the flowers, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and woodland animals with eyes full of wisdom and kindness. The trees seemed to hum with life, their branches swaying in an unseen rhythm, and the air was filled with a melody, both ancient and new. As he wandered through this enchanted world, Finn felt a sense of peace and belonging he had never known. The forest, with its vibrant life and gentle whispers, welcomed him like an old friend. He realized that the magic of the locket was not just in what it revealed, but in how it opened his heart to the wonders of the world around him. Hours passed like moments, and as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Finn knew it was time to return to the village. With the locket nestled safely in his pocket, he made his way back, the path now familiar and welcoming. When he arrived home, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening, and Marin's cottage beckoned with its open door and inviting hearth. He hurried inside, eager to share his discovery with the wise storyteller. Marin listened with a knowing smile as Finn recounted his adventure, the locket resting in his palm, its light dimmed but still warm. "Ah, you have found your way to the heart of the woods," she said softly, her eyes twinkling with a secret joy. "The locket is a gift, a reminder that the world is full of wonders, if only we choose to see them." Finn nodded, understanding now that the true magic lay not in the locket itself, but in the journey it had taken him on, and the way it had opened his eyes to the beauty that surrounded him. He had found friendship in the most unexpected places and learned that sometimes the greatest treasures are those that cannot be seen, but felt with the heart. As the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, and the stars began their nightly dance in the sky, Finn knew that he had discovered something far more precious than the luminescent locket. He had found his place in a world filled with magic and wonder, where friendship and kindness lit the way, even in the darkest of times. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and dreams of new adventures, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, the gentle whispers of the woods lulling him into a world where anything was possible, and magic was as real as the love and friendship that surrounded him. Story 27. In the dim glow of the celestial twilight, where the azure sky of planet Luminara met the deep indigo of night, two beings stood at the edge of the forest of whispers, their paths intertwined by fate. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures, creating a symphony that echoed softly through the air. It was here that Zyra, a gentle creature from the planet Verdantia, and Orin, a curious traveler from the metallic world of Teclaron, found themselves sharing an unexpected journey. Zyra was a being of light and foliage, her skin a vibrant green with patterns that shimmered like sunlight filtering through leaves. Her eyes, wide and expressive, reflected the colors of the forest, ever changing with the time of day. Zyra had come to the Forest of Whispers seeking solace and answers, her heart heavy with the weight of her own world's troubles. Orin, on the other hand, was composed of sleek, silvery alloys, his form angular yet fluid, designed for efficiency and exploration. His eyes glowed with a gentle blue luminescence, revealing his technological origins. Orin had traveled far across the galaxies, driven by an insatiable curiosity to understand the organic worlds that thrived in the universe. Their meeting was unexpected. Zyra had been tending to a wounded sapling, whispering words of encouragement to help it heal, when Orin's shadow fell across her. Startled, she turned to face him, her leaves rustling with a hint of unease. Orin, equally surprised, paused in his stride, his internal systems rapidly scanning the unfamiliar life form before him. "Greetings," Orin began, his voice a harmonious blend of synthesized tones, gentle yet curious. "I am Orin, traveler of distant stars. I mean no harm." Zyra studied him for a moment, her initial apprehension melting away under the sincerity of his words. "I am Zyra," she replied, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves around them. "Guardian of this forest. What brings you here, Orin of Teclaron?" "I seek understanding," Orin answered, his gaze sweeping the vibrant landscape. My world is one of metal and circuits. I wish to learn of life that blooms and grows. Their initial encounter was marked by misunderstandings. Zyra, attuned to the rhythms of nature, found Oren's mechanical presence jarring. His movements, though fluid, were precise and deliberate, lacking the organic flow she was accustomed to. Oren, in turn, struggled to comprehend Zyra's connection to the forest, her ability to communicate with the living flora around them. Yet, as they ventured deeper into the forest, their differences became the seeds of a budding friendship. Zyra shared the stories of her world, of the great Verdantian elders who whispered wisdom through the leaves, while Oren recounted tales of his mechanical kin, their journeys through the vast reaches of space. As night fell, a challenge arose. The forest, though beautiful, was not without its dangers. A sudden storm swept through, the winds howling fiercely, threatening to uproot the very trees Zyra cherished. Oren, though unfamiliar with such weather, instinctively shielded Zyra with his metallic frame, his systems adjusting to brace against the gale. "Thank you, Oren," Zyra whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm. "Together, we can withstand this." In that moment, a profound understanding blossomed between them. Oren, designed to explore and endure, discovered the warmth of companionship in Zyra's gratitude. Zyra, accustomed to nurturing life, found strength and resilience in Oren's unwavering support. As the storm subsided, leaving the forest glistening under a blanket of stars, Zyra and Oren shared a moment of reflection. The misunderstandings of their first meeting had given way to a deeper connection, forged through shared challenges and mutual respect. In the coming days, they explored the forest together, Zyra teaching Oren the language of the leaves, while Oren shared his knowledge of the stars and galaxies. They learned to appreciate each other's unique perspectives, finding joy in their differences rather than division. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of a setting sun, Oren turned to Zyra, his eyes glowing softly. "I have traveled far and seen many wonders, but none as remarkable as the friendship we have found." Zyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the golden hues of the twilight. "In you I have found a companion who listens and learns, who embraces the unknown with open arms. Our friendship is a bridge between worlds, a testament to understanding and growth." As night descended once more, Zyra and Oren sat side by side, the warmth of their companionship wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. The forest sang its gentle lullaby, the stars twinkling above as if in celebration of their newfound bond. In the heart of the forest of whispers, under a sky full of possibilities, Zyra and Oren had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended planets and species, a promise of unity in a universe vast and infinite. Their story, a gentle reminder that through understanding and kindness, even the most unlikely companions can find harmony and joy. Story 28. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees stood like timeless sentinels, veiled in moss and mystery, there was a place where sunlight wove through the leaves in golden threads, casting gentle patterns on the forest floor. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the whisper of the breeze that carried tales older than time itself. In this serene sanctuary, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the marks of countless years. Thistle was known throughout the forest for his deep understanding of the land and the secrets it held. His eyes, bright with the wisdom of ages, could see beyond the ordinary into the magic that pulsed beneath the earth. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was adorned in a tapestry of amber and crimson leaves, Thistle felt a stirring in the air, a whisper of change that danced on the wind. He knew the signs well. It was the time of the Great Convergence, a rare phenomenon that occurred once every 100 years when the forest's magic was at its strongest. During this time, the veil between the natural and the magical world thinned, allowing creatures to commune with the spirits of the forest. Thistle gathered his closest friends, Fern, the gentle deer with eyes like liquid brown pools, and Pippin, the lively squirrel with a heart as big as his curiosity. Together, they set out to find the heart of the forest, a sacred glade where the magic of the convergence was said to be most potent. As they journeyed, the forest came alive around them. The rustling leaves sang a chorus of ancient songs, and the babbling brook played a melody that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. The air was crisp, tinged with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the promise of rain. "Remember," Thistle advised, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the forest speaks in whispers. We must listen with our hearts as much as with our ears." Fern nodded, her gentle gaze sweeping over the path ahead, while Pippin scampered up the trees, his bushy tail flicking with excitement as he chattered about the wonders they might see. As they neared the heart of the forest, the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. The glade was a circle of ancient oaks, their branches intertwined to form a natural cathedral. In the center, a crystal-clear spring bubbled softly, its waters reflecting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. Gathering around the spring, Thistle, Fern, and Pippin felt the pulse of the forest's magic envelop them. It was a sensation both humbling and exhilarating, like standing at the edge of the universe and feeling its infinite possibilities. In the quiet that followed, the spirits of the forest began to appear, wisps of light and shadow that danced in the air, their voices a melody of wind and water. They spoke of the balance that must be maintained between all living things and the importance of respecting the natural world. "The forest thrives on harmony," the spirits intoned, their voices blending like a gentle breeze through the trees. "Each creature, each leaf, each drop of rain has a role to play." Thistle, Fern, and Pippin listened intently, their hearts swelling with the knowledge and responsibility that had been entrusted to them. They understood that they were not merely inhabitants of the forest, but its stewards, tasked with preserving its beauty and magic for future generations. As the convergence reached its zenith, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a benediction that nourished the earth and cleansed the air. The forest seemed to sigh with relief, its spirit renewed. With the magic of the convergence fading, Thistle, Fern, and Pippin began their journey home, their hearts alight with the wisdom they had gained. The forest, now quiet and serene, embraced them with a warmth that spoke of gratitude and love. And so, as the seasons changed and the years turned, the lessons of that day were passed down through stories and songs, carried on the wind and whispered by the trees. The creatures of the verdant wood forest continued to live in harmony, each one a guardian of the magic that pulsed through their world. In this way, the balance was maintained, and the forest thrived, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom and friendship. As evening fell, the stars emerged one by one, their light a gentle reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always a way forward, guided by the bonds we share and the magic we hold within. Story 29. In the whispering twilight of the Andromeda Nebula, where stars blinked like distant fireflies and the cosmos hummed with the gentle song of the universe, there existed a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world where the sky was an eternal tapestry of swirling purples and blues, and the air was perfumed with the scent of luminescent blossoms that glowed softly under the twin moon's watchful gaze. On this tranquil planet lived a kind and curious being named Lyra, a Luminaran with shimmering skin that reflected the colors of the dawn. Her heart was as open as the vast skies above her, and she was known for her gentle wisdom and the warmth of her laughter, which rolled like the gentle waves of the planet's azure seas. One day, as Lyra wandered through the whispering forests, her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual amidst the foliage. Nestled among the roots of a great ancient song tree lay a small, metallic pod. It was unlike anything Lyra had seen before, its surface smooth and cold to the touch, emanating a soft, unfamiliar hum. Curiosity piqued, Lyra approached the pod cautiously. As she did, it began to whir softly, and a light flickered from within. Slowly the pod's hatch opened, releasing a gentle mist that sparkled in the filtered sunlight. From the mist emerged a creature unlike any in Luminara's lore. A small, fur-covered being with eyes as bright as the stars and a tail that twitched with nervous energy. This creature was Zephyr, a traveler from the distant planet of Etherion, where the skies danced with electric storms and the winds carried stories across vast, crystalline deserts. Zephyr was far from home, having been swept away by a celestial current during a routine exploration mission. Lyra and Zephyr regarded each other with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Lyra's heart swelled with compassion for the lost traveler, while Zephyr, though nervous, felt a strange sense of calm in Lyra's presence. "Welcome to Luminara," Lyra spoke, her voice as soft as the morning breeze. "I am Lyra. Who might you be?" Zephyr's eyes widened with surprise and delight. "I am Zephyr," he replied, his voice a gentle whisper carried on the wind. "I come from Etherean, but I fear I am lost." Lyra smiled warmly, her heart reaching out to the little traveler. "Fear not, dear Zephyr. You are safe here, and together we shall find a way to return you home." Thus began their journey together, two souls from different worlds bound by a shared destiny. At first, their differences seemed vast. Lyra's world was one of peace and gentle beauty, while Zephyr's was a land of vibrant storms and constant change. These contrasts led to small misunderstandings, like when Zephyr, unaccustomed to the stillness of Luminara's nights, tried to mimic the sound of a storm to feel at ease, inadvertently waking Lyra from her slumber. But with each misunderstanding came growth, for Lyra showed Zephyr the beauty in Luminara's quietude, teaching him to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the rivers. In turn, Zephyr shared tales of the Etherean storms, illustrating the strength and resilience found in his world's ever-changing skies. As they traveled together, they faced challenges that tested their budding friendship. Once, they encountered a great chasm that cut through the lush landscape, too wide for either to cross alone. It was here that Lyra's wisdom and Zephyr's agility combined to find a solution. With Lyra's guidance and Zephyr's nimble leaps, they fashioned a bridge of vines strong enough to carry them across. Through these shared challenges, their bond deepened, woven together by trust and understanding. Lyra learned to appreciate the unpredictable beauty that Zephyr brought with him, while Zephyr found solace in the steady, nurturing presence of Lyra. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream under the twin moons, Zephyr gazed at the sky, a mix of longing and gratitude in his eyes. "I miss my home," he admitted softly, "but I would not trade this journey with you for anything." Lyra placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, her touch as soothing as the softest breeze. "And I would not trade your friendship, Zephyr. You have shown me the beauty in change and the strength in embracing the unknown." As the weeks turned into months, they continued their quest to find a way back to Etherean, learning and growing with every step. The day eventually came when they discovered an ancient celestial gateway hidden in the heart of the shimmering forest, a portal that pulsed with the energy of the cosmos. With a mixture of joy and sorrow, they realized it was time for Zephyr to return home. As they stood before the swirling portal, Lyra spoke, her voice steady and full of warmth. "Though our paths may part here, the bond we share will remain, stretched across the stars." Zephyr nodded, tears sparkling like starlight in his eyes. "Thank you, Lyra, for teaching me the quiet strength of your world and the power of friendship." With a final embrace, Zephyr stepped into the portal, the mists enveloping him as the gateway closed. Lyra watched the space where the portal had been, her heart full of the bittersweet knowledge that true friendship transcends even the greatest of distances. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Lyra returned to her peaceful life on Luminara, carrying with her the cherished memories of her time with Zephyr. In her heart, she knew that somewhere in the vast tapestry of the universe, her friend was watching the same stars, their bond as unbreakable as the celestial dance above. In the quiet of the Luminaran nights, when the world was hushed and still, Lyra would often gaze at the sky, listening to the whispers of the cosmos and feeling the warmth of an enduring friendship that would guide her through the ages, much like the stars that lit her path. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the heart of a tranquil valley nestled between whispering hills, there stood a quaint little village named Evergreen Hollow. The village was surrounded by lush, rolling meadows that shimmered with wildflowers of every hue, and gentle streams that sang soft lullabies as they wound their way through the landscape. It was a place where the sun seemed to always cast its warm, golden glow, and the air was perpetually filled with the scent of blooming lavender and ripe apples. In this village lived a young woman named Marin, whose heart was as restless as the winds that occasionally swept through the valley. Marin was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, but she often felt out of place amidst the serene routine of village life. She yearned for something more, though she couldn't quite grasp what it was. Change, she felt, was like a distant melody just out of reach, calling to her, but shrouded in mystery. Marin worked at the village library, a cozy nook tucked beneath the spreading boughs of an ancient oak. Here, the sun filtered through stained glass windows, casting rainbow patches on the wooden floors. She loved the smell of the old books and the stories they held, but even they couldn't quell her longing. Each page turned seemed to whisper secrets she was not yet ready to understand. One particularly crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching underfoot and the air tinged with the bite of oncoming winter, Marin decided to take a walk beyond the borders of Evergreen Hollow. The path she chose wound its way up a gentle slope, leading to the very edge of the forest, known as Whispering Woods. It was a place both revered and respected by the villagers, for it was said to be touched by magic, a magic that reflected the heart's deepest desires and fears. As Marin stepped beneath the forest's emerald canopy, the world around her seemed to grow hushed. The rustling leaves whispered secrets in a language she could almost understand, and shafts of sunlight danced playfully on the mossy ground. She felt a strange comfort in this place, as if the forest itself was a wise old friend, waiting for her to speak her mind. As she wandered deeper, she came upon a clearing where the trees opened up to reveal a small, crystal-clear pond. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Intrigued, Marin knelt by the water's edge and gazed into the depths. To her surprise, she saw not just her reflection, but a shimmering version of herself, a self that seemed infused with light and possibility. "Who are you?" Marin whispered to her reflection, her voice barely a breath. The reflection smiled gently, and though it did not speak, Marin felt an understanding bloom within her heart. She realized that the magic of the forest was not in changing her outwardly, but in helping her see the potential she carried within. As she sat by the pond, pondering this new insight, a soft rustle announced the arrival of another presence. A small golden fox emerged from the underbrush, its eyes gleaming with wisdom and kindness. It approached Marin without fear, as if sensing her need for companionship. "Hello," Marin said softly, extending her hand. The fox nuzzled her fingers, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a connection beyond words. For the next few days, Marin returned to the forest, always finding the fox waiting for her by the pond. With each visit, she felt herself change, not in ways that were visible to the eye, but in ways that were far more profound. She began to understand that change was not something to fear, but something to embrace, like the fox that had quietly become her guide. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and rose, Marin sat by the pond with the fox curled beside her. She realized she no longer felt restless or out of place. Instead, she felt a deep sense of peace, as if she had finally found her place in the world. "I think I'm ready," Marin said, looking at her reflection, which now seemed to glow with a radiance that matched the setting sun. The fox looked up at her, its eyes filled with the warmth of 1,000 sunsets, and in that gaze, Marin saw the reflection of her own courage and wisdom. She understood that the magical transformation she had undergone was not about changing who she was, but about uncovering the strength and clarity that had always been within her. With a heart full of gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose, Marin returned to Evergreen Hollow. She brought with her the lessons learned from the Whispering Forest and her wise fox companion. She shared her experiences with the villagers, teaching them that true change comes from within, and that sometimes the most magical transformations are those that help us see ourselves clearly. And so, in the gentle glow of the village fires, the people of Evergreen Hollow learned to embrace the magic of personal discovery, guided by Marin's journey of growth and the quiet wisdom of the forest. The valley, with its rolling meadows and singing streams, welcomed the change with open arms, becoming a place where hearts were free to grow, just like the whispering leaves of the Enchanted Woods. In the end, Marin found that the change she had longed for was not a destination, but a journey, one that would continue to unfold, as boundless and beautiful as the forest itself. And in this understanding, she found her peace, a peace as enduring as the stars that twinkled above the serene valley of Evergreen Hollow. Story 31. In a quaint little village nestled between whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Nora. The village was a place where time seemed to linger, where cobbled streets wound around cottages with thatched roofs, and where the air was always laced with the scent of wildflowers. Nora had a curious mind and a heart as tender as a spring breeze, always seeking the stories hidden within her world. One evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Nora found herself wandering by the lake. Its surface mirrored the twilight, a canvas of soft, rippling colors. As her fingers danced along the water's edge, she noticed something peculiar, a small, polished stone that glowed faintly in the dimming light. It was perfectly round, smooth as silk, and warm to the touch. Intrigued, Nora slipped the stone into her pocket, feeling a strange flutter of excitement. Little did she know, this was no ordinary stone, but a heart stone, a magical token capable of revealing the unseen, the unheard, and the untold. As night settled over the village, Nora returned home, the stone a comforting weight in her pocket. Her mother's voice, soft and melodic, called her to the hearth where a cozy fire crackled, its warmth wrapping around them like a woolen blanket. After a supper of honeyed bread and warm milk, Nora sat by the firelight, the stone cradled in her hand. Suddenly the room seemed to shimmer, and from the heartstone emerged a gentle, luminescent glow. It cast dancing shadows on the walls, and as Nora gazed into its depths, she saw images forming, scenes of a world vibrant and alive, hidden just beyond the veil of the ordinary. There were whispering trees with silver leaves, rivers that sang with the voices of the forest, and skies alive with constellations unknown to the human eye. The heartstone spoke in soft musical tones, revealing its secret. "I am the keeper of forgotten stories," it said. "To those who seek with an open heart, I reveal the wonders of the world." Eager to learn more, Nora embarked on a journey guided by the heartstone. Her first stop was the ancient oak at the edge of the village, a tree as old as time itself. Beneath its sprawling branches sat an elder squirrel named Thistle, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Ah, Nora," chattered Thistle, "word travels fast through the woods. I see you have found the heartstone. It is a gift, but also a responsibility. It will lead you to places where stories have been forgotten, and your task is to bring them back to life." Nora nodded, understanding the weight of this newfound purpose. With Thistle as her guide, she ventured deeper into the forest, where the air was sweet with pine and the ground was carpeted in soft moss. Along the way, she met other woodland creatures, each with their own charm and wisdom. There was Meadow, a gentle deer with a coat like spun gold, and Luna, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles and rhymes. Together, they journeyed to a hidden glade where the heartstone glowed brighter than ever before. Here, Nora faced her first challenge, a puzzle woven into the very fabric of the glade. The trees whispered in a language of rustling leaves, and the stream gurgled in cryptic melodies. It was Luna who helped Nora listen beyond the sounds to hear the melody of the heart. "Sometimes," Luna hooted softly, "the answers are not in the words themselves, but in the spaces between them." Nora closed her eyes and let the music of the glade wash over her. She realized that the puzzle was not one to be solved with logic alone, but with empathy and understanding. By listening with her heart, she unlocked the story trapped within the glade, a tale of a time when the forest and its creatures lived in harmony with humans who had forgotten their own songs. The heartstone pulsed with warmth, acknowledging Nora's wisdom. The glade transformed, its beauty restored, and the stories once lost began to weave themselves back into the land. With each newfound story, Nora grew wiser and more in tune with the world around her. She learned that every leaf, every breeze, and every ripple in the water held a story, waiting to be heard and cherished. As Nora returned home, the heartstone nestled safely in her pocket. She realized that her journey had changed her. She saw her village with new eyes, understanding that magic was not always grand or obvious, but often found in the quiet moments and the simple acts of kindness shared among friends and neighbors. The village, too, began to change. Inspired by Nora's tales, the villagers started to listen with their hearts, finding joy in the stories of the world around them. The air seemed clearer, the flowers more fragrant, and the bonds of friendship grew stronger. On one particularly starry night, as Nora sat by her window, the heartstone glowed softly in her hand. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she felt comforted by the knowledge that she was never alone. With each story she uncovered, she was surrounded by friends, both old and new, in a world that was as wondrous as the heart could imagine. And so, Nora drifted into a peaceful sleep, the heartstone's gentle light casting a warm glow, a promise of more adventures to come. For as long as there were stories to be found, Nora's heart would remain open, ready to listen, and eager to share the magic with all who were willing to hear. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the vast, star-speckled expanse of the universe, there existed a peculiar little planet named Xylora. Unlike any other, Xylora was a kaleidoscope of colors, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the land was carpeted with blossoms that whispered secrets to the winds. It was a place where time seemed to slow, urging all who visited to savor each precious moment. Among the inhabitants of Xylora was a gentle creature named Cyro. Cyro was a Xylorian, a being with soft, feather-like tendrils that glowed softly in the moonlight. Cyro's people were known for their deep connection to the emotional fabric of the universe, able to sense and soothe the feelings of others with a mere touch. One peaceful evening, as the twin moons cradled the horizon, a strange object streaked across the sky. It was a ship unlike any Cyro had seen before, and it crash-landed not far from his home. Curiosity sparked in Cyro's heart, and he decided to investigate. As he approached the site, he found the ship nestled among luminous ferns, a small figure emerging from its side. The visitor was a Rigelian named Cora, a being from the distant planet of Rigel, known for their logical minds and shimmering, metallic shells that refracted light into a dazzling array of colors. Cora was inspecting her ship with a furrowed brow, the light from her shell casting rainbows upon the ground. She seemed unaware of Cyro's presence until he gently cleared his throat. Startled, Cora turned, her eyes widening in surprise. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice tinged with both wariness and wonder. "I am Cyro," he replied softly, extending a tendril in greeting. "I live here on Xylora. I noticed your arrival and thought you might need assistance." Cora hesitated, her logical mind quick to assess the situation. She had been taught to be cautious of unknown species, yet there was something about Cyro's gentle demeanor that put her at ease. "My ship," Cora began, gesturing to the damaged vessel. "It malfunctioned. I must have taken a wrong turn near the Nebula of Echoes." Understanding her predicament, Cyro nodded. "I can help," he offered, his tendrils glowing with sincerity. "But first, let us sit and share a meal. You must be weary from your journey." Cora was taken aback by the kindness of this stranger. On Rigel, hospitality was reserved for those within one's own circle, and here was Cyro, offering it freely. They sat beneath the starlit sky, sharing a meal of fragrant fruits and sweet nectar. As they ate, Cyro and Cora began to talk, their initial hesitations giving way to the warmth of companionship. Cyro shared stories of Xylora's wonders, while Cora spoke of Rigel's crystalline cities and the vast archives of knowledge. Despite their differences, they found common ground in their love for exploration and learning. Yet, even as they bonded, misunderstandings arose. Cora, accustomed to the straightforward ways of her people, often misunderstood Cyro's emotional expressions, while Cyro sometimes felt overwhelmed by Cora's logical precision. One day, as they worked together to repair the ship, a misunderstanding led to a moment of tension. Cora, frustrated with a particularly stubborn piece of machinery, made a sharp remark. Cyro, his empathic nature sensitive to the emotions of others, felt a sting of hurt. Realizing her words had caused pain, Cora paused. On Rigel, emotions were rarely discussed, yet here she was faced with the necessity of understanding them. She took a deep breath, allowing herself to step out of her comfort zone. "Cyro," she began with a gentle hum in her voice, "I did not mean to upset you. On my planet, we often value efficiency over emotion, but I see now that your way holds a beauty of its own." Cyro, touched by her willingness to bridge the gap between them, smiled warmly. "We all have different ways of seeing the world," he replied, his tendrils brushing lightly against her shell in a gesture of reconciliation. "But it is in our differences that we find strength." From that moment on, an understanding blossomed between them. Cora learned to appreciate the depth of feeling that colored Ciro's every action, while Ciro grew to admire Cora's clarity of thought and her unwavering determination. Their friendship deepened as they faced challenges together, from deciphering ancient Xylorian texts that held the key to repairing Cora's ship, to navigating the unpredictable weather patterns that occasionally swept across the planet. One day, as they ventured into the heart of the Whispering Woods in search of a rare mineral needed for the ship's engines, they encountered a storm unlike any other. The skies darkened with swirling clouds, and the winds howled with a fierce intensity. Amidst the chaos, Cora's logical mind struggled to find a solution. It was Ciro, with his connection to the emotions of the planet, who sensed the calming energy hidden within the storm. He reached out with his tendrils, sharing his calm with Cora, and together they focused on the tranquility amidst the tempest. As the storm subsided, they stood together, feeling the gentle rain upon their faces, and a profound sense of unity washed over them. In that moment, they realized that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but about embracing them and finding harmony in the symphony of contrasting notes. With newfound strength and understanding, they completed the repairs on Cora's ship. The time had come for Cora to continue her journey, but the bond they had forged would remain, a lasting testament to the power of friendship. As Cora prepared to leave, she turned to Ciro, her eyes reflecting the brilliance of the stars. "Thank you, Ciro," she said, her voice filled with genuine warmth. "You have taught me that emotions are not a hindrance, but a bridge to understanding." "And you, Cora," Ciro replied, his tendrils glowing with affection, "have shown me the beauty of logic and reason, and how they can guide us even through the most turbulent storms." With a final embrace, Cora boarded her ship, the engines humming softly as they lifted her into the sky. Ciro watched as the vessel became a gleaming star in the distance, his heart full of gratitude and hope. And so, in the quietude of Xylora's twilight, a gentle lesson lingered, that the universe, vast and varied as it is, holds space for all kinds of friendships. Friendships that transcend differences, that grow through shared challenges, and that teach us, above all, the true meaning of understanding. As the twin moons rose high above the horizon, Ciro returned to his home, his heart aglow with the warmth of a friendship that spanned the stars. And somewhere, far across the galaxy, Cora carried with her the memory of a gentle planet and a kind-hearted Xylorian, whose friendship had forever changed her path. And that, dear listener, is the tale of how Ciro and Cora, two beings from different worlds, discovered the true meaning of friendship under the endless sky of a universe brimming with wonder. Story 33. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced gracefully on the forest floor, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound around cottages with thatched roofs, where windows glowed warmly like lanterns in the deepening dusk. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, not out of fear, but in reverence to the magic that seemed to pulse through every leaf and stone. Life in Willowbrook was peaceful, yet recently a strange occurrence had befuddled the villagers. Each morning they awoke to find tiny, intricate patterns drawn in the dew on their windows and doors. Swirls and loops, stars and crescent moons, each design more elaborate than the last. The patterns shimmered briefly in the dawn light before vanishing like a whisper carried on the wind. Among the villagers was a thoughtful young girl named Mia. With her curious eyes and gentle heart, she often wandered the woods with her faithful companion, a small wise owl named Orin. Orin, with feathers the color of twilight and eyes that glimmered like amber, had been Mia's friend since she was a child, always ready with a soft hoot of encouragement or a gentle nudge towards discovery. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mia sat on her favorite stone by the babbling brook that ran through the village. She traced the patterns on a piece of parchment, hoping to unlock their secret. "What do you make of these, Orin?" she asked, glancing at her feathered friend perched on a low-hanging branch. Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "They seem to be messages, but not in any language I've seen," he replied, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. Mia sighed, her breath forming small clouds in the brisk evening air. There must be a reason they appear each night, she mused. Perhaps someone or something is trying to communicate. Determined to uncover the mystery, Mia decided to stay awake and watch as the village settled into slumber. She wrapped herself in a thick, woolen shawl and settled by her window, a flickering candle casting a warm glow around her room. Oren nestled beside her, his presence a comforting weight. As the night deepened, the forest hummed with life. Crickets sang their lullabies, and the occasional owl hooted in the distance. Mia fought the pull of sleep, her eyes fluttering as the candle wavered in the gentle breeze. Just as the clock struck midnight, a soft rustling outside her window caught her attention. She peered into the darkness, her heart fluttering with anticipation. There, flitting through the night air, were delicate creatures, no larger than a hand, a gentle swarm of fireflies, their bodies casting a soft golden light. "Look, Oren," Mia whispered, nudging her friend awake. "It's the fireflies." The fireflies danced gracefully, their movements purposeful and rhythmic. As they hovered near the window, Mia noticed that their lights flickered in patterns that matched the ones drawn in the dew. "It's them," she breathed, awe coloring her voice. "They're the artists of the night." Oren hooted softly, a sound of approval. "It seems they are trying to convey something," he observed. Mia watched, entranced, as the fireflies continued their luminous dance. Suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. "Perhaps they need our help," she said, resolving to follow them. With a deep breath, Mia opened her window, allowing the cool night air to fill her room. The fireflies hovered for a moment, as if waiting for her to join them. Oren took flight, gliding silently beside Mia as she stepped out into the moonlit forest. The fireflies led them deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that twinkled with stars. The path was soft underfoot, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming night jasmine. As they journeyed, Mia felt a sense of wonder and belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. The fireflies' glow illuminated their path, guiding them to a small clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. Nestled in the roots of the oak was a small, shimmering pool of water. The fireflies circled above it, their lights reflecting off the surface like 1,000 tiny stars. Mia knelt beside the pool, mesmerized by its beauty. "Why have you brought us here?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The fireflies flickered in response, their lights forming an image on the water's surface. A picture of the village, with its cottages and cobblestone paths. As Mia watched, the image shifted to show a gentle rain falling over the village, nourishing the earth and bringing vibrant blooms to life. "It's a message," Oren said, his voice filled with understanding. "The fireflies are showing us the importance of harmony with nature. They wish to remind us of the beauty in the balance of growth and renewal." Mia smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. She realized that the fireflies were not just drawing patterns for the sake of beauty, but to share a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. With newfound understanding, Mia rose to her feet. "Thank you," she whispered to the fireflies, her voice carrying her sincerity on the breeze. As if acknowledging her gratitude, the fireflies swirled around her once more before dispersing into the night, their lights twinkling like distant stars. Mia and Oren made their way back to the village, the fireflies' message resting warmly in their hearts. As they walked, the moon bathed the forest in its silvery glow, and the night seemed to hum with a deeper, more profound magic. The next morning, Mia shared the fireflies' message with her fellow villagers. Together, they embraced the gentle wisdom imparted by their luminous friends, taking time to nurture the earth and appreciate the delicate balance of nature. And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, not only in the richness of its soil and the beauty of its blooms, but in the understanding and harmony of its people. Each night, as the fireflies danced their delicate patterns in the dew, the villagers smiled, knowing they were a part of something wondrous and eternal. In the heart of the whispering woods, where magic lingered in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves, Mia and Oren continued their adventures, guided by the gentle glow of friendship and the wisdom of the fireflies. And as the stars twinkled above, they knew that as long as they listened to the whispers of the world around them, they would always find their way home. Story 34, Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep within an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She had a curious, adventurous spirit that often led her exploring the winding paths and secret glades that surrounded her home. One crisp autumn day, Willow wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. As she paused to admire a vibrant patch of mushrooms adorning a fallen log, something caught her eye. A glimmer of light peeking through the undergrowth. Willow pushed aside a curtain of ferns and gasped in wonder. Before her lay a tiny clearing, aglow with an otherworldly radiance. At its center stood a moss-covered stone, and atop it rested an exquisite glass orb that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had stumbled upon a place of magic, a hidden realm within her beloved forest. As she reached out to touch the mysterious orb, a gentle voice whispered in her mind. "Be careful, young one. The power you hold is a gift, but it must be wielded with wisdom and compassion." Willow's hand froze, trembling. "Who's there?" she called out softly, peering around the clearing. The voice chuckled, warm and kind. "I am the spirit of this sacred glade, bound to protect its secrets. The orb you see before you is no ordinary object. It is a vessel of ancient magic, a wellspring of energy that can shape the world around you." Willow's eyes widened in awe as realization dawned. "You mean, I can use it to create things? To make my wishes come true?" "In a sense, yes," the spirit replied. "But every action has consequences, and magic is a force that must be respected. This orb will grant you abilities beyond your wildest dreams, but it will also test your resolve, your courage, and your heart." Willow considered the spirit's words carefully, her young mind grappling with the weight of such a responsibility. Finally, she nodded with determined resolve. "I understand, and I promise to use this gift wisely." With those words, a warm glow enveloped Willow, and the orb's light seemed to flow into her very being. She gasped as a rush of energy coursed through her veins, filling her with a sense of wonder and possibility. From that day forward, Willow's life was forever changed. She discovered that the orb had granted her the power to shape the natural world around her, to coax plants into vibrant bloom, to summon gentle breezes, and even to communicate with the animals that dwelled within the forest. At first, Willow used her newfound abilities with childlike glee, creating whimsical gardens and befriending every creature she encountered. But as she grew older, she began to understand the deeper implications of her gift and the responsibilities that came with it. One crisp winter morning, as Willow tended to a family of baby rabbits who had lost their mother, a terrible realization struck her. The forest she loved so dearly was under threat from the expanding human settlements at its edges. Trees were being felled, streams polluted, and the delicate balance of nature was being disrupted. Willow knew she had to act, but how could one girl hope to protect an entire forest? The answer came to her in a dream, a vision of a hidden realm deep within the heart of the woods, a sanctuary where the ancient magic of the land still thrived, untouched by human hands. With her orb glowing brightly, Willow set out on a journey that would test her courage and her resolve like never before. She followed ancient trails, guided by the whispers of the forest spirits, until at last she reached a towering stone archway, covered in intricate carvings and runes. As she stepped through the archway, a shimmering veil seemed to part before her, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. Towering trees soared into a sky tinged with hues of violet and emerald, their branches adorned with glittering leaves that sang like wind chimes. Crystalline streams flowed over beds of luminous moss, and everywhere she looked, Willow saw creatures and plants unlike any she had ever encountered. This was the hidden realm, a place where the primordial magic of the earth still reigned supreme, and Willow realized that she had been called here for a purpose, to join the guardians of this sacred land, and to learn the ancient ways of protecting and nurturing the natural world. Under the tutelage of the wise elders, Willow's understanding of her powers deepened, and she discovered abilities she had never dreamed possible. She learned to shape the very fabric of reality, to call forth rains that nourished the land, and to communicate with the most ancient and powerful of nature spirits. But her greatest lesson came not from mastering these extraordinary abilities, but from the bonds of friendship she forged with her fellow guardians. for in this hidden realm she encountered beings of all shapes and forms, gentle forest nymphs, towering tree folk, and even sentient streams and stones. At first their differences seemed vast and insurmountable, but as Willow opened her heart and her mind, she discovered that beneath their outward appearances, they all shared a deep love and reverence for the natural world. They became her dearest friends, her allies in the fight to protect the forest she called home. Together, they faced challenges and dangers that would have seemed insurmountable to Willow alone. They confronted greedy loggers and thwarted the plans of those who sought to exploit the land for their own gain. And through it all, Willow's powers grew, fueled by her unwavering determination and the strength of her friendships. Years passed, and Willow blossomed into a powerful and wise guardian, her mastery of the ancient magic matched only by her compassion and her love for all living things. She had journeyed far from the curious young girl who had first discovered the magic orb, but her heart remained true to the promise she had made all those years ago, to wield her gift with wisdom and kindness. And as she stood amid the towering trees of the hidden realm, surrounded by her dearest friends and allies, Willow knew that her quest was far from over. For as long as the natural world endured, there would be those who sought to harm it, and guardians like her would be needed to protect its delicate balance. With a smile on her lips and her orb glowing brightly, Willow turned her gaze towards the distant horizon, ready to embrace whatever adventures and challenges lay ahead. For she had been transformed by her journey, tempered by hardship and strengthened by love. And no matter what trials awaited her, she would face them with the courage and wisdom befitting a true guardian of the hidden realm. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and an ancient, whispering forest, there lay a place called Moonbeam Hollow. This was a village where the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming lavender, and where the sun set with a golden blush that painted the cobblestone streets in warm hues. The village was known for its peaceful charm, and its residents were as gentle as the morning dew. Every evening, the villagers would gather around the hearth in the cozy nook of the local inn, known as the Silver Lantern. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and friendships were woven tighter than the strongest of tapestries. The innkeeper, Master Thistle, was a kindly old man with a twinkle in his eye and a tale for every occasion. But lately a curious mystery had begun to unfold in Moonbeam Hollow. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their neatly stacked firewood scattered across the ground, as if playfully tossed by invisible hands. At first, it was thought to be the mischief of the woodland creatures, but this was no ordinary prank. The wood piles were rearranged in intricate patterns that seemed to hum with an energy of their own. The villagers were puzzled, though not alarmed, for Moonbeam Hollow had a gentle magic about it, and strange occurrences were often part of its charm. Still, they were eager to solve the mystery and restore their peaceful routines. Among the villagers was a bright-eyed girl named Leora, who had a knack for noticing the little things others might overlook. Her curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and her heart as warm as the summer sun. Leora decided to take it upon herself to unravel the mystery of the scattered wood. One crisp morning, as the mist clung to the hills like a soft woolen blanket, Leora set out with a basket of freshly baked scones, hoping the aroma would coax any mischievous creatures into revealing themselves. She wandered through the village, her senses attuned to every rustle and whisper of the trees. As she made her way to the edge of the village, she spotted a peculiar sight. A small, shimmering creature with wings like gossamer was perched on a fallen log, its tiny hands arranging twigs in a pattern that glowed with a faint luminescence. Leora's heart skipped with excitement. She had read about such creatures in her grandmother's old storybooks, wood sprites, known for their playful nature and their affinity for creating beauty from the ordinary. "Hello there," Leora called softly, careful not to startle the sprite. "Are you the one who's been rearranging our firewood?" The sprite turned its head, its eyes twinkling like stars. "Indeed, I am," it replied in a voice as light as a breeze. "We are weaving a tapestry of light to honor the coming of the harvest moon, a tradition of our kind." Leora's eyes widened with understanding. A tapestry of light? How wonderful. But perhaps the villagers would be more at ease if they knew your intentions. I could help you explain. The sprite nodded, its wings fluttering with delight. That would be most kind, dear Leora. We mean no harm, only to share the beauty of our craft. With a plan in mind, Leora returned to the village and gathered the villagers at the silver lantern. As the fire crackled and the warm glow of the lanterns filled the room, she shared her encounter with the wood sprite and the magic of the tapestry they were creating. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their initial puzzlement giving way to wonder and appreciation. Master Thistle, with his wise eyes and gentle smile, stood up and offered a suggestion. Why not invite the sprites to join us for the Harvest Moon Festival? We can celebrate together and admire their beautiful work. And so, it was decided. The villagers, with Leora leading the way, prepared for the festival with renewed spirits and a sense of camaraderie. When the night of the harvest moon arrived, the village square was aglow with lanterns, and the air was filled with the sweet melody of fiddles and flutes. As the moon rose high and bathed the village in its silvery light, the wood sprites emerged from the forest, their delicate wings shimmering like 1,000 tiny stars. They danced with the villagers, their laughter mingling with the music, and together they admired the luminous tapestry that now adorned the village square, a masterpiece of light and love. And so the mystery was solved, not through suspicion or fear, but through understanding and friendship. Leora's gentle curiosity had bridged the gap between two worlds, and Moonbeam Hollow was richer for it. As the night drew to a close, the villagers and sprites alike gathered around the great bonfire, sharing stories and dreams, their hearts as full as the glowing moon above. And in that moment, beneath the vast, star-studded sky, they knew that the true magic of Moonbeam Hollow lay not in the mysteries themselves, but in the bonds of kinship and the warmth of shared light. Story 36. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Dreams. In the quaint village of Willowbend, where the cobblestone streets echoed with the gentle patter of evening rain, there lived a young girl named Arya. With her bright eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning flowers, and a heart as vast as the sky, Arya was known for her insatiable curiosity and the kind of courage that often made the elders shake their heads with a smile. She lived with her grandmother, Nan, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, near the old forest that everyone called the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods was a place of mystery and magic, where ancient trees stood tall, their leaves rustling secrets to the wind. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, for it was said that within its depths lay a hidden world, one that could only be seen with a pure heart and a brave spirit. Arya's grandmother, with her silver hair and gentle voice, would often tell her tales by the warm glow of the fireplace. The woods, Nan would whisper, hold the lantern of dreams, a magical object that grants the heart's truest desires, but it is guarded by an ancient spirit, who only reveals it to those who are worthy. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves painted the ground in hues of amber and gold, Arya sat by the window, gazing into the depths of the forest. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the sky was a canvas of fading light. Her thoughts were filled with the stories Nan had told, and a yearning grew within her to uncover the mysteries of the forest. Arya believed in the magic of the woods, and more than anything, she wished to find the Lantern of Dreams. Driven by her dreams and a sense of adventure, Arya decided to embark on a journey into the Whispering Woods. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a woolen blanket. As she prepared to leave, Nan approached her with a knowing smile. "I see the forest is calling you, my dear," she said softly. "Remember, it's not the destination, but the journey that changes us." Arya hugged Nan tightly, her heart brimming with love and gratitude. "I'll be careful, Nan. I promise." With a final wave, she stepped into the embrace of the forest. The path ahead bathed in the gentle light of the setting sun. The forest welcomed her with open arms, its canopy swaying like a sea of emerald. The soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet and the hushed whispers of the breeze set a rhythm to her steps. Birds sang serenades from the treetops, and squirrels darted playfully among the branches. As Arya ventured deeper, she marveled at the beauty around her. a tapestry of life woven with threads of mystery and wonder. Hours passed, and the daylight waned, giving way to the tender glow of twilight. Arya found herself in a clearing where a bubbling brook meandered through the landscape, its waters glistening like liquid silver under the moonlight. She paused to rest, drinking from the brook and nibbling on her bread. The night air was cool and refreshing, and she wrapped herself in the blanket, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze. As Arya sat by the brook, she noticed a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a grove of trees nearby. Her heart quickened with anticipation. Could this be the Lantern of Dreams? She approached cautiously, the light growing brighter with each step. To her amazement, she found not a lantern, but a gathering of fireflies, their dance illuminating the night like stars come to earth. Arya watched in awe, her heart swelling with joy. The fireflies twirled and wove around her, their soft luminescence casting a magical glow. In their midst, she felt a sense of belonging, as if the forest itself had embraced her as one of its own. It was then that she heard a gentle voice borne on the wind. "Welcome, Arya," the voice whispered, as soothing as a lullaby. "You have come seeking the Lantern of Dreams." Startled, Arya looked around, searching for the source of the voice. From the shadows emerged a figure, ethereal and serene. It was an ancient spirit, its form shimmering like moonlight on water. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence radiated a comforting warmth. "Are you the guardian of the lantern?" Arya asked, her voice a mixture of wonder and respect. The spirit nodded, its gaze kind and knowing. "I am the keeper of dreams, and I guide those who seek their heart's truest desires." "Tell me, Arya, what is it you wish for?" Arya hesitated, her heart filled with myriad hopes and dreams. But as she gazed into the spirit's eyes, she realized that her deepest wish was not for herself, but for others. "I wish for happiness and peace for my village," she said earnestly, "and for my grandmother to be healthy and joyful. I want to share the light I find here with everyone." The spirit smiled, its essence shimmering with approval. "Your heart is pure, and your wish is selfless. The Lantern of Dreams will grant your desire. But remember, true magic lies not in objects, but in the love and kindness we share." With a graceful gesture, the spirit beckoned Arya to follow. Together, they journeyed deeper into the woods, the fireflies lighting their path. The forest seemed to come alive around them, as if celebrating the goodness in Arya's heart. They arrived at a glade where an ancient oak stood, its branches sprawling like arms reaching for the sky. There, nestled among its roots, was the Lantern of Dreams. The lantern was a marvel, crafted from crystal and gold, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered with an inner light. Arya approached it reverently, her heart filled with awe and gratitude. As she touched the lantern, a warm, golden light enveloped her, and she felt a surge of joy and peace. In that moment, Arya understood that the lantern was but a reflection of the light within herself, a symbol of the love and kindness she carried. The spirit watched, its expression serene and content. "Go, Arya, and share the light of your heart with the world." With the lantern in her hands and a newfound understanding in her heart, Arya made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The night was calm, the stars twinkling like guardians above. As she emerged from the woods, she saw the village of Willowbend bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Arya returned home to her grandmother, who greeted her with open arms and a knowing smile. The village soon awoke to the beauty of the new day, and Arya shared her story, not of a magical object, but of the magic found in love and selflessness. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by her journey and the lessons she brought back. Together, they celebrated not just the Lantern of Dreams, but the light that shone within each of them. In the days that followed, the village of Willowbend was filled with laughter and unity, the bonds of friendship and kindness growing ever stronger. And so, Arya's journey transformed not only herself but her entire community, teaching them that the greatest magic of all lay in the love and dreams they shared. As the sun set over Willowbend, casting a warm, golden glow, Arya sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, their hearts at peace, knowing that the light of the Lantern of Dreams would forever illuminate their lives. In the gentle embrace of night, with the crackling fire casting shadows on the walls, Arya closed her eyes, her heart filled with gratitude and hope. The Whispering Woods would always be there, a place of wonder and wisdom, whispering its secrets to those willing to listen with open hearts. Story 37. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a land where the skies seemed to brush the tops of the tallest trees, a gentle village nestled into the gentle curve of a great green valley. This village, known as Willow Glen, was surrounded by dense forests that were said to be woven with unseen magic. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees were alive with secrets, and the air shimmered like water under the moonlight. In this village lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her bright curiosity and kindness, often seen helping her neighbors or wandering the edges of the forest with her faithful companion, a small, wise-eyed fox named Finn. Leora's parents often told her tales of the Whispering Woods, warning her of its mysteries, and yet they never seemed frightened. Rather, they spoke with a reverence of its ancient power. One crisp morning, as the autumn leaves whispered softly in the breeze, Leora and Finn set out for their usual stroll. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and earth, and the sun cast a warm golden light through the canopy, creating intricate patterns on the forest floor. Leora loved these walks, not just for the beauty they revealed, but for the solace they provided her young, inquisitive mind. As they walked, Finn suddenly paused, his ears perked, and his nose twitched in the air. Leora stopped, sensing his alertness. "What is it, Finn?" she asked, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Finn trotted a few steps forward and glanced back at her, his eyes glinting with an invitation. Trusting her companion, Leora followed him deeper into the woods, the path beneath their feet soft and yielding. The deeper they went, the more the world around them seemed to change. The air grew cooler, the light dimmer, and the trees taller and more ancient. Eventually they came upon a clearing, a place Leora had never seen before despite her many wanderings. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. Beneath this tree, the ground was covered with soft moss, and the air hummed with a gentle rhythmic pulse, as if the earth itself were breathing. It was here in this sacred circle that Leora noticed something unusual. A small, shimmering object nestled among the roots of the oak. It was a pendant, no larger than the palm of her hand, shaped like a teardrop and filled with swirling, iridescent light. As she picked it up, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, and a soft voice seemed to whisper from within the pendant, though she could not make out the words. Curiosity piqued. Leora slipped the pendant around her neck. Instantly she felt a connection, a gentle tug at her heart, as if the pendant were a key unlocking something deep within her. The forest around her seemed to awaken, the colors more vivid, the sounds clearer. She could hear the whispers of the trees, a symphony of gentle voices sharing their ancient wisdom. Leora knew she had found something truly magical, a gift from the Whispering Woods. Finn watched her with his knowing eyes, as if he too understood the significance of this discovery. Together they sat beneath the great oak, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. As days turned into weeks, Leora returned to the clearing often, always with Finn by her side. The pendant became a part of her, its presence a constant source of comfort and wonder. With each visit, she learned more from the forest, of its history, its creatures, and its mysteries. She discovered that the Whispering Woods were not merely a realm of magic, but a sanctuary of wisdom, a place where one could learn the true language of nature. Yet despite the peace she found in the forest, Leora could not shake the feeling that she was being called to something greater, a journey that lay beyond the boundaries of her familiar world. The pendant seemed to hum with anticipation, urging her forward. And so, with a heart full of courage and wonder, Leora decided to follow the call of the Whispering Woods. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Leora and Finn set out on their journey. The pendant glowed softly against her chest, guiding them through the forest. The path was unfamiliar, leading them deeper into the woods than they had ever gone before. The air was filled with the songs of night creatures, a chorus that seemed to carry them along. As they walked, the forest around them began to change once more. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their trunks etched with glowing runes that pulsed with a gentle light. The ground beneath their feet was soft and springy, covered in a carpet of luminescent moss. It was as if they had stepped into a hidden world, a realm untouched by time. In the heart of this enchanted forest, they came upon a glimmering lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the stars above. At the edge of the lake stood a figure, cloaked in shadows yet exuding a gentle light. As Leora and Finn approached, the figure turned, revealing a face both ancient and ageless, eyes deep and knowing. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, their voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have been chosen to receive the wisdom of our land, to carry it forth and share its light." Leora listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady and filled with determination. The guardian smiled, a warmth radiating from their presence. "You must journey beyond the woods, into the world beyond. Share the stories of our land, teach others to listen to the whispers of nature, and guide them to find the magic within themselves." With these words, the guardian extended a hand, and a soft light enveloped Leora. She felt a surge of energy, a connection to the forest and all its wonders. The pendant around her neck glowed brightly, a symbol of her new role as a storyteller and guide. As the light faded, Leora felt a deep sense of peace and clarity. She understood now that her journey was not just for herself, but for all who would listen and learn. With Finn by her side, she would carry the light of the Whispering Woods into the world, sharing its magic and wisdom with all who sought its embrace. And so, with the blessing of the guardian and the magic of the forest in her heart, Leora and Finn set forth on their new journey. The path ahead was unknown, but they walked with courage and hope, knowing that the whispers of the woods would always guide them home. As they disappeared into the night, the forest hummed with a gentle, joyful song, its ancient voice echoing through the trees, a song of beginnings, of journeys, and of the endless magic of the Whispering Woods. Story 38. In the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled among trees whose branches reached high into the sky, lay a small village named Luminara. The village was known for its cozy cottages, each with chimneys that exhaled wisps of smoke like sighs in the crisp evening air. The villagers were a close-knit community, bound by shared tales and shared dreams that whispered through the night like the wind through the leaves. In this village lived a gentle soul named Anwen. She was a young woman with hair like spun gold that danced in the breeze and eyes the color of the deep forest itself. Anwen had a gift, an ability to hear the whispers of the forest, a talent she had cherished since she was a child. The forest was alive with secrets, and Anwen listened to them as one might listen to a lullaby. Anwen's life was peaceful, but there was a yearning within her, a desire to uncover the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths she walked each day. She often wandered deeper into the forest, drawn by a sense of wonder and a feeling that something awaited her just beyond her reach. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blazed with fiery colors and the air was crisp with the promise of change, Anwen ventured further than she ever had before. The forest seemed to welcome her, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. As she walked, she noticed a peculiar glow filtering through the dense canopy, a light that shimmered like liquid gold. Curious, Anwen followed the glow until she arrived at a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark shimmered as if embedded with countless tiny stars, and its leaves glowed with a soft, inviting luminescence. At the base of this magnificent tree lay a small, unassuming stone. The stone was smooth and cool to the touch, yet as Anwen held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, up her arm, and into her heart. As if sensing her presence, the tree's whispers grew louder, filling the clearing with a music that only Anwen could hear. It was then that she realized the stone was speaking to her, sharing its secrets. The stone was magical, possessing the ability to reveal hidden worlds, worlds that lay beneath the surface of the natural realm. Anwen understood that this stone was a gift, a key to unlocking the mysteries she had longed to discover. But with this gift came a responsibility, a call to protect the balance between the seen and unseen. Overwhelmed with a sense of purpose, Anwen returned to the village, the stone safely tucked in her pocket. That night, as the village settled into slumber, Anwen sat by her fireplace, the warmth of the flames echoing the warmth of the stone in her hand. She realized that this was the beginning of a journey, one that would change her and her village forever. The following day, Anwen set out to explore the hidden worlds the stone promised to reveal. She returned to the clearing where the magical tree stood as a sentinel to her adventures. With the stone in hand, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to be guided by its whispers. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a world that shimmered with possibility. She stood in a meadow where the grass was a vibrant emerald, dotted with flowers that glowed in a spectrum of colors. The sky was a deep azure, with clouds that drifted lazily like cotton candy. It was a world that felt both familiar and extraordinary, a hidden realm nestled within the embrace of the forest. As Anwen explored, she discovered that this world was home to creatures of wondrous diversity. There were gentle deer with antlers that sparkled like the night sky, birds whose songs painted the air with colors, and tiny sprites that flitted about like living rainbows. Each creature greeted her with kindness, recognizing her as a friend of the forest. Among these creatures, Anwen met a small, curious fox named Zephyr. Zephyr had fur that shimmered like copper in the sunlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief and wisdom. The fox was unlike any animal Anwen had ever encountered, for he could speak in the language of humans. "Welcome, Anwen," Zephyr said with a voice that was both melodic and soothing. "I have been waiting for you. The stone has chosen you as its guardian, and I am here to help you on your journey." Anwen felt a warmth in her heart, a feeling of belonging that resonated with the fox's words. Together, they explored the hidden world, uncovering its wonders and learning its secrets. Zephyr showed her how the worlds were connected, how the magic of the stone reflected the magic that dwelled within her own heart. As the days turned into weeks, Anwen and Zephyr grew inseparable. They shared laughter and stories, and their friendship blossomed like the flowers in the meadow. Through Zephyr, Anwen learned that true wisdom came from understanding and compassion, from seeing the world through the eyes of others. But not all in the hidden world was peaceful. There were shadows that lurked at the edges, dark forces that sought to upset the balance between the realms. Anwen understood that her role as guardian was not merely to explore, but to protect the harmony that allowed both worlds to thrive. One day, as they wandered through the meadow, Anwen and Zephyr encountered a creature in distress. It was a will-o-wisp, a delicate being of light and energy, trapped in a web of darkness. The will-o-wisp flickered weakly, its glow dimmed by the shadows that clung to it like a shroud. Anwen felt a surge of determination. With Zephyr by her side, she approached the trapped will-o-wisp and gently placed her hand over the stone. She closed her eyes and focused on the warmth that flowed through her, channeling the light of the stone into the darkness that ensnared the will-o-wisp. Slowly, the shadows began to dissipate, retreating like mist before the morning sun. The will-o-wisp's glow returned, growing brighter and more vibrant. It floated free, its light a beacon of gratitude and joy. "Thank you," the will-o-wisp sang, its voice like a choir of bells. "You have restored my light and with it hope." Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with a sense of fulfillment. She realized that her journey was not just one of discovery, but of healing and restoration. The stone's gift was not only a key to hidden worlds, but a source of light that could banish darkness. As the seasons changed, Anwen continued her journey, guided by the stone and accompanied by Zephyr. They traveled through worlds of endless wonder, meeting creatures who shared their stories and their wisdom. Each encounter left Anwen richer, her understanding of the world deepened by the friendships she forged and the challenges she overcame. The forest, too, felt the change. The trees stood taller, their leaves rustling with a song of gratitude. The village of Luminara thrived, its people touched by the magic that Anwen brought back with her. They saw the forest not as a boundary, but as a partner, a source of life and inspiration. In time, Anwen's tale became a story shared by the villagers, a legend that spoke of a young woman who bridged worlds with kindness and courage. The stone remained a cherished secret, its magic woven into the fabric of the forest, a reminder that the greatest treasures are those that illuminate the heart. As the years passed, Onwin grew into her role as guardian, her bond with the forest and its hidden realms unbreakable. Her journey had transformed her, not just in the eyes of the villagers, but in the quiet depths of her own soul. She had discovered that the true magic lay in the connections she forged, the light she shared, and the peace that blossomed in her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle rustle of the trees, Anwin's story continued, a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring power of light to guide us through even the darkest of times. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden streams and the whisper of leaves spoke the language of ages, there existed a world unknown to most. This forest, known as Elder Grove, was a place where the boundaries between the realities of nature and the whims of magic danced gracefully in a delicate waltz. It was here that the hidden lives of creatures played out, woven into the tapestry of the forest's timeless enchantment. As autumn brushed its gentle fingers across the land, painting leaves in hues of amber and rust, the forest prepared for the grand spectacle of transformation. In a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a towering oak, a family of hedgehogs snuggled close. The cool earth was scented with the sharp tang of fallen leaves and the rich, mossy fragrance of the forest floor. The youngest hedgehog, with eyes bright as polished chestnuts, was named Hazel. Curious and ever enthusiastic, Hazel had a heart full of wonder for the world outside. Her mother, wise and gentle, often spoke of the harmony that governed their lives within the forest. "Listen closely, my dear," she would say. "The forest speaks if only you have the ears to hear." Hazel's favorite companion was a shy, soft-spoken squirrel named Thistle. His tail, a plume of silvery fluff, flicked nervously as he gathered acorns for the coming winter. Together, they would scamper and scurry through the dappled shadows, their laughter mingling with the crisp rustle of leaves. It was during one of their adventures that they came upon the great glade, a clearing where the forest held its breath and the sunlight poured down like warm honey. In the center stood an ancient stone, weathered and covered in lichen, said to be the heart of Elder Grove. Here, the air shimmered with an unseen magic, a soft hum that vibrated through the ground. As Hazel and Thistle rested by the stone, a gentle breeze stirred, and with it the spirit of the forest began to speak. "Little ones," the voice was kind, like a soft murmur of the brook, "you are part of this great balance. The seasons turn, and with them, life continues its cycle." Thistle, with his eyes wide, asked, "What can we do to help, wise forest?" The voice replied, "Learn from the trees, who give shade and shelter. Follow the rivers, who nourish all without complaint. Share your bounty and your joy, and the forest will thrive." As autumn deepened, a challenge arose. The winds grew restless, and the skies darkened with the promise of an early winter. The forest animals were uneasy, for if the frost came too soon, many would not have enough time to prepare. Hazel, thoughtful and brave, gathered her friends. With Thistle by her side and a chorus of creatures in tow, they decided to work together. Birds flew to the highest branches, calling warnings of the coming cold. Deer trod softly through the underbrush, guiding others to sheltered areas rich with food. Under Hazel's gentle guidance, the creatures shared their stores, ensuring all had enough to weather the chill. The forest, in its wisdom, responded. The winds calmed and the frost held back, allowing the animals to ready themselves for the season's change. In the heart of the forest, the ancient stone glowed faintly, a testament to the power of unity and balance. The elders of the forest, a wise old owl and a venerable stag, watched the young ones with pride. "They have learned well," the owl said, his voice soft as the night. "The future of Elder Grove is bright." As winter finally settled over the land, a gentle snow blanketed Elder Grove, wrapping it in a soft white silence. Hazel and Thistle, nestled safe and warm beneath the earth, dreamed of springtime adventures and new discoveries. And so, beneath the quiet snow, the forest slept, its magic woven into every leaf and stone, every creature that called it home. In the stillness, the wisdom of the forest echoed, a gentle reminder of the harmony that binds all living things, a lesson passed down through generations, whispered in the rustling of leaves and the songs of the wind. Story 40. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled within lush green hills and surrounded by a forest that whispered secrets on the wind, there lay a mystery that tickled the curiosity of its gentle-hearted inhabitants. Willowbrook was no ordinary village. It was a place where magic lingered in the air, as soft and comforting as a grandmother's quilt. The village was home to a tapestry of charming cottages, each with its own garden bursting with vibrant flowers and fragrant herbs. Cobblestone paths wound through the hamlet, lined with lanterns that glowed warmly at dusk. In the heart of Willowbrook stood the great oak, an ancient tree whose branches stretched wide, offering shade and solace to those who gathered beneath. It was here, under the whispering leaves, that the villagers often met to share stories and solve the puzzles of their days. One such day, a peculiar event unfolded that set the village abuzz with gentle intrigue. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, a series of twinkling lights began to dance through the air, weaving intricate patterns and casting playful shadows on the ground. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts swelling with wonder, for these were not ordinary lights, but something far more enchanting. The lights appeared every evening at twilight, flitting about like fireflies, but with a luminescence and grace that spoke of magic. The villagers took to gathering beneath the great oak to watch the nightly display, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves and the song of the evening breeze. Yet, as lovely as the lights were, their origin remained a mystery, and the villagers, with their gentle curiosity, sought to uncover the secret behind the nightly spectacle. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her keen observations and her heart as warm as a summer's day. Lila had a knack for seeing what others might overlook, and she felt a stirring within her to unravel the mystery of the dancing lights. With her sky-blue eyes sparkling with determination, she decided to seek the wisdom of the forest, where many magical creatures made their home. The forest, with its canopy of emerald leaves and paths carpeted with moss, was a place of endless wonder. As Lila walked the familiar trails, she listened to the symphony of birdsong and the gentle crunch of twigs beneath her feet. It wasn't long before she was joined by a friend, a tiny creature with wings as delicate as the petals of a daisy. This was Nixie, a fairy with a heart as bright as her laughter. "Nixie," Lila called softly, "do you know anything about the lights that dance above our village each night?" The fairy fluttered close, her gossamer wings shimmering in the dappled sunlight. "Ah, the dancing lights! They are indeed a mystery," Nixie replied, her voice as musical as a babbling brook. "But I have heard whispers among the trees. Perhaps we should visit the wise old owl who resides in the ancient hollow." Lila nodded, grateful for Nixie's guidance, and together they ventured deeper into the forest. The path wound through groves of birch and clusters of wildflowers that perfumed the air with their sweet scent. As they approached the ancient hollow, the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating their arrival. Perched upon a branch, with eyes like amber jewels, sat the wise old owl, known simply as Sage. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and grays, and his presence was as calming as a gentle breeze. Lila and Nixie approached with reverence, and Sage turned his great head to regard them with a knowing gaze. "Greetings, young ones," Sage hooted softly. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Lila stepped forward, her voice respectful yet filled with curiosity. "Sage, we seek to understand the mystery of the dancing lights that have captivated our village each night. Can you shed any light on their origin?" The old owl blinked slowly, considering their question. "Ah, the lights," he mused. "They are the work of the Lumina, a group of playful sprites who dwell in the heart of the forest. Their dances are a celebration of harmony and joy, a gift to those who witness them. Yet their appearance in your village is a rare occurrence, for they usually keep to their hidden glades." "But why have they come to us now?" Lila asked, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Sage's eyes twinkled with wisdom. "The Lumina are drawn to places where kindness and friendship abound. Your village has long been a haven of warmth and welcome, and the sprites wish to honor this by sharing their light with you." Lila and Nixie exchanged a glance, their hearts swelling with pride for their beloved village. "Is there a way we can thank them?" Lila inquired, her voice a gentle whisper. Sage nodded, a soft hoot of approval escaping him. "The Lumina value simple gestures of kindness. Perhaps you might invite them to join in a celebration beneath the great oak, where all can share in the joy they bring. With a heart full of resolve, Lila thanked Sage, and together with Nixie, she made her way back to Willowbrook, excitement bubbling within her like a spring. As twilight fell, the villagers gathered once more beneath the great oak, their faces alight with anticipation. Lila shared what she had learned, and the villagers eagerly set about preparing a celebration worthy of the Lumina's presence. They adorned the branches of the great oak with garlands of wildflowers and placed lanterns along the paths to guide the sprites to their gathering. A gentle melody filled the air as musicians played tunes that sang of friendship and joy. As the first stars winked into existence in the velvet sky, the Lumina arrived, their lights weaving through the night like a living tapestry. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. Lila, with Nixie by her side, stepped forward, her voice carrying a message of thanks to the magical guests. "Dear Lumina," she began, "we are honored by your presence in our village. Your dances have brought light to our hearts and joy to our spirits. We invite you to join us in this celebration of harmony and friendship." The Lumina responded with a dazzling display, their lights swirling in a joyous dance that filled the night with magic. The villagers joined in, their laughter and song mingling with the music of the forest. Together, they celebrated beneath the great oak, a tapestry of light and life woven into the heart of Willowbrook. As the night drew to a close, the Lumina departed, their lights fading into the forest with a promise to return. The villagers, their hearts aglow with the warmth of friendship, bid them farewell, knowing that the magic of the Lumina would forever be a part of their village. And so, the mystery of the dancing lights was solved not through cleverness alone, but through the gentle power of kindness and community. In Willowbrook, the magic of friendship shone as brightly as the stars, and the villagers slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of another day of wonder and joy. Story 41. Once, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by emerald hills and whispering streams, there was a little antique shop known to locals as Whispering Treasures. The shop was a cozy haven, its wooden beams creaking gently with the stories of countless years. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of aged mahogany and the sweet nostalgic aroma of old books. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow over a sea of peculiar objects, each with its own tale to tell. In this shop worked a curious young girl with eyes as bright as the morning sky. Her name was Marin, and she had a heart full of wonder. Every day, she would dust the shelves, rearrange the trinkets, and listen to the soft hum of history that seemed to linger in the air. Marin's favorite pastime was to sit in a corner with a cup of chamomile tea, dreaming about the stories behind each item. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Marin stumbled upon an old, unassuming brass key in a dusty corner of the shop. It was unlike any other key she had seen. Intricate vines and tiny stars were etched along its length, and it seemed to pulsate with a gentle warmth in her palm. Intrigued, Marin felt a tingle of excitement. This key, she felt, was no ordinary object. As Marin pondered over the key, an elderly man shuffled into the shop. His name was Mr. Thistle, a kindly soul with twinkling eyes and a long history of exploring the world. He was known for his endless trove of stories, each more fantastical than the last. Seeing the key, Mr. Thistle smiled softly, his eyes alight with recognition. "Ah, you found the keeper's key," he said, his voice a gentle rumble like distant thunder. "It is said that this key holds the power to unlock the heart of the world." Marin's eyes widened. "The heart of the world?" she echoed softly, her voice tinged with awe. "Indeed, child," Mr. Thistle replied, his gaze distant with memory. "It opens the door to a realm where the very essence of nature and magic intertwine. But remember, such a journey is not just about finding a door. It is about finding yourself." With Mr. Thistle's words echoing in her mind, Marin found herself yearning for adventure. That night, as the village lay under a blanket of twinkling stars, Marin decided to follow the call of the mysterious key. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a warm shawl, a notebook for her thoughts, and a loaf of her grandmother's honey bread. As dawn broke, Marin set off along a winding path leading out of the village. The path was bordered by towering oaks and patches of vibrant wildflowers swaying in the gentle breeze. The air was crisp and filled with the symphony of birds welcoming the morning. As she walked, Marin was joined by a small, curious fox with fur as red as autumn leaves. The fox, whom Marin named Ember, seemed to understand her unspoken words, and together they ventured through the lush countryside. The days passed in a blur of laughter and shared discoveries, each moment weaving a tapestry of friendship between them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Marin and Ember reached a serene glade where the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. At the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its broad roots embracing the earth. Marin felt the gentle thrum of magic in the air, drawing her closer. With Ember by her side, Marin approached the tree and noticed a small, ornate door nestled within its trunk. Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she retrieved the brass key, its warmth spreading through her fingers. Gently, she inserted the key into the door's lock. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a passage bathed in a silvery light. Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped through, with Ember following close behind. They found themselves in a realm unlike any other, a world where colors danced in the air like living rainbows, and the ground beneath their feet felt alive with a gentle pulse. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, and a gentle melody, as if sung by the stars themselves, filled the space. In this magical realm, Marin and Ember met beings of light and shadow, each with a story and wisdom to share. There was Leora, a graceful spirit with wings of shimmering light, who taught Marin the language of the wind. There was Orin, a gentle giant made of stone, whose deep, rumbling voice spoke of the earth's timeless secrets. And there was Selene, a water nymph with laughter like tinkling bells, who showed Marin the art of listening to the whispers of the streams. As Marin journeyed deeper into this wondrous realm, she learned that the true magic of the key lay not in opening doors, but in opening hearts. Each encounter enriched her understanding of the world, revealing the interconnectedness of all things. Through laughter and shared stories, Marin found a deep sense of peace and belonging she had never known before. But her journey was not without challenges. One day, she came upon a crossroads where the path divided into three. The air was thick with uncertainty, and the way forward was obscured by a swirling mist. Marin felt a pang of doubt, unsure of which path to choose. It was then that Ember nudged her gently, his warm eyes full of trust and encouragement. Remembering Mr. Thistle's words, Marin closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. In the stillness, she heard the soft, guiding whispers of the world around her. Trusting her instincts, she chose the path that resonated with a gentle, familiar hum. With each step forward, the mist began to lift, revealing a landscape of breathtaking beauty. It was a place where the sky kissed the earth, and the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. Here Marin felt truly alive, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. Eventually, Marin and Ember reached the end of their journey, arriving at the heart of the world, a magnificent garden where time stood still. In the center of the garden was a crystal-clear pool reflecting the sky's infinite expanse. As Marin gazed into the water, she saw not just her reflection, but the reflection of every soul she had met along the way. She realized that the heart of the world was also the heart of her journey, a tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and love. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Marin knew it was time to return home. She and Ember retraced their steps, the path now familiar and comforting. Along the way, they shared their stories with those they met, spreading the magic of their journey far and wide. When Marin finally returned to the village, the air was filled with the fragrance of blooming lavender and the sound of children's laughter. Whispering treasures awaited her, just as she had left it, yet everything felt different. She placed the brass key back in its dusty corner, knowing that its true treasure lay not in unlocking doors, but in unlocking hearts. Years passed, and Marin grew into a wise and compassionate woman, cherished by all who knew her. She became the keeper of stories, much like Mr. Thistle, sharing her adventures with those who sought the magic within themselves. And so, in the quiet village nestled among emerald hills and whispering streams, the story of the Keeper's Key lived on. a gentle reminder that the greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves. As the stars twinkled above, Marin would sit by the crackling fireplace, surrounded by friends and family, her heart full of warmth and wonder, ready to share the tales of a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets. Story 42. In a lush, verdant valley, nestled between rolling hills and the whispering pines of the Everwood forest, there lay the quaint village of Cinderglow. The village was a haven of warmth and wonder, where cobblestone paths meandered through rows of thatched cottages, each with a chimney puffing gentle wisps of smoke into the crisp evening air. Cinderglow was a place where magic brushed against the everyday, like the soft rustle of a cat's tail against an ankle. As dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and peach, the villagers would often gather around the central square, lit by the flickering glow of fireflies, to exchange stories and laughter. But of late, peculiar happenings had cast a curious shadow over the village. It began when the village clock tower, a grand structure with hands that usually moved with the grace of a swan, started to chime at peculiar hours. It tolled at midnight when the moon was full, and again at odd moments during the day, sending echoes through the still air. The villagers, puzzled but unperturbed, took it as a harmless quirk of their magical home. However, the oddities didn't stop there. The river that wove like a silver ribbon through the village began to flow backward one morning, much to the astonishment of the local fishermen. And the flowers in the meadows, which usually closed their petals at night, began to glow with a gentle luminescence beneath the starry sky. Though these occurrences were more enchanting than alarming, the villagers felt a gentle tug of curiosity, like the soft pull of a breeze on a kite string. Among them was a thoughtful young lad named Finn, known for his keen eyes and gentle heart. Finn had sandy hair that caught the sun like woven gold, and eyes as blue as the summer sky reflected in still waters. One evening, as the villagers settled into their cozy homes, Finn decided to unravel the mystery. He bundled himself in a woolen scarf, its ends trailing like the tails of two adventurous comets, and set out on a quest for answers. His first stop was the cottage of Old Thistle, the village's wise elder and keeper of lore. Old Thistle's cottage was a snug abode built of stone and wood, with a roof thatched with reeds that whispered secrets to the wind. As Finn knocked gently, the door swung open with a soft creak, and he was greeted by the warm scent of lavender and honey. "Ah, young Finn," Old Thistle's voice was like the gentle crackle of a hearth fire. "What brings you to my door on this fine evening?" Finn explained the strange occurrences, his words weaving a tapestry of intrigue. Old Thistle listened with a twinkle in his eye and nodded thoughtfully. "The clock tower, the river, the flowers, they speak of a forgotten magic, one that dances unseen in harmony with nature." "Is there a way to understand it?" Finn asked, his voice full of earnest wonder. With a nod, Old Thistle retrieved an old, leather-bound tome from a shelf. Its pages were yellowed with age, and it smelled of parchment and possibilities. "Seek the counsel of the Whispering Willows," he advised, pointing to a passage in the book. "They have stood sentinel for centuries and may hold the wisdom you seek." Thanking Old Thistle, Finn set off toward the forest, where the Whispering Willows stood tall and serene. As he entered the forest, the canopy of leaves above him filtered the moonlight, casting a silvery glow upon the path. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Reaching the grove of willows, Finn paused and listened. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling like the whisper of ancient tales. Stepping closer, he heard the faint, melodious murmurs speaking in a language of rustles and hums. "Dear Willows," Finn began, his voice respectful and soft, "can you tell me the cause of these strange happenings in our village?" The willows continued their gentle sway, and soon a voice as soft as a sigh and as old as the forest itself reached his ears. "Child of the valley, the magic you seek is the echo of a past harmony, a dance disrupted by forgotten bonds." Puzzled, Finn pondered these words. "A dance disrupted? How can it be restored?" "Observe, and let your heart guide you," the willows replied, their leaves brushing against each other like a round of applause before a quiet encore. Thanking the willows, Finn returned to the village, his mind swirling with thoughts as he walked beneath the shimmering stars. He noticed the flowers glowing softly and paused to admire their beauty, their petals like small lanterns lighting the darkness. Then, a thought struck him. He realized that the flowers, the river, and the clock tower were all connected by the rhythm of time. The flowers opened and closed with the sun, the river flowed with the phases of the moon, and the clock tower marked the hours. With this insight, Finn hurried back to the village square and found the old clockmaker, Mr. Wren, who was tinkering with a pocket watch under the lamplight. Finn explained his theory, his words tumbling out like a stream finding its course. Mr. Wren chuckled, his eyes crinkling with amusement and understanding. "Ah, young Finn, you have the heart of a true seeker. The clock tower's rhythm is indeed out of step. It needs to be synchronized with the natural world once more." Together, they climbed the spiral stairs of the clock tower, their footsteps echoing like a gentle heartbeat. At the top, they adjusted the great gears and pendulums, guided by the rise of the moon and the gentle tug of the stars. As they worked, the clock tower began to chime, its notes rich and harmonious, merging with the distant song of the river and the glowing hum of the flowers. The village seemed to sigh in relief, settling into a newfound peace. When they descended, the village was aglow with a serene magic, the air filled with the soft symphony of night. The villagers, now gathered in the square, watched as the clock tower struck midnight, its chimes clear and true. Finn felt a warm glow of satisfaction, like the gentle warmth of the sun after a passing cloud. Old Thistle, who had joined the villagers, nodded approvingly. "You have restored the balance, young one, and in doing so, you have reminded us all of the harmony that binds us to the world." As the villagers drifted back to their homes, their hearts light with wonder, Finn lingered for a moment beneath the stars. The village lay peaceful and still, wrapped in the embrace of night, its mysteries now revealed as part of the natural dance of life. Content with the gentle magic he had uncovered, Finn returned home, his heart full of the warmth of friendship and the quiet wisdom of the world. Sleep found him easily that night, cradling him in dreams as soft and shimmering as the glow of the enchanted flowers. And from that day on, Cinderglow flourished in harmony, its magic a gentle reminder of the beauty that comes when one listens to the whispers of the world. Story 43. Once upon a starry night, a young girl named Willow found herself drawn to the enchanting melody of a distant wind chime. As if under a spell, she followed the captivating sound deep into the forest that bordered her quaint village. Willow's curious spirit had often led her on adventures, but this time, the path seemed to beckon her towards something extraordinary. The wind chime's gentle tones grew louder with each step, guiding her through a veil of mist and into a hidden glade bathed in silvery moonlight. At the center of this secret sanctuary stood an ancient willow tree, its graceful branches adorned with hundreds of wind chimes that tinkled in perfect harmony. As Willow approached, awestruck by the ethereal sight, a glimmering wisp of light danced before her eyes. The wisp gradually took the form of a whimsical creature, a radiant fairy no bigger than her hand. "Welcome, dear child," the fairy greeted with a musical voice. "I am Arya, keeper of this enchanted glen. Your pure heart and unwavering curiosity have led you to a place where magic dwells." Willow could hardly believe her eyes. "Is this a dream?" she whispered, her fingers tracing the delicate petals of a nearby flower that shimmered like stardust. Arya let out a tinkling laugh. "Dreams are but gateways to worlds beyond our own. This is the Chime Hollow, a realm where the melodies of nature intertwine with the whispers of ancient magic." From that moment, Willow's life changed forever. Arya revealed that she possessed a rare gift, the ability to understand and influence the language of the wind chimes. With each chime's tone representing a different element of nature, Arya could weave intricate symphonies capable of shaping the very fabric of the hollow. Under Arya's guidance, Willow embarked on a wondrous journey, learning the secrets of the wind chimes and forging an unbreakable bond with the fairy. Together, they composed melodies that coaxed vibrant blooms from the most barren of seeds and summoned gentle rains to nourish the thirsty soil. However, their idyllic existence was soon threatened by a dark force, a malevolent sorcerer named Grimlock, who coveted the power of the Chime Hollow for his own nefarious purposes. Sensing the disturbance in the harmonies, Arya knew they had to act swiftly. With Willow's unwavering determination and Arya's mastery of the chimes, they devised an intricate plan to safeguard the hollow. They composed a symphony so intricate and powerful that it summoned the very essence of the four elements, earth, air, fire, and water, to serve as guardians of the realm. The earth elemental, a mighty golem crafted from ancient stone, rose from the depths to fortify the borders. The air elemental, a graceful spirit of the winds, danced through the treetops, carrying whispers of warning. The fire elemental, a brilliant phoenix born of celestial flames, took flight, its radiant feathers illuminating the darkest corners. And the water elemental, a serene naiad, flowed through the streams, cleansing and renewing all in its path. With the elements standing guard, Willow and Arya turned their focus to unraveling the mystery of Grimlock's sinister intentions. Through careful observation and intuition, they discovered that the sorcerer sought to harness the power of the Chime Hollow to create an instrument of unimaginable destruction, a cursed chime capable of bending nature itself to his will. Undeterred, the two friends embarked on a quest to locate the missing components required to craft the cursed chime before Grimlock could obtain them. Their journey took them through treacherous landscapes, from frozen tundras to scorching deserts, where they faced challenges that tested the limits of their resilience and ingenuity. Along the way, they forged unexpected alliances with other mystical beings, a clan of wise tree nymphs who guided them through the ancient forests, and a mischievous band of pixies whose playful antics often lifted their spirits during the darkest of times. As the final battle with Grimlock loomed, Willow and Arya realized that their true strength lay not in their mastery of magic, but in the unbreakable bond of friendship they had forged. With the wind chimes singing in perfect harmony, they channeled the very essence of nature's resilience and the indomitable spirit of hope. In a climactic confrontation, they shattered Grimlock's cursed chime, releasing a cascade of pure, healing melodies that swept across the land, restoring balance and banishing the sorcerer's dark influence forever. In the aftermath, the Chime Hollow flourished like never before, its enchanting melodies echoing through the realms as a symbol of harmony, friendship, and the enduring power of hope. Willow, forever changed by her extraordinary journey, became the protector of the Hollow, ensuring that its magic would continue to thrive for generations to come. And on tranquil nights, when the wind whispered through the willow branches, one could almost hear the faint tinkle of chimes, a gentle reminder that even in the darkest of times, the melodies of hope and friendship would always resonate, guiding those with pure hearts towards the magic that dwells within. Story 44. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets only the winds understood, there lived a community of creatures who knew how to listen. Their home was a mosaic of vibrant greens and earthy browns, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, dancing on the forest floor like golden butterflies. Each morning, the forest awoke with a symphony of life. The gentle rustling of leaves served as a prelude to the day, while birds greeted the dawn with melodies that wove through the air like a gentle breeze. Squirrels darted from branch to branch, their bushy tails trailing like soft, fluffy banners. Meanwhile, the rabbits emerged from their burrows, their ears twitching in anticipation of the day's adventures. In this enchanted realm, balance was not just a concept but a way of life. The creatures of the forest lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of nature. The elders, wise owls with eyes like pools of liquid amber, often spoke of the importance of this balance. Their voices were soft and soothing, like the cooing of doves, and their words were carried on the wind, lingering in the minds of those who listened. One such listener was a young deer named Thistle. Her coat was a soft, tawny hue, speckled with spots that resembled the dapples of sunlight on the forest floor. Thistle was known for her gentle heart and curious spirit, always eager to learn from the world around her. She loved nothing more than to wander through the forest, her hooves padding silently over the mossy ground as she explored the wonders of her home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their transformation from vibrant green to rich shades of amber and crimson, Thistle set out on one of her wanderings. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she walked, she noticed a change in the forest, a subtle shift in the energy that pulsed through the trees and undergrowth. Pausing beneath the boughs of a mighty oak, Thistle closed her eyes and listened. The forest was alive with whispers, a language known only to those who truly listened. It was then she heard the voice of the wise old owl, perched high above in the branches. "Thistle," the owl called, his voice a gentle rustle, "the time has come for you to learn the secret of the changing seasons." Thistle opened her eyes, her heart filled with anticipation. "What is this secret, wise one?" she asked, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled through the leaves. The owl gazed down at her, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "The forest is alive, dear Thistle, and it breathes with the rhythms of the seasons. Each change brings with it a gift, a lesson to be learned and shared. The secret lies in understanding the balance and ensuring that these gifts are cherished and protected." Thistle nodded, her heart swelling with the weight of this newfound responsibility. She knew that the forest relied on the harmony of its inhabitants, and she was determined to play her part in maintaining this delicate balance. With the owl's words echoing in her mind, Thistle continued her journey through the forest. She marveled at the way the leaves crackled underfoot, their vibrant colors a testament to the magic that flowed through the land. As she walked, she noticed something unusual, a small patch of the forest where the leaves had not changed color. They remained green, untouched by the autumn's hand. Curious, Thistle approached the patch, her nose twitching as she sniffed the air. There was something different about this place, something that felt out of sync with the rest of the forest. As she pondered the mystery, a soft voice reached her ears. "Hello, Thistle," it said, as gentle as a lullaby. "I see you found my little corner." Turning, Thistle saw a hedgehog nestled among the leaves, her quills glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. Her eyes were bright and kind, filled with a warmth that put Thistle at ease. "Hello," Thistle replied, her voice filled with curiosity. "Why haven't these leaves changed color like the others?" The hedgehog chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of leaves in the breeze. "This is a place of transition, a reminder that change is a part of life. These leaves hold on to their green to teach us about patience and the beauty of transformation. Sometimes, things take longer to change, but that doesn't mean they are any less important." Thistle pondered this, her mind a whirl of thoughts. She realized that the forest was full of such lessons, each hidden within the natural world, waiting to be discovered. The hedgehog's words stayed with her as she continued her exploration, reminding her of the importance of patience and understanding. Throughout the autumn, Thistle shared her newfound knowledge with the other creatures of the forest. She spoke of the balance that must be maintained, of the gifts and lessons offered by each season. Her gentle words spread like ripples in a pond, touching the hearts of all who heard them. As winter approached, the forest transformed once more. The air grew crisp, and the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing the ground in a soft white quilt. Thistle watched as the forest embraced the change, each creature adapting to the new season with grace and resilience. The wise old owl called a gathering beneath the starlit sky, his voice carrying through the stillness like a comforting lullaby. "Tonight, we celebrate the harmony of our home and the wisdom passed down through the generations," he announced, his eyes twinkling like the stars above. Thistle stood among her friends, her heart full of gratitude and love for the forest that was her home. She realized that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its beauty, but in the connections between its inhabitants and the lessons they shared. As the creatures of the forest gathered together, they sang songs of unity and peace, their voices rising into the night like a gentle prayer. The forest listened, cradling them in its embrace, and the stars above twinkled with approval. And so, as the seasons continued their eternal dance, Thistle and the creatures of the forest remained steadfast in their commitment to harmony and balance. Their lives were a testament to the wisdom of the ages, a reminder that true magic lies in the beauty of the natural world and the connections that bind us all together. In the heart of the forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in peace, guided by the gentle lessons of the changing seasons. And as the years passed, the forest stood as a beacon of harmony, a place where dreams and nature thrived side by side, under the watchful eyes of the wise old owl and the tender heart of thistle. And so, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the enchanted land, the forest whispered its lullaby to the world, cradling all who listened in a world of dreams and gentle magic. Story 45. In a quaint village nestled among emerald hills and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Melis. Her hair flowed like golden wheat under the sun, and her spirit was as bright as the morning dew. Melis was known throughout the village for her insatiable curiosity and her love for the stories her grandmother spun by the fireside, tales of lands beyond the known, filled with wonder and magic. One misty morning, as the sun gently kissed the horizon with its first warm rays, Melis embarked on a journey that would lead her to the edge of her world and beyond. She carried with her a small satchel, packed with freshly baked bread and a flask of sweet berry tea, gifts from her grandmother to sustain her on her adventure. The path she chose wound through the whispering woods. As she walked, the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves, the sweet scent of pine, and the distant melody of a brook hidden among the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced along the forest floor. Melis felt a comforting embrace from nature as she ventured deeper into the woods, her feet guided by the unseen yet familiar pull of wonder. After a time, she reached a glade where the forest opened up to reveal a sight that took her breath away. Before her lay a field of flowers unlike any she had ever seen, their petals shimmering with hues that shifted like the colors of a rainbow. In the center of this magical meadow stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if reaching for the stars. This was the heartwood tree, whispered about in tales, said to be the gateway to the enchanted realm. Despite the stories, few in the village had ever seen it, and even fewer had dared approach. But Melis, fueled by her curiosity and an adventurous heart, stepped forward with gentle confidence. As she neared, the tree's bark seemed to pulse with a welcoming warmth, and with a deep breath, Melis placed her hand upon it. The world shivered around her, and the air filled with the sweet melodic chiming of bells. With a soft, shimmering glow, a doorway appeared in the tree's trunk, inviting and mysterious. Melis, her heart pounding with excitement, stepped through. On the other side, she found herself in a realm aglow with enchantment. The sky was a canvas of swirling pastels, and the air was filled with the gentle song of unseen birds. The ground beneath her was soft and springy, like walking on a cloud spun from the finest silk. All around her, the land was alive with whimsical creatures. Tiny, luminescent fairies flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of crystal. A pair of rabbits with silver fur and gleaming, intelligent eyes hopped by, pausing to nod at Melis in greeting. She even spotted a slow-moving tortoise with a shell that sparkled like the night sky. Each step it took a testament to patience and wisdom. Melis marveled at everything she saw, her heart swelling with joy. Yet, she also knew she was here for a reason. She recalled her grandmother's tales of the enchanted realm, where courage was the key to unlocking one's true potential. As she wandered through this wonderland, Melis sought to understand her own strengths. Her first challenge came in the form of a gentle brook that wound through the land. Its waters were clear and inviting, yet it whispered of secrets hidden beneath its surface. Melis approached the brook, kneeling by its bank. As she gazed into the water, she saw not her reflection, but a tapestry of memories, of times she had doubted herself, and times she had been brave. The brook seemed to ask a silent question. Would she dare to see what lay beyond her fears? Melis smiled softly, for she had learned from her grandmother that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. She dipped her fingers into the brook, and as the water swirled around her hand, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle affirmation of her bravery. Continuing her journey, Melis came upon a grove where the air was filled with the aroma of honeysuckle and the soft hum of bees. In the center of the grove stood a majestic stag with antlers that glowed like the moon. Its eyes were wise and kind, and as Melis approached, it bowed its head in greeting. The stag spoke in a voice that resonated like the gentle roll of thunder. "You have come far, young traveler. What is it you seek?" Melis thought for a moment and replied, I seek to know myself, to understand the courage within me. The stag nodded, a glimmer of approval in its eyes. Then you must learn to listen, to the world around you, to the whispers of your heart, for true courage is found in understanding. With that, the stag turned and led Melis to the edge of the grove, where a path wound upwards, towards a hill crowned with a single tree. Melis followed, feeling a sense of anticipation build within her. As she reached the top of the hill, she gazed out over the enchanted realm, her heart full of wonder and awe. The world seemed to breathe with her, its beauty a testament to the magic of life. She felt a deep connection to everything around her, to the land, to the creatures, and most importantly, to herself. In that moment, Melis understood the lesson of her journey. Courage was not just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown, exploring with an open heart, and finding strength in the quiet moments of reflection. With a heart full of gratitude, Melis turned back towards the path that would lead her home. As she descended the hill, the realm around her shimmered one last time, a gentle farewell from a land that had become a part of her story. When she stepped back through the doorway in the heartwood tree, the whispering woods welcomed her with open arms. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest. Melis made her way back to the village, her spirit light and her heart full. That evening, by the crackling fireside, Melis shared her tale with her grandmother, her eyes sparkling with the magic of her adventure. Her grandmother listened, her face alight with pride, and when Melis finished, she wrapped her in a gentle hug. You've learned well, my dear, her grandmother said softly. Courage is a journey, not a destination, and you've taken the first steps with grace and wisdom. As Melis drifted to sleep that night, the warmth of the fire and her grandmother's presence wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. She knew that the enchanted realm would always be a part of her, a place of wonder within her heart. And so, with a contented sigh, Melis closed her eyes, dreaming of new adventures and the courage that would guide her through them. The night cradled her gently, and the stars winked down like old friends, promising that the world was full of magic, waiting to be discovered. 46. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels and the gentle murmur of the wind through the leaves created a symphony of serenity, there lived a young woman named Leora. She resided in a quaint cottage that was nestled amidst a meadow of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting a tapestry of nature's finest art. Leora, with her hair as golden as the morning sun and eyes that mirrored the deep emerald of the forest, was known for her gentle smile and kind heart. Yet beneath her serene exterior, she grappled with a profound fear of change. Every morning, Leora would sit by her window, watching the world awaken with the soft hues of dawn. The birds would begin their melodic songs, and the dew-kissed petals would unfurl to greet the sun. Despite the beauty that surrounded her, Leora felt a restlessness within, a yearning she couldn't quite name. The forest, with its ever-changing seasons, seemed to whisper secrets she was too afraid to hear. One day, as the first leaves of autumn began to fall, painting the forest in shades of amber and gold, Leora decided to take a walk. She wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of leaves. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of the foliage was a comforting lullaby. As she walked, Leora came upon a small clearing bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward as if in eternal embrace. Beneath its boughs sat an elderly woman, her skin as weathered as the bark of the oak, and her eyes as wise as time itself. She wore a cloak of deep forest green, and around her neck hung a pendant that glowed with an inner light. "Ah, Leora!" The woman greeted with a voice as soft as a whisper and as warm as a hearth fire. "I've been expecting you." Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" she asked, stepping closer. "I am known as Mira," the woman replied, "guardian of these woods. I keep watch over the magic that flows through the veins of this land." Leora sank down beside Mira, feeling a sense of peace envelop her. "Magic?" she echoed, her voice a mix of intrigue and disbelief. Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling like stars caught in a twilight sky. The magic of transformation, dear one. Just as the forest sheds its leaves in fall, only to be reborn in spring, so too must we embrace change to grow. But how? Leora's voice was barely a whisper, filled with the weight of her fears. By trusting in the journey, Mira replied, her words a gentle balm. Allow the magic within you to awaken, and let it guide you. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest was bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. The clearing seemed to pulse with energy, and Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the very earth beneath her feet was lending her strength. Suddenly, a soft rustling caught her attention, and from the shadows emerged a small fox with fur as red as the setting sun. It approached cautiously, its eyes bright and curious. Mira extended a hand, and the fox nuzzled it affectionately. "This is Finn," she introduced, "a loyal companion and guide." The fox padded over to Leora, its gaze meeting hers with an understanding that words could not convey. In that moment, Leora felt a connection that transcended the ordinary, a bond forged in shared journeys. For the next few weeks, Leora visited the clearing each day, accompanied by Finn. Mira taught her the language of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the song of the brook, the whispers of the wind. With each lesson, Leora's fear of change began to ebb, replaced by a sense of wonder and discovery. One crisp morning, Leora awoke with a new resolve. She had learned to trust Finn's instincts, Mira's wisdom, and most importantly, her own heart. She realized that change, though daunting, was not an end but a beginning, a chance to discover new parts of herself. Emboldened by this newfound understanding, Leora decided to explore further. With Finn by her side, she ventured into parts of the forest she had only dreamt of. Along the way, she met other creatures, each unique and wise in their own right. A gentle deer with eyes like pools of serenity, an owl whose call was a soothing lullaby, and a family of rabbits who taught her the joy of simple pleasures. Each encounter was a lesson, a piece of the puzzle that was her journey. She learned that transformation was not about becoming someone else, but about uncovering the layers that had always been within her. She embraced the changes in herself as she had learned to embrace the changing seasons of the forest. One day, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Leora returned to the clearing. Mira greeted her with a smile, her eyes shining with pride. "You have grown, dear Leora," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The magic within you has awakened, and you have become a part of the cycle of this land." Leora nodded, her heart full of gratitude and understanding. She had found her place in the world, not through resisting change, but by embracing it. She had learned that the magic of transformation was not in the destination, but in the journey itself. As she walked back to her cottage with Finn trotting happily beside her, Leora felt the warmth of the hearth calling to her. She knew that no matter where life led her, she would always carry the magic of the whispering woods within her heart, a reminder of the beauty of personal discovery and the peace that comes from embracing change. And so, with the fires of transformation kindled within her, Leora settled into her cozy home, content in the knowledge that she had found the courage to grow and the wisdom to cherish the journey. The crackling of the fireplace, the soft rustle of the wind, and the gentle presence of Finn by her side lulled her into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the endless magic of the world around her. Story 47. In a quaint village surrounded by whispering pines and rolling meadows, there lived a curious young girl named Lily. Her hair was the color of ripe wheat, and her eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 adventures yet to be had. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lily would sit by her window, dreaming of the wonders that lay beyond the borders of her small world. One particularly golden afternoon, when the sunlight danced through the leaves like liquid honey, Lily decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She donned her favorite blue cloak, the one her grandmother had sewn with patches of starlight, and set off towards the edge of the forest that bordered her village. The forest was a place of enchantment and mystery, where the air smelled of pine and earth, and the rustling leaves whispered secrets to those who would listen. As Lily stepped beneath the canopy of trees, she felt a tingle of excitement run through her, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its depths. The further she ventured, the more the world around her began to change. The sunlight filtered through the trees in a kaleidoscope of colors, painting the forest floor with shades of emerald and sapphire. The air was alive with the sound of birdsong, each note a sweet melody that guided her deeper into the woods. After walking for what felt like both hours and mere moments, Lily stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. The tree's leaves shimmered with a silvery glow, casting a gentle light over the clearing. Curled around the base of the tree was a creature as whimsical as the forest itself. It looked like a dragon, though not one of fire and fearsome might, but of soft scales that glistened like dew at dawn. Its eyes were the color of amethysts, deep and wise, and it regarded Lily with a gaze that felt like a warm embrace. "Hello, little explorer," the dragon said, its voice a gentle rumble that vibrated through Lily's bones. "What brings you to this hidden heart of the forest?" Lily, though initially startled, felt a wave of calm wash over her. "I'm looking for adventure," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I want to discover the world beyond my village." The dragon chuckled, a sound like the bubbling of a brook. "Courage and curiosity are the keys to the most extraordinary journeys," it said, unfurling a wing to reveal a path of shimmering stones that wound deeper into the forest. "Follow this path, and you shall see what lies beyond." With a nod of gratitude, Lily stepped onto the path, her heart fluttering with excitement. The stones beneath her feet were cool and smooth, their surface reflecting the light like tiny mirrors. As she walked, she discovered the world around her was alive with magic. She passed by a pond where butterflies danced above the water, their wings painted with the colors of sunset. A gentle breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, and the sound of a distant stream was a soothing lullaby. The forest was a tapestry of wonders, each thread woven with care and beauty. As the path led Lily further into the unknown, she encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of the pages of a fairy tale. There were tiny sprites with wings of gossamer who flitted about like living jewels, and a family of hedgehogs who chattered merrily as they rolled acorns towards their burrow. At one point, she came upon a bridge made of woven branches, arching gracefully over a stream that glimmered under the afternoon sun. As she crossed, she noticed fish with scales like silver coins swimming beneath the surface, their movements a dance of light and grace. Each step Lily took filled her with a sense of awe and wonder, but also a growing confidence. She realized that the world was vast and full of surprises, and that her courage was her greatest companion on this journey. Eventually, the path led her to a meadow bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The meadow was dotted with flowers that swayed gently in the breeze, their petals whispering secrets to the wind. In the center of the meadow stood a small cottage, its walls covered in ivy, and its windows glowing with the warm light of a crackling fire. Drawn by the promise of comfort and rest, Lily approached the cottage and knocked gently on the door. To her delight, the door was opened by an elderly woman with kind eyes and a smile that radiated warmth. "Welcome, dear traveler," the woman said, ushering Lily inside. The cottage was a haven of coziness, filled with the scent of fresh bread and the sound of a kettle singing on the hearth. "You must be weary from your journey. Come, sit by the fire and share your tale." Lily settled into a plush armchair by the fire, feeling the warmth seep into her bones. As she recounted her adventure, the woman listened with rapt attention, nodding and smiling at all the right moments. When Lily finished her story, the woman reached for a book filled with blank pages. "This is the Book of Explorers," she explained, handing it to Lily. "Each page records the journey of a brave soul who dared to step beyond the known and into the realm of possibility. Write your story here so others may find courage in your tale." With a heart full of gratitude, Lily took the book and began to write, her pen dancing across the pages as the fire crackled softly by her side. She wrote of the magical forest, the wise dragon, and the path of shimmering stones. She wrote of courage and curiosity, of the wonders she had seen and the friends she had met along the way. As the last light of day faded into night, Lily felt a deep sense of peace settle over her. she realized that her journey had been more than just an adventure. It had been a journey of the heart, a reminder that the world is full of magic for those brave enough to seek it. And so, with the comfort of the fire and the gentle presence of the kind woman, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a gentle seamstress named Maribel. Her cottage, adorned with climbing roses and vibrant ivy, stood at the heart of the village. For as long as the villagers could remember, Maribel's hands had crafted the most exquisite garments, threads weaving tales of wonder and warmth into every stitch. But Maribel held a secret fear deep within her heart. Change, to her, was a shadowy specter that loomed over her peaceful life. She found solace in the familiar hum of her spinning wheel, the rhythmic click of her needles, and the comforting certainty of her routine. Yet a part of her longed to dance with the unknown, to embrace the new and unexpected with open arms. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves fell like golden whispers from the trees, Maribel received a peculiar letter. The envelope was sealed with emerald wax, embossed with the emblem of a soaring bird. Inside, the letter was penned in swirling script. Dear Maribel, the winds of change are stirring, and they seek to guide you on a journey of transformation. Follow the path into the whispering woods at twilight, where a friend awaits to share the wonders of the world beyond your doorstep. With anticipation, a fellow traveler. Maribel's heart fluttered like a captured bird at the prospect of venturing into the woods, a place she had only admired from afar. Yet, an inner voice whispered of possibilities, urging her to step beyond her fears. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Maribel wrapped herself in a cozy shawl and set off toward the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with moonlight, illuminating her way like a celestial guide. As she walked deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with magic, and the trees seemed to lean closer, whispering secrets of the ages. Maribel's heart began to lighten with each step, the thrill of adventure mingling with the crisp scent of pine and earth. At the heart of the woods, in a clearing bathed in silver moonbeams, stood an ancient tree with branches sprawling like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs sat a wise old owl, its feathers as soft as down and eyes as bright as twin stars. The owl, perched on a low branch, regarded Maribel with a gentle nod. "Greetings, Maribel," hooted the owl in a voice that resonated with the wisdom of the forest. "I am Oberon, guardian of the whispering woods. I have been waiting for you." Maribel's apprehension melted away in the presence of the kind owl. "Why have you called me here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "To guide you on a journey of discovery," Oberon replied, his eyes twinkling like dew-kissed leaves. "In this forest, the magic mirrors the heart's desire. Embrace the change that frightens you, and you shall uncover the wonders within yourself." With Oberon as her guide, Maribel embarked on a series of enchanting adventures. She wandered through glades where flowers sang in harmony with the wind, their petals shimmering with hues unseen in the waking world. She danced with the shadows of ancient trees, their roots whispering tales of time long past, and she listened to the brook's laughter as it tumbled over stones smoothed by centuries. Through each experience, Maribel discovered facets of herself she had never known. Her fingers, once only skilled in sewing, now wove patterns in the air, conjuring gentle breezes and soft rains. Her heart, once wary of the unknown, now blossomed with a newfound courage, eager to embrace the world's mysteries. Throughout her journey, Maribel was never alone. The creatures of the forest, from playful foxes to curious deer, became her companions. Even the shyest of woodland creatures found comfort in her presence, drawn to the kindness that radiated from her very being. As the days turned into weeks, Maribel's fear of change transformed into an eager anticipation of life's unfolding chapters. The forest became her second home, its magic a reflection of her own inner growth. Yet, as much as she cherished her time in the whispering woods, the village and her beloved craft called to her heart. One evening, under a sky blanketed with stars, Oberon spoke once more. "It is time, dear Maribel, to share the magic you have found with the world beyond these woods." With a grateful heart, Maribel returned to the village, her spirit alight with the wisdom she had gained. She brought with her not only the enchantment of the forest, but also a newfound understanding of herself. Her creations, once merely fabric and thread, now carried the essence of her journey, a tapestry of courage, change, and friendship. The villagers marveled at Maribel's transformation, sensing the subtle magic that infused her work. Her garments became cherished treasures, imbued with warmth and joy, and soon her cottage was filled with the laughter and stories of those who visited, eager to share in her newfound light. In time, Maribel's fear of change became but a distant memory, replaced by the joy of embracing life's ever-unfolding wonders. And though the path through the Whispering Woods was now a cherished memory, the magic of the forest remained forever entwined with her heart, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to grow and transform. And so, in the cozy glow of her cottage, surrounded by friends old and new, Maribel found peace in the knowledge that life's journey was a dance of discovery, a celebration of the heart's endless capacity to love and change. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Maribel smiled, content in the warmth of her newfound wisdom and the gentle magic of the world around her. In her heart, she knew that the greatest transformation was not in the world outside, but in the courage to embrace her own unfolding story. Story 49. The Whispering Forest and the Stone of Stars. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Eldergrove, nestled at the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Mia. Eldergrove was a place where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard from dawn until dusk. The villagers were known for their warmth and hospitality, and Mia was beloved by all for her kind heart and curious spirit. Mia lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who had once been the village healer. Their cottage was a cozy haven, with walls lined with shelves full of jars containing herbs and mysterious potions. At night, the fireplace crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the room as Mia listened to her grandmother's tales of the forest and its hidden wonders. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Mia's grandmother took out a small, intricately carved box. She opened it to reveal a shimmering stone that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 stars. "This is the Stone of Star," her mother whispered, her voice full of reverence. "It is a magical object, a gift from the forest itself. It has the power to reveal the unseen and guide the lost." Mia gazed at the stone, her eyes wide with wonder. "Can it show us the hidden world in the forest?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother nodded, her eyes twinkling. "Yes, my dear. But remember, magic is not just a tool for discovery. It is a responsibility. The forest will only reveal its secrets to a heart that is pure and intentions that are kind." The next morning, with the stone safely tucked in her satchel, Mia set off on a journey into the forest. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy of leaves, and the air was filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and birdsong. As she walked, Mia felt the stone warm against her side, as if it were alive, guiding her steps deeper into the heart of the forest. The forest was a place of enchantment, where the trees whispered secrets to each other, and the streams sang as they danced over rocks. Mia followed the sound of a tinkling brook, her heart light with anticipation. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in light, where the air shimmered with a delicate, otherworldly glow. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching towards the heavens. Mia approached it, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of fear. As she placed her hand on the rough bark, the stone in her satchel began to glow, illuminating the clearing with a soft, ethereal light. And then she saw it, a door, hidden in the tree's bark, intricately carved with patterns of stars and moons. It was a door to the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of, a world where magic danced in the air like fireflies at dusk. With a deep breath, Mia turned the handle and stepped through the door. The world beyond was more beautiful than she had imagined. The sky was a tapestry of colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, some with wings that sparkled in the sunlight, others with scales that shone with every color of the rainbow. As Mia wandered through this enchanting land, she met a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a creature of the forest, with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages and a heart as kind as the rippling brook. She had the ability to speak the language of the trees and understand the whispers of the wind. "Welcome, Mia," Leora said, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "The forest has been waiting for you." Mia smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I've always felt drawn to this place," she confessed, "but I don't know why." Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The forest chooses those with hearts open to its wonders," she explained. "But it also presents challenges that must be overcome with wisdom and friendship." And so began Mia's journey through the hidden world of the forest. Each day brought new adventures and challenges. She learned to listen to the trees, who shared stories of ancient times. She helped a family of foxes find their way home, and learned the art of healing from a wise old owl who lived in the tallest tree. Through it all, Mia and Leora became inseparable friends, their bond growing stronger with each shared adventure. They learned from each other, discovering the power of friendship and the strength found in unity. One day, as they explored a part of the forest shrouded in mist, they stumbled upon a mystery. A grove of trees, once vibrant and full of life, now stood silent and still, their leaves withered and gray. The air was heavy with sadness, and even the birds were silent. "This is the work of the shadow," Leora said, her voice tinged with sorrow, "a dark force that seeks to drain the forest of its magic." Mia felt a chill run down her spine. "Can we stop it?" she asked, determined to help her beloved forest. Leora nodded. "We must find the source of the shadow and restore the balance." Together, they embarked on a quest to uncover the mystery of the shadow. They followed the whispers of the wind and the guidance of the stone of stars, which glowed brighter with each step they took towards the heart of the forest. Their journey led them to a hidden cave where the air was thick with darkness. At the entrance, Mia hesitated, fear tugging at her heart. But Leora was by her side, her presence a comforting light in the shadows. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice filled with courage. "Together, we can overcome this." With renewed strength, Mia stepped into the cave, the stone illuminating the path ahead. Inside, they found the source of the shadow, a creature, twisted by greed and anger, who sought to claim the forest's magic for itself. Mia approached the creature, her heart full of compassion. She understood that it was not evil, but lost, consumed by its own loneliness and fear. She reached out with her heart, offering friendship and understanding. The creature paused, its dark eyes meeting Mia's. Slowly, the shadows began to lift, replaced by a warm, golden light. The creature's form shifted, revealing a being of light and beauty, once a guardian of the forest. "Thank you," the guardian whispered, its voice soft and full of gratitude. "I was blinded by my own fear, but your kindness has shown me the way." With the shadow dispelled, the forest began to heal. The trees regained their vibrant colors, and the air was once again filled with the joyous songs of birds. Mia and Leora had restored the balance, their friendship a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mia knew it was time to return home. The hidden world of the forest had changed her, filling her heart with wisdom and a deeper understanding of the world around her. Back in Eldergrove, Mia shared her adventures with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone of stars was returned to the carved box, a reminder of the journey and the lessons learned. And so as the night deepened and the stars twinkled overhead, Mia drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the warmth of friendship. The end. Story 50. The Whispering Woods and the Crystal of Seasons. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, lay a village known as Faldoria, where every leaf seemed to shimmer with secrets, and every breeze carried tales of old. The villagers lived harmoniously with the forest, respecting its mysteries and the gentle magic that wove through the air like threads of sunlight. In this village lived a young girl named Leora, with hair as dark as the midnight sky and eyes sparkling like stars. She was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Leora had a special connection to the forest. She believed it spoke to her in rustling leaves and trickling streams, a language woven in whispers and wind. One crisp autumn afternoon, As the sun set the woods ablaze with golden light, Leora decided to explore a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly underfoot as she walked. Her heart thrummed with excitement and a hint of mystery, the kind that only an uncharted path could promise. As she wandered deeper, she noticed the trees growing taller and closer, their branches intertwining like an ancient woodwork of nature. Suddenly, her foot caught on something buried beneath the fallen leaves. She bent down, brushing aside the foliage to reveal a small, intricately carved box, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the dimming light. Leora's fingers tingled as she touched the box, and a soft warmth spread through her palms. She carefully opened it, revealing a crystal of breathtaking beauty, shimmering with hues of emerald, sapphire, and gold. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, pulsating gently as though alive. As she held the crystal, the forest around her began to change. The leaves whispered louder, the wind swirled in a gentle dance, and the light seemed to bend and play, casting hues across the ground. It was then that she heard a voice, soft and melodic, resonating from within her mind. "Guardian of the woods, seeker of truth," the voice intoned, a gentle presence that wrapped around her like a warm cloak. "You have found the crystal of seasons, the heart of these woods. With it comes the power to see the world as it truly is, but also the responsibility to protect its secrets." Leora's heart swelled with a mix of awe and trepidation. "What must I do?" she whispered, a cloud of breath escaping into the cool air. "Embark on a journey," the voice answered. "The path will reveal itself as you walk it. Trust in the magic that flows through these woods, and you will find the answers you seek." Determined, Leora tucked the crystal back into the box, feeling its warmth seep through the wood into her skin. She turned back toward the village, her mind swirling with thoughts and possibilities, her heart a blend of excitement and solemn duty. Days turned into weeks as Leora began to understand the depth of her task. The crystal, she discovered, held the power to change the seasons, weaving the cycle of life through the forest and the village. She marveled at the first snowflakes she conjured, watched as spring blooms unfolded beneath her touch, and felt the warmth of summer sun spread across the land. But with each change, she noticed a subtle shift in the balance of the forest. The trees whispered of imbalance, the streams sang of discord. It became clear that to wield such power was to walk a path of harmony, not dominance. One crisp winter morning, as a gentle snow fell, Leora met with her dearest friend, Lysander. He was a boy with hair like spun gold and eyes as green as the forest itself. They had been friends since childhood, their bond as unbreakable as the roots of the ancient oaks. Leora shared her secret with Lysander, showing him the crystal and speaking of her journey. His eyes widened with wonder, but his expression turned thoughtful. "We must ensure that the balance is kept," Lysander said, his voice steady. "Perhaps there's something we've overlooked, a part of the forest that holds the key." Together they decided to explore the hidden heart of the forest, a place spoken of only in hushed tones. It was said to be a realm where the magic of the forest was strongest, where the past and future wove together like threads in a tapestry. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift and change, the air thick with magic and mystery. They found themselves in a clearing unlike any other, where the ground was carpeted with flowers of every hue, and a gentle mist floated like a dream. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with runes that glowed softly in the twilight. From its branches hung crystals similar to Leora's, each one pulsing with the rhythm of the earth. It was here that they met the guardian of the woods, a gentle creature with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. Its form shifted and shimmered, part spirit, part forest, as it regarded them with a gaze full of kindness. "You have traveled far, young ones," the guardian spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "The crystal you hold is but one part of the whole. To truly understand its power, you must learn from the past and embrace the future." Leora and Lysander listened intently as the guardian shared the story of the forest, a tale of growth and renewal, of seasons turning like the pages of a book. They learned that the crystal was a gift, a reminder of the harmony that must be upheld between nature and those who dwell within it. We must share what we've learned, Leora said, her voice filled with resolve. The village must understand the importance of preserving this balance. The guardian nodded, its form shimmering as it spoke. And in doing so, you will become true guardians of the woods, keepers of the cycle, and protectors of the magic that flows through this land. As they made their way back to the village, Leora and Lysander felt a change within themselves, a deeper understanding of their place in the world. They knew that their journey had only just begun, but they also knew they were not alone. The forest was with them, its magic a constant companion. The villagers listened with rapt attention as Leora and Lysander shared their tale. Together they forged a bond with the forest, living in harmony with its cycles, respecting its secrets, and cherishing the wonder of each season. And so, the village of Faldoria thrived, its people and the forest living as one, their lives intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees. Leora and Lysander continued to explore the hidden paths and mysteries of the woods, their friendship a beacon of hope and harmony. The crystal of seasons, safely nestled within its carved box, became a symbol of their journey, a reminder that the true magic of the world lay not in power, but in the balance and beauty of life itself. As the years passed, stories of the Whispering Woods spread far and wide, tales of a village where magic danced with the seasons, and where a young girl and her friend learned the wisdom of the forest, the strength of friendship, and the power of harmony. And every night, as the moon cast its gentle glow over the land, the forest whispered its ancient secrets to those who would listen, a lullaby of leaves and wind, a song of peace and wonder, echoing through the hearts of all who called the woods their home. Story 51. In the gentle embrace of the moonlit night, when stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, a small, sleepy village lay nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods. This village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air carried the scent of blooming jasmine, and the soft rustle of leaves often mingled with the laughter of children playing in the meadows. At the edge of Willowbrook, there stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling wide like the arms of a kindly elder. The oak, known to the villagers as the Old Sentinel, had borne witness to countless stories, its gnarled bark a testament to the years it had weathered. Beneath its protective canopy lived a young girl named Amara. With hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the summer sky, she possessed a boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the sunlit earth. Amara lived with her grandmother, an old woman with a voice like honeyed tea and stories that could weave magic into the air. Each evening, as the fire crackled softly in the hearth, Amara would curl up beside her grandmother, eagerly awaiting tales of distant lands and mythical creatures. Her favorite stories were those of the hidden world, a mystical realm that existed just beyond the reach of the ordinary senses. "You see, my dear," her grandmother would say, her eyes twinkling with secret knowledge, "the hidden world is where the magic of nature dwells. It's a place where the rivers sing and the stones whisper their ancient wisdom, but only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly perceive it." Amara listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid pictures of enchanted forests and shimmering lakes. Her heart yearned to discover this hidden world, to step beyond the veil of the mundane and into a realm of wonder. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced on the breeze, Amara wandered into the woods near the Old Sentinel. The forest was alive with the earthy scent of moss and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. As she walked, she came upon a peculiar sight, a small, glistening pool nestled within a circle of ancient stones. The water was impossibly clear, reflecting the sky above with an ethereal glow. Drawn to the pool, Amara knelt beside it, her reflection mingling with the clouds. As she dipped her fingers into the cool water, a ripple spread across the surface, revealing a glimmering object at the bottom. With careful hands, she retrieved it, a delicate silver key, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the light. Amara's heart raced with excitement, for she instinctively knew that this key held the promise of unlocking the hidden world. Clutching it tightly, she hurried back to her grandmother, eager to share her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes soft with understanding. "Ah, my dear Amara," she said, "you have found the key of whispers. It is said to be a gift from the hidden world itself, granting passage to those who seek its wonders with a true heart." "But how do I use it, grandmother?" Amara asked, her voice a mix of wonder and anticipation. "Patience, my child," her grandmother replied gently. "The key will reveal its purpose when the time is right. Until then, keep it close, for it is bound to guide you on a journey of discovery." With the key safely tucked into a locket around her neck, Amara cherished it as a constant reminder of the hidden world's promise. Days turned into weeks, and autumn's vibrant hues gave way to the soft embrace of winter. Snowflakes danced through the air like tiny stars, and the village was wrapped in a blanket of tranquility. One evening, as Amara sat by the fire with her grandmother, a soft knock echoed through the cottage. Opening the door, Amara was surprised to find a peculiar visitor, a small, russet fox with eyes like polished amber. The fox gazed up at her with a knowing look, as if it carried a message from the forest itself. "Well, well," her grandmother chuckled. "It seems you have a friend from the hidden world, Amara. This little one may be your guide." The fox's presence filled Amara with delight, and she felt an unspoken connection with the creature. As the days passed, the fox became her constant companion, leading her on adventures through the snow-covered woods and teaching her to listen to the symphony of nature. One day, as the first hints of spring began to stir beneath the frosty ground, the fox nudged Amara toward a secluded glade. There, bathed in golden sunlight, stood an ancient archway made of entwined branches and blooming vines. It was a doorway unlike any other, and Amara felt a flutter of anticipation in her chest. With the silver key in hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, and the archway sprang to life, revealing a path that led into the heart of the hidden world. The fox trotted ahead, and with a deep breath, Amara stepped through the portal, her senses tingling with the magic that surrounded her. The hidden world was a place of breathtaking beauty, where colors seemed more vibrant, and the air hummed with a melody of its own. As Amara explored this wondrous realm, she encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. Graceful deer with antlers of crystal, playful otters that danced upon the river's edge, and wise owls that watched over the forest with serene eyes. Each encounter filled her heart with joy and a sense of belonging she had never known. Amara soon discovered that the hidden world was not without its challenges. The balance of nature was delicate, and there were those who sought to disrupt it. Shadows crept at the edges of the forest, threatening to cast a pall over the vibrant land. Guided by the fox and her own intuition, Amara realized that the true power of the hidden world lay in its harmony. It was a realm where every creature, every tree, and every stone played a vital role in maintaining the delicate equilibrium. Determined to protect this magical place, Amara set out to restore balance. With wisdom and kindness as her allies, she befriended even the most timid of creatures, earning their trust and forging bonds that transcended differences. Through her journey, Amara learned the importance of empathy and understanding. She discovered that true strength lay not in force, but in the ability to see the world through another's eyes and to act with compassion. As the hidden world thrived once more, Amara knew that her adventure had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She returned to Willowbrook, her heart forever touched by the magic she had encountered. Her grandmother welcomed her back with open arms, her eyes filled with pride and love. "You have grown, my dear Amara," she said softly. "The hidden world has taught you its greatest lesson, that we are all connected and that kindness is the most powerful magic of all." Amara nodded, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. The silver key, now a cherished reminder of her adventure, lay nestled against her heart, a symbol of the hidden world's enduring presence. As the seasons turned and the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, Amara shared her stories with others, passing on the wisdom she had gained. Her tales inspired young and old alike, reminding them that magic could be found in the most unexpected places, and that the greatest journeys often begin with a single step. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the old sentinel, Amara's story became part of the tapestry of Willowbrook, a story of friendship and courage, of harmony and hope, destined to be told by the fireside for generations to come. Story 52. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispered secrets of the earth mingled with the rustle of leaves, there existed a wondrous place known simply as the Glade of Seasons. This was no ordinary glade. It was a realm where the natural world and magic existed in perfect harmony, and where the changing seasons were not just cycles of time, but living, breathing entities. As the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a gentle breeze stirred the silvery leaves of the grand old oak at the center of the glade. This oak, known affectionately as Old Sylvan, was the keeper of the forest's secrets and the guardian of time's passage within this enchanted realm. Nestled among the roots of Old Sylvan lived a wise old badger named Thistle. Thistle's fur was a patchwork of earthy browns and soft whites, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of countless moons and the wisdom of the forest. He was the storyteller of the glade, weaving tales of ancient times to the young creatures who gathered at his burrow each evening. One crisp autumn night, as the leaves danced in a gentle wind, Thistle emerged from his burrow to find a gathering of eager listeners. There was Bramble, the curious young squirrel, with his bushy tail fluffed up against the evening chill, and Willow, the gentle deer, whose eyes were pools of soft, listening calm. Even the bashful hedgehog, Clover, had ventured out from her cozy nest, her tiny nose twitching with anticipation. "Tonight," began Thistle, his voice as smooth as the babbling brook that wound its way through the glade, "I shall tell you of the time when the seasons themselves came to our forest and taught us the true meaning of balance and harmony." The young creatures settled in, their gazes fixed on Thistle as he began his tale. Long ago, when the earth was young and the forest was untouched by time, the seasons were not distant and detached as they are now. They walked among us, each a distinct presence, shaping the world with their unique gifts. Spring, Thistle continued, was a lively sprite, her laughter like the tinkling of raindrops on newly unfurled leaves. She painted the forest in vibrant greens and scattered blossoms like jewels across the forest floor, awakening life from winter's slumber. Summer followed, a radiant being with golden hair that flowed like sunlight. Her warmth nurtured all living things, and under her care the forest flourished in abundance. Then came autumn, a wise old spirit with a cloak of russet and gold. He taught the creatures of the forest the beauty of change and the necessity of letting go, as he painted the leaves in fiery hues and prepared the earth for rest. Finally, winter arrived, a serene figure draped in robes of snow and frost. She blanketed the forest in silence, her touch a gentle reminder of the peace found in stillness and reflection. As Thistle spoke, the young creatures could almost see the seasons themselves moving through the forest, their presence a tapestry of color and sensation. "But," Thistle said, his voice growing thoughtful, "there came a time when the balance was threatened. A great storm was brewing, one that could tear the fabric of harmony that held the seasons together." The creatures leaned closer, their eyes wide with wonder. It was during this time of turmoil that a humble creature, much like yourselves, stepped forward to restore peace. Her name was Luna, a wise and gentle owl who had watched over the forest from her perch high in the ancient pines. Luna, Thistle continued, had seen the discord growing as the seasons grew restless and began to quarrel over their place in the cycle. Spring wished to linger longer, summer wanted to shine brighter, autumn desired more colors, and winter sought deeper silence. With her deep amber eyes, Luna saw that the forest itself was suffering as the balance of life began to waver. She knew that she had to act, and so she called upon the wisdom passed down through the generations of her kind. Gathering the creatures of the forest, Luna shared her plan. They would remind the seasons of their interconnectedness, of how each one's gifts were essential to the whole. With the strength of their unity, the forest creatures approached the seasons, each offering a token of their gratitude. The squirrels presented acorns, symbols of growth and potential. The deer offered antlers shed in winter, a promise of renewal. Even the tiny insects contributed, with the bees bringing honey, a sweet reminder of nature's bounty. Moved by the sincerity of the creatures and the wisdom of Luna, the seasons realized the folly of their discord. They saw how each of their gifts contributed to the tapestry of life, and how only through harmony could they truly nurture the world. And so, Thistle concluded, his voice as soothing as the night breeze, the seasons came together, their dispute forgotten. They pledged to honor their roles and to work in concert, ensuring that the forest would remain a place of wonder and balance for all time. The young creatures sighed with contentment, their hearts warmed by the tale. They knew that the lessons of the seasons and Luna's wisdom would guide them, just as it had guided the forest long ago. As the moon rose high above the glade, casting a silvery glow over the listening creatures, Thistle's words lingered in the air like a gentle lullaby. The forest, wrapped in the embrace of night, hummed with the quiet promise of harmony. And so, in the glade of seasons, time flowed on, a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and the magic that dwelt within. As the creatures drifted into dreams beneath the watchful gaze of old Sylvan, they knew that come what may, they would always find their way, guided by the wisdom of generations past, and the timeless dance of the seasons. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between verdant hills and lazy rivers, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her lively eyes sparkled like dew-kissed petals each morning, and her heart brimmed with an insatiable curiosity for the world beyond the familiar cobblestone paths of her village. Every evening, Lila would sit by her window, dreaming of adventures in far-off lands, until one fateful twilight, when her dream began to unfold. It all started with a peculiar shimmer in the meadow just beyond the village's edge. Lila had noticed it while picking wildflowers, a gleam far brighter than any she'd seen from the setting sun. Drawn to it like a moth to a flame, she felt an irresistible urge to explore. As the village slept under a blanket of stars, Lila quietly slipped out into the moonlit night, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The meadow was a tapestry of silver and shadow, the grasses whispering secrets to the night breeze. As Lila approached the source of the shimmer, she found herself standing before a gateway made of intertwining vines, each leaf glimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. It was as if the very air hummed with magic as she stepped through, her heart steady and bold. On the other side, Lila entered an enchanting realm where the world was painted in shades of wonder. The sky was a deep cerulean, dotted with cotton candy clouds that danced lazily across the horizon. Trees towered above her, their trunks twisted and entwined like old friends sharing secrets. Their leaves were of every hue imaginable, creating a kaleidoscope canopy that gently filtered the sunlight into a warm, golden haze. As she wandered deeper into this mystical forest, Lila encountered creatures that seemed to have sprung from the pages of her favorite storybooks. A group of luminescent fireflies flitted around her, their light pulsing in harmony with the rhythm of her heart. She laughed as a family of fluffy, pastel-colored squirrels scampered playfully across her path, their bushy tails wagging in greeting. Lila's journey soon brought her to a babbling brook, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. Here she met a wise old turtle named Tiberius, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that glowed faintly in the twilight. "Ah, a seeker of the unknown," he mused gently, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Curiosity leads you, but it is courage that keeps you on your path." Intrigued by his words, Lila shared her longing to explore the wonders of the world and her desire to learn from its many mysteries. Tiberius nodded sagely, offering her a small, shimmering stone from the brook as a token of guidance. "This will light your way in moments of doubt," he assured her with a knowing smile. With the stone nestled in her palm, Lila continued her adventure, her steps light and her spirit buoyed by the turtle's kindness. She soon came upon a field of flowers that sang with the wind, each blossom a vibrant note in a symphony of color. As she danced among them, the flowers whispered secrets of the land, their songs filling her with joy and a newfound sense of belonging. Yet as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and orange, Lila faced her first gentle challenge. A dense mist began to gather around her, obscuring the path back to the village. For a moment she felt a pang of fear, the unfamiliarity of the mist pressing in around her like a soft, silent fog. But then she remembered the stone, its gentle warmth in her hand, and the words of Tiberius echoed in her mind. She held it aloft, and to her amazement, it glowed with a soft, reassuring light that pierced the mist. Guided by its glow, Lila found her way back to the brook where Tiberius awaited, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have learned that courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it," he said, his voice a gentle caress. Lila nodded, understanding now that her courage and curiosity were twin threads in the tapestry of her journey. As the stars blinked awake in the velvet sky, Lila bid farewell to Tiberius and the magical realm. She retraced her steps through the vine gateway, back to the familiar meadow. The village lay quiet and serene, the houses slumbering under the watchful gaze of the moon. Lila returned to her room, the shimmering stone still warm in her hand. As she settled into bed, she felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. Her heart was full of the wonders she had seen, and she knew that courage and curiosity would guide her on many more adventures, both in the world and within her dreams. And so, as Lila drifted into a gentle sleep, the night wrapped her in its embrace, whispering promises of more enchanting journeys to come. Story 54. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of winds carried secrets, and the trees stood as silent sentinels of time, there lay a glen untouched by the passage of ages. This was a place where the boundary between the natural and the mystical was as thin as the morning mist that clung to the earth at dawn. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of life, woven with hues of emerald and jade, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in gentle dapples, casting shimmering patterns on the forest floor. The creatures of this enchanted forest led hidden lives, moving with the grace and silence of moonlight. Among them was a family of foxes, whose russet coats blended seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the ground. The foxes were wise and gentle, and their lives were guided by the rhythms of the forest. They knew when to hunt and when to rest, when to play and when to listen to the stories the wind told as it rustled through the leaves. On the edge of the glen, where the forest met a sparkling brook, there lived an ancient turtle named Turin. His shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, a testament to the centuries he had spent observing the world around him. Turin was the guardian of wisdom in the forest, and all creatures respected him for his knowledge and his kind heart. It was said that he could hear the whispers of the earth herself, and that he carried the stories of countless generations within the patterns of his shell. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was tinged with the scent of pine and the sky above was a clear, endless blue, the fox family visited Turin. The leader of the foxes, a wise vixen with eyes as bright as amber, approached the elder turtle with a question that had been troubling her. "Turin," she began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The seasons seem to be changing in ways we do not understand. The winter winds are already whispering, though the leaves have just begun to fall. What is happening to our forest?" Turin, with the slow and deliberate movements of one who has seen countless seasons pass, lifted his head and regarded the vixen with a gentle gaze. "Ah, the seasons are indeed shifting," he replied, his voice deep and resonant like the distant rumble of thunder. "But fear not, for this is a time of balance and renewal. The forest is teaching us a lesson in harmony. It is a reminder that we are all part of a greater cycle." As Turin spoke, the vixen settled beside him, her ears twitching as she listened intently. The other foxes gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. "How do we find this harmony?" the vixen asked, her brow furrowing with concern. Turin nodded slowly, his gaze turning to the brook that babbled and sang beside them. "Just as this brook flows, so must we adapt to the changes around us. We must work together, each of us playing our part, to ensure the health of our home. The trees, the water, the air, all are threads in the same tapestry. We must listen to their needs and act with care." The foxes nodded in understanding, their spirits lifted by Turin's wisdom. They knew that by working together, they could help guide the forest through these changes. With newfound resolve, they bid farewell to Turin and returned to their den, their minds filled with thoughts of harmony and balance. As the days passed, the foxes began to share Turin's teachings with the other creatures of the forest. They spoke with the squirrels who gathered acorns, the deer who grazed on tender shoots, and the birds whose songs filled the air with music. Each creature came to understand their role in the delicate balance of the forest, and together they worked to maintain the health of their shared home. The forest responded in kind, its magic weaving through the air like a gentle melody. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling in agreement. The brook sparkled with the clarity of crystal, its waters reflecting the vibrant hues of the changing seasons. The creatures felt a renewed sense of peace, knowing they were part of something greater than themselves. As winter's first snow gently blanketed the ground, the forest was a wonderland of white and silver. The foxes curled up in their den, their coats thick and warm, their dreams filled with visions of spring. Turin, too, nestled into the soft earth by the brook, content in the knowledge that his wisdom had been passed down and taken to heart. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each one a chapter in the story of the forest. And though the winds might change and the weather might shift, the harmony that bound the creatures together remained unbroken. For in this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the wisdom of the ages whispered through the trees, reminding all who listened that true harmony came from understanding, friendship, and a shared love for the world. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle glow of the moon, the forest slept, a slumber filled with dreams of peace, of unity, and of the timeless bond that held them all together. Story 55. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of country life, Lily couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more out there, waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was helping her grandmother in the kitchen, chopping vegetables for a hearty stew. As she sliced through a plump pumpkin, something caught her eye. A glimmer of light seemed to emanate from within the orange flesh. Curious, Lily dug her hand into the pumpkin's hollow and felt something smooth and cool to the touch. She gasped as she pulled out a magnificent glass orb, etched with intricate designs that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lily's grandmother noticed the wondrous object, and her eyes grew wide. "Why, that's a dream-catcher's orb," she exclaimed, "an ancient relic with the power to reveal one's deepest dreams and desires." From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. Each night, as she drifted off to sleep clutching the orb, extraordinary visions would fill her mind. Lush gardens brimming with exotic blooms, towering castles perched atop misty mountains, and fantastic creatures she had never seen before. Yet with each new dream, Lily felt an ache in her heart. These wondrous sights felt so real, yet so far away. She longed to experience them for herself, beyond the boundaries of her small village. One evening, as Lily gazed into the orb's depths, a peculiar vision took shape. An elderly woman, with kind eyes and a warm smile, beckoned her closer. "Dear child," the woman spoke, her voice like a gentle breeze, "your dreams yearn to be more than mere visions. Follow the trail of the setting sun, and you shall find the path to make them real." The next morning, Lily gathered her belongings and set off on a grand adventure, the dreamcatcher's orb safely tucked away. Her journey led her through sun-dappled forests, across babbling streams, and over rugged hills. Along the way, Lily encountered a cast of delightful companions who became her dearest friends. There was Franklin, a wise old owl who offered guidance with a twinkle in his eye, and Maple, a spirited squirrel whose boundless energy and cheerful chatter kept Lily's spirits high. Yet their path was not without its challenges. One day, they came upon a deep ravine, its walls too steep and treacherous to traverse. Lily felt her heart sink, fearing their quest might be at an end. But Franklin reminded her, "The greatest obstacles are often overcome not with brute force, but with patience and wisdom." He instructed Lily to gaze into the orb and let its magic reveal the solution. As Lily peered into the glittering depths, a vision took shape, a series of sturdy vines crisscrossing the ravine, forming a living bridge. Trusting in the orb's guidance, Lily and her friends carefully made their way across, emerging safely on the other side. With each passing day, the landscapes grew more breathtaking, and Lily's dreams felt closer than ever before. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, they crested a hill and gasped in wonder. Stretched out before them was a valley of unimaginable beauty. lush meadows dotted with every color of wildflower, towering waterfalls that shimmered like diamonds, and creatures both whimsical and magnificent roaming freely. Lily's eyes filled with joyful tears, for she had found the place where dreams became reality. And as she clutched the dreamcatcher's orb close, she knew that this was just the beginning of a lifetime of wondrous adventures. From that day on, Lily's days were filled with exploration and discovery. She befriended unicorns and talked with wise traints. She swam in crystal-clear lagoons and danced among the fireflies at night. And whenever she felt the call of a new dream, she would gaze into the orb's depths and let its magic guide her to yet another extraordinary realm. For Lily had learned that the greatest magic of all was the power to make one's dreams come true. Story 56. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the rivers sang lullabies to the stones, lay a haven untouched by time. This forest, with its canopy of emerald leaves, was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, each living in harmony under the watchful eye of the great oak, a venerable tree believed to be as old as the earth itself. As dawn painted the horizon with strokes of pink and gold, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where dew-kissed ferns and bluebells glistened like tiny stars. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant call of a thrush, heralding the start of another day. In a cozy burrow nestled beneath the roots of the great oak lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of earthy greens and browns, and his eyes, deep and knowing, sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. He was revered by the forest folk for his gentle nature and the stories he told, stories that wove the past and present into a tapestry of life lessons. On this particular morning, as Thistle emerged from his burrow, he felt a tingling in the air, a soft hum that spoke of magic and mystery. It was the day of the vernal confluence, a rare alignment of the sun, moon, and stars that occurred once every generation, bringing with it a whisper of enchantment that danced through the trees and streams. Gathering at the clearing by the great oak, the creatures of the forest assembled, the nimble-footed deer with eyes like pools of midnight, the chittering squirrels with tails like plumes of smoke, and the wise owls whose feathers gleamed like moonlit snow. They all came to hear Thistle speak of the confluence and the harmony it heralded. "Welcome, my dear friends," Thistle began, his voice a soft murmur that blended with the rustling leaves. Today, the forest breathes with the magic of the confluence, a time when the fabric of nature is woven tighter and balance is restored. As he spoke, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and the distant rumble of a waterfall, soothing and steady like a heartbeat. The animals listened intently, their eyes wide with anticipation and trust. In times long past, Thistle continued, the confluence was a reminder to us all. It taught us of the delicate balance we must maintain, not only in our forest but in our hearts. For with balance comes peace, and with peace, prosperity. The forest creatures nodded, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and understanding. They knew that each of them, from the smallest ant to the mightiest bear, played a role in maintaining the harmony that allowed their world to flourish. As the sun reached its zenith, casting a warm glow over the gathering, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop shimmering with the colors of the rainbow. It was the rain of the confluence, a magical phenomenon that nourished the earth and renewed the spirits of all who dwelled within it. Under this enchanted rain, the creatures danced and sang, their voices mingling with the music of the forest. The deer pranced with grace, their hooves tapping a rhythm of joy. The squirrels twirled and leaped, their laughter echoing like bells, and the owls flapped their wings in a slow, regal dance. Thistle, watching the celebration with a contented smile, was reminded of the stories passed down through the ages, stories that taught the importance of friendship, wisdom, and the cycles of nature. As the rain continued to fall, Thistle shared one such tale, his voice a soft melody. Long ago, he began, there was a little fox named Willow who lived at the edge of our forest. Willow was a curious creature, always eager to explore and learn. One day she wandered far from home, drawn by a mysterious light that flickered like fireflies in the distance. The light led her to a meadow where the flowers glowed with an otherworldly luminescence. Entranced, Willow ventured further, only to find herself lost, the way back hidden by shadows and mist. But Willow was not alone. The meadow was home to a wise old badger named Bramble, who watched over the land and its secrets. Sensing Willow's plight, Bramble approached with kindness in his eyes. "Fear not, little one," he said, his voice deep and soothing. "The forest has ways of guiding those who listen." With Bramble's help, Willow learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and follow the whispers of her heart. Guided by Bramble's wisdom, Willow found her way home, grateful for the lessons she had learned and the friendship she had found. From that day forth, she shared her knowledge with others, ensuring that the balance of the forest was preserved. As Thistle concluded his tale, the rain ceased, leaving the forest bathed in a shimmering light, the air filled with a sense of renewal and hope. The creatures gathered closer, their hearts full and spirits renewed, ready to embrace the balance of the confluence. The day slowly turned to dusk, the sky painted with hues of lavender and indigo. As stars began to twinkle above, the forest creatures returned to their homes, carrying with them the lessons of harmony and friendship. Thistle, too, retreated to his burrow, his heart content and his mind at peace. As he settled into the warmth of the earth, he whispered a silent prayer of gratitude for the magic of the forest and the wisdom it bestowed upon all who called it home. And so, under the watchful gaze of the great oak and the gentle glow of the moon, the forest slept, cradled in the arms of the ancient wood, its dreams woven with threads of love, wisdom, and the everlasting balance of nature. Story 57. Once upon a time, nestled within the rolling hills of a quaint little village, there was a place known only to those who dared let their imaginations wander, a delightful shop called the Whispering Curios. This shop, tucked away at the end of a cobblestone lane, was filled with the most unexpected treasures one could ever hope to discover. It was here, among shelves that seemed to stretch into the past and future, that our story unfolds. The protagonist of our tale was a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara. Clara had lived her entire life in the village, surrounded by the comforting hum of nature and the soft chatter of her neighbors. Yet she always felt a curious pull toward the unknown, an itch that could only be scratched by discovery. Her auburn hair danced in the breeze as she made her way to the Whispering Curios on a crisp autumn afternoon, the leaves crunching like soft whispers beneath her feet. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as the first snow, greeted Clara with a warm smile. "Ah, Clara," he said, his voice a melody of kindness. "I was hoping you would visit today. There is something here waiting just for you." Clara's heart fluttered with anticipation. She wandered through the aisles, where the air was a blend of cinnamon and cedarwood, the kind of scent that wrapped around you like a soft blanket. Her eyes danced over the peculiar items, an ivory thimble that hummed faintly, a silver pocket watch that ticked backwards, and finally settled on an unassuming wooden box, its surface etched with delicate spirals. As she opened the box, a gentle glow emanated from within, casting a warm light that seemed to hug the room. Inside lay a small, intricate compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, the needle spun gently, as if it were deciding which path to take. Clara felt a whisper in her mind, as if the compass was speaking directly to her heart. "Follow where I lead," it seemed to say, "and discover what was meant to be found." With the compass in hand, Clara embarked on her journey. She followed its gentle spin through fields of golden wheat that rustled like a soft lullaby, across babbling brooks that sang tales of old, and into the heart of the ancient forest where the trees stood like wise old guardians. Along her journey, Clara met two endearing companions. First was Pip, a mischievous squirrel with fur as soft as dusk, who could find joy in the simplest of acorns. Pip's laughter was infectious, and his boundless curiosity mirrored Clara's own, making him the perfect guide through the forest's many mysteries. The second companion was a wise old turtle named Tilda, who carried the wisdom of ages in her slow, deliberate steps. Tilda spoke in a voice as soothing as the river's flow, sharing stories and riddles that revealed hidden truths. Her shell bore the marks of many years, each groove a testament to her travels and the gentle lessons learned along the way. Together, Clara, Pip, and Tilda ventured deeper into the forest. The compass led them to a clearing bathed in a silvery light, where a serene pond lay still as glass. It was here that Clara faced her challenge, not one of might, but of understanding. In the center of the pond, just beneath the surface, shimmered a single luminous lily, more beautiful than anything Clara had ever seen. Yet, try as she might, she could not reach it. The water seemed to deepen as she approached, keeping the lily just out of grasp. Tilda, with her wise old eyes, spoke softly. "The lily is not meant to be taken, dear Clara. It is a reflection of what you seek, a symbol of your journey within. To reach it, one must see with the heart, not the eyes." Clara paused, taking in Tilda's words. She closed her eyes and let the sounds of the forest envelop her. The gentle rustle of leaves, Pip's quiet breaths beside her, and the steady, comforting heartbeat of the earth itself. In that moment of stillness, she realized the truth. The lily was a guide, not a prize. As Clara opened her eyes, she saw not just the lily, but the entire pond transformed. It was as if the water had become a mirror, reflecting her journey, her companions, and the wisdom she had gained. She felt a deep sense of peace and understanding, a connection to the world and to herself. The compass in her hand glowed warmly, its needle finally settling to point towards home. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Clara thanked Pip and Tilda for their companionship and began her journey back, the forest now a familiar friend. As she returned to the Whispering Curios, the shopkeeper greeted her with a knowing smile. "You have found what you needed, I see," he said, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. Clara nodded, her heart aglow with the warmth of the adventure and the gentle lessons learned. She placed the compass back in its box, knowing that its magic was not in the needle's spin, but in the journey it inspired within her. And so, Clara's tale came to a close, leaving her with a heart full of wonder and a spirit ever ready for the next adventure. The village nestled into the hills, the shop whispered its secrets to those who would listen, and the world seemed just a little brighter with the promise of discovery and the gentle wisdom found along the way. And as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new journeys and the magic that awaited in the everyday moments of life. Story 58. In the heart of the verdant vale, where the world seemed to sway in rhythm with the whispers of the wind, there lay a forest so ancient that the very trees were believed to hum with songs of the past. The forest was a tapestry of life, woven from the emerald threads of moss that carpeted the earth and the towering trunks that reached skyward, their bark etched with the tales of centuries. In this mystical woodland, creatures lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the cycles of the seasons. Among them was a gentle family of deer, their coats the color of autumn leaves, who grazed beneath the dappled light of the canopy. Their matriarch, a wise doe named Leora, had eyes like pools of amber, filled with the wisdom of countless seasons. She often shared stories with the younger creatures, tales of balance and respect for the world they called home. One crisp morning, as a delicate mist curled through the trees, Leora gathered the forest's younglings around her in a sunlit glade. The air was cool, kissed by the promise of fall, and the ground was fragrant with the scent of fallen pine needles and damp earth. "Listen closely, my dear ones," Leora began, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "There is magic in the world around us, a magic that binds all living things." The young creatures leaned closer, their eyes wide and eager. Among them were a curious squirrel named Pip, his fur a riot of chestnut hues, and a thoughtful owl called Bramble, whose feathers were as soft as the clouds. "Long ago," Leora continued, "when the world was but a youngling itself, the seasons were not as we know them now. Winter lingered too long, and summer never stayed. The balance was lost, and the land grew weary." The forest seemed to hold its breath as Leora spoke, the gentle rustling of leaves offering a backdrop to her tale. It was then that the wise ones of the forest gathered, a council of creatures great and small. They knew that to restore harmony, they must listen to the whispers of the earth and learn from its silent wisdom. Pip, ever curious, twitched his whiskers and asked, "How did they learn to listen, Leora?" Leora smiled, her gaze warm. "They opened their hearts, Pip, and let the rhythm of nature guide them. Each creature offered something unique. The foxes spoke of patience, the birds sang of joy, and the trees, oh the trees, they shared the wisdom of time itself. Together they discovered that the seasons were like a grand symphony, each one playing its part in a harmonious melody. As she spoke, the sun reached its zenith, casting a golden glow over the glade. The air was filled with the gentle hum of bees, and the sweet scent of wildflowers drifted on the breeze. And so, Leora continued, they learned to embrace each season, to cherish the gifts it brought. Spring's promise of new life, summer's warmth and growth, autumn's bounty and reflection, and winter's rest and renewal. By respecting each season, they found peace and balance. Bramble, his eyes gleaming with understanding, hooted softly. And is that why we cherish the seasons today, Leora? Indeed, Bramble, Leora replied, nodding. It is a lesson passed down through the ages, a reminder that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. By living in harmony with the earth and honoring its cycles, we find our place in the world. As the day began to wane and the shadows grew long, the young creatures felt a sense of calm settle over them. They understood that the forest was not just a home, but a living, breathing entity that cradled them in its embrace, a place where they could learn and grow, guided by the wisdom of those who had come before. With the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Leora rose gracefully. Remember, dear ones, she said softly, we are the stewards of this land. Let us cherish it, for it is a gift to be shared with those who come after us. As the creatures of the forest returned to their burrows and nests, a gentle wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it the promise of another day, a day filled with the magic of life, the beauty of nature, and the wisdom of an ancient forest that watched over them all. And so as stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the verdant vale was at peace, cradled in the timeless dance of the seasons, a testament to the enduring power of harmony and the gentle wisdom passed down through the ages. Story 59. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air always carried a hint of sweet lavender, lay the quaint village of Elderglow. The village was a haven of warmth and camaraderie, its cobblestone streets winding like a gentle brook through clusters of thatched cottages and vibrant gardens. Elderglow was a place where magic nestled in every nook and cranny, from the iridescent glow of the fireflies that danced at twilight to the melodious songs of the wind chimes that hung from every porch, each crafted by the hands of the wise old tinkerer, Mr. Bramble. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves swirled lazily to the ground, an air of mystery began to weave itself through the village. The villagers awoke to find their beloved patch of moonflowers, which only bloomed under the silver gaze of the full moon, had mysteriously lost their glow. The moonflowers, normally radiant and full of life, now drooped like wilted daffodils, their luminescent petals dull and lifeless. This peculiar occurrence puzzled the villagers. How could such a magical phenomenon simply vanish overnight? Concerned murmurs filled the village square, where the townsfolk gathered under the comforting presence of the great oak, its branches spreading wide like a protective canopy. Among the villagers was a bright-eyed young girl named Leora, known for her curiosity and gentle spirit. Leora had a keen eye for detail and a heart full of wonder. She often spent her days exploring the forest, befriending the woodland creatures, and learning their secrets. Determined to solve the mystery of the moonflowers, Leora set off towards the patch, her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Orin, perched upon her shoulder. Orin, with his deep amber eyes and feathers as soft as the downy clouds, had been Leora's mentor and friend since she was a child. As they approached the moonflower patch, Leora noticed something unusual. The soil around the flowers seemed disturbed, as if it had been gently turned by unseen hands. Kneeling down, she brushed her fingers across the earth, feeling its coolness seep through her skin. "Orin," she whispered, "look at this. Something has been here." The owl hooted softly, his eyes narrowing in thought. "Indeed, young one, the earth tells stories if we listen closely." Leora nodded, her gaze drifting upwards to the canopy of trees that surrounded them. She noticed a faint trail of silvery dust, shimmering like stardust, leading deeper into the woods. Without hesitation, she followed the trail, Orin fluttering close behind her. The path wound through the forest, where the air was filled with the crisp scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves. As they ventured deeper, the trail of dust led them to a secluded glen, where the air seemed to hum with a peculiar energy. In the center of the glen stood a large, ancient stone, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the twilight. Leora approached it cautiously, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings. "This is the Stone of Whispers," Orin said, his voice a soft murmur against the evening breeze. "It is said to hold the secrets of the forest, but it only speaks to those who listen with their heart." Leora closed her eyes, letting the serene atmosphere wash over her. She felt a gentle tug within her, as if the forest itself was guiding her thoughts. Slowly, a soft, melodic voice filled her mind, weaving a tale of the moonflowers and their connection to the moon's light. "The moonflowers," the voice whispered, "draw their glow from the moon's embrace, but something has dimmed the moon's light, casting a shadow over their blooms." Leora opened her eyes, a newfound determination shining within them. "We must find what is casting this shadow," she said, turning to Orin. Together, they retraced their steps, following the trail of silvery dust back through the forest. As they walked, Leora noticed the shadows around them growing longer and darker, as if the light itself was being swallowed by an unseen force. Eventually, they arrived at a clearing where a gentle stream flowed, its waters glistening under the fading light. It was here that they discovered the source of the shadow, a large, shimmering crystal, half buried in the streambed, pulsing with an otherworldly glow. Leora approached the crystal, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. She could feel the energy emanating from it, a powerful magic that seemed to draw in the light around it. "This crystal," Orin mused, "it must have fallen from the sky, a remnant of a star. Its presence here has disrupted the balance, dimming the moon's light." Leora nodded thoughtfully, her mind racing with possibilities. "We need to restore the balance," she said, determination in her voice. With careful hands, she lifted the crystal from the stream, feeling its weight and warmth against her palms. She turned to Orin, who offered a reassuring nod, his eyes filled with trust. Together, they carried the crystal back to the Stone of Whispers, its energy growing stronger with each step. As they approached the stone, the symbols began to glow brighter, resonating with the crystal's magic. Leora placed the crystal upon the stone, and as she did, a soft, melodic hum filled the air. The symbols on the stone pulsed with light, weaving a tapestry of colors that enveloped the clearing in a warm, radiant glow. The moonflowers, sensing the return of their light, began to stir. Their petals unfurled slowly, shimmering with renewed luminescence, casting a gentle, ethereal glow across the forest floor. As the moon rose high in the sky, its silver light shining down upon the village of Elderglow, the mystery of the moonflowers was finally solved. The villagers gathered once more beneath the great oak, their hearts lifted by the sight of the blooming flowers and the soft glow of the moon. Leora and Orin returned to the village, their spirits light and content. They were met with warm smiles and grateful hearts, the villagers celebrating the return of the moonflower's magic. That night, as the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Leora lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustle of leaves lulling her to sleep. She knew that the Whispering Woods held many more secrets, each waiting to be discovered by those who listened with their hearts. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Elderglow slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of magic and friendship. Story 60. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered secrets to one another, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon, there lived a gentle rabbit named Thistle. Thistle had soft, velvety fur the color of toasted marshmallows, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. She resided in a snug burrow nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading wide like a protective guardian. Every morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Thistle ventured out to gather dewdrops from the petals of wildflowers. These dewdrops, shimmering with the first light of a new day, were said to hold the whispers of dreams and hopes from the night before. Thistle used them to brew her special tea, which was known throughout the woods for its soothing, calming effect. However, of late, the Whispering Woods had been filled with an unusual unease. The gentle brook that wound through the forest had started to babble in a language no one could understand, and the wind seemed to carry strange tunes that left the leaves rustling in confusion. Even the sunlight, which usually danced warmly through the treetops, now cast peculiar shadows that flickered like candle flames. Concerned, Thistle sought the counsel of her dear friend, a wise old owl named Sage. Sage lived in a cozy nook high up in the oak tree, surrounded by scrolls filled with the knowledge of ages. His feathers were a deep, soothing gray, and his eyes, though large and round, held a warmth that put all at ease. "Sage," Thistle began, her voice as soft as the mist that hung over the forest in the early morning, "have you noticed the strange happenings in the woods?" Sage hooted gently, adjusting his tiny spectacles perched on the end of his beak. "Indeed I have, dear Thistle. The woods are speaking in riddles, and it is up to us to listen and understand." Thistle nodded, feeling a flutter of determination in her heart. "But how can we uncover the mystery behind these strange occurrences?" Sage closed his eyes, as though sifting through the vast library of his mind. "We must look for clues where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. Often it is in the simplest of places that the answers lie hidden." With Sage's words echoing in her mind, Thistle set off on a gentle quest to unravel the mystery. She padded softly along the woodland paths, her ears alert to the slightest hint of the unusual. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and earth, the air crisp and invigorating. Her first stop was the burbling brook, its waters glinting under the midday sun. As she approached, she noticed a family of frogs sitting solemnly by the banks, their eyes wide with bewilderment. "Good day, Thistle," croaked the eldest frog, his voice sounding like a tiny drum. "Have you come to solve the riddle of the brook's babble?" Thistle smiled reassuringly. "I hope to understand what's causing such a fuss. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?" The frogs exchanged glances, their webbed feet tapping thoughtfully. "There have been strange stones appearing in the water," the eldest frog explained. "They glow faintly at night and seem to hum with a melody of their own." Intrigued, Thistle peered into the brook. There, nestled among the pebbles, were several smooth stones, their surface glistening with a soft, pearlescent sheen. As she watched, a gentle hum began to rise from them, weaving a tune that was both foreign and familiar. "Thank you, friends," Thistle said, feeling a step closer to understanding the mystery. She carefully picked up one of the stones, its cool surface tingling against her paw. Her next visit was to the Meadow of Dreams, a sunlit clearing where the wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their fragrance sweet and heady. Here she found a group of butterflies flitting about in a whirl of iridescent wings. "Thistle!" a butterfly called out in a voice like tinkling chimes. "Have you come to see the strange shadows that dance among the flowers?" "Yes," Thistle replied, her eyes following the flickering shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. "Do you know where they come from?" The butterflies alighted on a nearby blossom, their wings shimmering. "We believe they are echoes of forgotten songs, set free by the stones in the brook." With these pieces of the puzzle in mind, Thistle returned to Sage, who awaited her with a patient smile. She described her discoveries, the stones and the shadows, the echoes of songs long forgotten. Sage nodded sagely, his eyes twinkling. "Ah, it seems the forest is telling us of an old enchantment, awakening after a long slumber. The stones are the key, and through them the past seeks to share its tales." "But how can we help?" Thistle asked, her heart filled with a desire to restore harmony to her beloved woods. "We must listen," Sage replied gently. "The stones wish to be heard, their stories shared. Perhaps, if we give them voice, the forest will find its peace once more." And so Thistle and Sage gathered the creatures of the forest together. As dusk fell, casting a golden glow over the woods, they sat by the brook, the stones arrayed before them like a choir of silent singers. One by one, the creatures shared their own stories, their hopes and dreams, their joys and fears. As each tale was told, the stones began to resonate with a gentle light, their hum blending with the voices of the forest. In that moment, the whispering woods became a symphony of life and memory, the past and present entwined in a dance of harmony. The brook's babble softened into a gentle murmur, the shadows settled into the embrace of the earth, and the wind carried a melody of contentment. As the moon rose high, casting a silver sheen over the forest, Thistle felt a warmth spread through her heart. The mystery had been solved, not through might or magic, but through understanding and the simple act of listening. From that night onward, the whispering woods thrived. The brook sang in its familiar voice, the shadows danced with grace, and the stones, now resting quietly in the brook, glowed faintly with the light of shared stories. And Thistle, nestled once more in her cozy burrow beneath the wise old oak, drifted into a peaceful slumber, the forest's gentle song cradling her dreams. Story 61. In the heart of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the velvet expanse, there lay a small planet known as Verdantia. Verdantia was a lush world, cloaked in emerald forests and sapphire oceans that shimmered under the gentle gaze of its twin moons. It was a place of harmony, where the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft songs of creatures created a symphony of life. On Verdantia, in a quaint village nestled among towering trees with leaves aglow in the evening light, lived a kind-hearted being named Leora. Leora was a Verdantian, a species known for their deep connection to nature and their ability to communicate with the flora and fauna around them. With her emerald skin and eyes like golden sunflowers, Leora embodied the tranquil beauty of her world. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, a curious event unfolded. A brilliant light streaked across the heavens, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. It was a starship, a sleek vessel from a far-off world, arriving in a swirl of cosmic wonder. From this starship emerged a visitor unlike any the village had ever seen. He was Aaron, from the icy planet of Glacius, a world where the ground was perpetually covered in frost and the air sang with the whisper of snow. Aaron was a Glacian, with skin that glimmered like polished quartz and eyes the color of the deepest ice caverns. He had journeyed to Verdantia on a mission of exploration, his heart filled with curiosity and a longing to understand the warmth of other worlds. However, the arrival of Aaron was met with hesitation. The Verdantians, accustomed to the gentle rhythms of their land, were wary of this being from a world of ice and cold. Misunderstandings brewed like summer storms, as the villagers, despite their kind nature, whispered quietly about the stranger who seemed so different from them. Leora, with her innate sense of empathy, was drawn to Aaron's quiet demeanor. She approached him one evening as he stood by the edge of the village, gazing at the luminescent flora with a look of awe. "Welcome to Verdantia," she said softly, her voice carrying the melody of a gentle breeze. "I am Leora. May I join you?" Aaron turned, surprised by the warmth in her tone. "Thank you," he replied, his voice as crisp as the air of his homeland. "I am Aaron. Your world is different from mine, so full of life and color." As they spoke, an unexpected friendship began to blossom, nurtured by shared curiosity and mutual respect. Leora introduced Aaron to the wonders of Verdantia, guiding him through forests where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and across fields where flowers bloomed with the colors of dawn. Yet their journey was not without its challenges. One day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, they encountered a task that tested their newfound bond. A sudden storm, rare in its intensity, swept through the woods, its winds howling like a chorus of spirits. The trees swayed and groaned, and the path home was obscured by a curtain of rain. In that moment of uncertainty, Leora and Aaron found themselves relying on each other's strengths. Leora, with her connection to the natural world, calmed the panicked creatures and sought shelter beneath the protective embrace of the trees. Aaron, drawing upon the resilience of his icy heritage, shielded them from the storm's chill with a barrier of frost, his powers a gentle reminder of the beauty of Glacius. As they waited for the storm to pass, huddled together beneath a canopy of glistening leaves, they shared stories of their homes. Leora spoke of the vibrant seasons of Verdantia, where the land was ever-changing yet eternally alive. Aaron, in turn, shared tales of the shimmering ice fields of Glacius, where the auroras danced like celestial rivers across the sky. Through these stories, they discovered a profound truth. Though their worlds were different, they were united by the same longing for connection and understanding. The storm, fierce as it was, had forged a bond between them, one that was stronger than any misunderstanding. When the skies cleared and the sun returned, casting rainbows through the lingering mist, Leora and Aaron emerged from their shelter, their friendship renewed, and their spirits uplifted. The villagers, witnessing their unity, began to see Aaron not as a stranger, but as a friend who had embraced the heart of Verdantia. Days turned into weeks, and Aaron's time on Verdantia drew to a close. Yet, as he prepared to depart, he knew that he was leaving with more than he had come. He had discovered the warmth of friendship, a treasure more precious than any star in the galaxy. As the starship lifted into the sky, Leora waved goodbye, her heart filled with gratitude for the gift of understanding they had shared. She knew that across the vastness of space, a friend carried the spirit of Verdantia with him, just as she held a piece of Glacius in her heart. And so, under the gentle gaze of the twin moons, the village of Verdantia returned to its peaceful rhythm, forever changed by the unlikely bond of two souls who had discovered the true meaning of friendship. In the end, they realized that despite the distances between stars and worlds, the bonds of the heart could bridge any divide, creating a tapestry of unity woven from the threads of kindness and understanding. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willow, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lay a peculiar mystery. The village was renowned for its lush gardens, where every flower bloomed with colors so vibrant that they seemed to dance in the sunlight. Yet, as autumn's gentle whispers began to coax the leaves into shades of amber and gold, the villagers noticed something unusual. Every morning, the villagers would wake to find whimsical patterns etched into the dew-laden fields. Spirals, stars, and delicate paisleys adorned the meadows, as if crafted by an unseen artist. Though the designs were beautiful, they left the villagers puzzled. Who could be painting such intricate patterns under the veil of night? Amidst the murmurs of curiosity, a kind-hearted girl named Lila felt drawn to unravel the mystery. Lila was known throughout Willowbrook for her gentle spirit and her keen, observant eyes. Her heart was as warm as the hearths that glowed in the village homes on chilly evenings, and her curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Lila decided to consult the wisest creature she knew, an ancient owl named Orin, who resided in the boughs of the oldest oak tree in the village. Orin's feathers were a mosaic of browns and whites, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila made her way to Orin's tree. She called softly to him, and soon Orin fluttered down to perch on a low branch, his eyes twinkling with knowing curiosity. "Ah, dear Lila," Orin hooted gently, "what brings you to my humble abode on this fine evening?" Lila explained the mysterious patterns and her desire to uncover their origin. Orin listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "The magic of Willowbrook is alive, as you know, young one. Perhaps these patterns are a message, a gentle whisper from the land itself," Orin suggested, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. Inspired by Orin's words, Lila decided to observe the fields under the moonlight, hoping to catch a glimpse of the artist at work. She prepared a small satchel with a warm blanket, a lantern, and some honey cakes, and set out as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Lila found a cozy spot at the edge of the field, wrapped herself in the blanket, and watched as the world slipped into a tranquil slumber. The night was serene, with only the gentle chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl breaking the silence. As the moon climbed higher, casting a silvery glow across the land, Lila noticed a soft, shimmering light moving gracefully over the fields. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized that the light was not random. It traced the patterns she had seen each morning. Quietly, Lila approached the source of the light and discovered a group of tiny, ethereal creatures with wings that glistened like dewdrops. They danced and twirled, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. One of the creatures, noticing Lila's presence, paused and hovered closer. It was a small sprite, her wings a delicate shade of violet. "Greetings, dear human," the sprite chimed in a voice as soft as the night breeze. "We are the Night Weavers, and it is our joy to paint the earth with dreams." Lila watched in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. "Why do you create these patterns?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The sprite smiled kindly. "We weave these patterns to remind the world of the beauty in dreams and the magic of imagination. Each design is a wish, a hope, a story waiting to be told." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The patterns were not a mystery to be solved, but a gift to be cherished. "Thank you," Lila said, her heart full of warmth. "I will share your story with the villagers, so they may appreciate the magic that surrounds us." With a graceful nod, the sprite and her companions resumed their dance, their light weaving new patterns across the meadow. As the first light of morning brushed the horizon, Lila returned to the village, her spirit lifted by the night's revelations. She gathered the villagers and recounted her encounter with the night weavers, sharing the enchantment she had witnessed. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their hearts opening to the wonder of the world. They began to see the patterns not as a puzzle, but as a celebration of life's mysteries and the unseen magic that wove through their days. From that day forward, the villagers of Willowbrook would rise with the sun and walk among the fields, each pattern a reminder of the dreams that lay within their hearts. And Lila, with her gentle wisdom and open heart, became a beloved storyteller, sharing tales of magic and friendship by the fireside, ensuring that the spirit of the night weavers lived on in the hearts of all. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, the mystery of the night became a cherished legend, a gentle reminder that beauty and magic surround us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a secluded woodland glade where sunlight filtered through an emerald canopy of leaves, a wise old oak tree stood tall and proud. Its twisted branches reached skyward like gnarled fingers, bearing witness to the eons that had passed. At the base of this ancient guardian, a vibrant array of mosses and wildflowers carpeted the forest floor, creating a soft, welcoming bed for the creatures that called this sanctuary home. As the first rays of dawn pierced the tranquil silence, the forest stirred to life. Dewdrops glistened like diamonds on delicate spiderwebs, while a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and wild roses. In the distance, a babbling brook added its soothing melody to the morning chorus of birdsong. It was in this idyllic setting that the hidden lives of the forest's inhabitants unfolded, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. Beneath the fallen leaves and rotting logs, industrious beetles and earthworms tilled the soil, enriching it with nutrients that nourished the towering trees and lush undergrowth. High above, squirrels scampered from branch to branch, gathering acorns and pine cones for the approaching winter. Their mischievous chatter echoed through the canopy, accompanied by the melodic trills of songbirds weaving intricate nests among the emerald boughs. At the water's edge, a family of otters frolicked and played, their sleek bodies cutting through the crystal-clear stream with effortless grace. They were the guardians of this precious waterway, ensuring its purity for the myriad of creatures that depended on its life-giving flow. As the seasons shifted, the forest transformed, revealing the intricate tapestry of nature's magic. In the spring, the once barren trees burst forth with a riot of color, adorned with delicate blossoms that painted the landscape in vibrant hues. The air was thick with the heady aroma of new life, and the forest floor became a nursery for countless newborn creatures taking their first tentative steps into the world. Summer brought long, lazy days and the gentle hum of bees gathering nectar from the wildflowers that dotted the meadows. The forest rang with the laughter of children playing tag among the ancient oaks, their boundless energy fueled by the warmth of the sun's embrace. As autumn's chill crept in, the trees shed their verdant cloaks, revealing a breathtaking palette of crimson, gold, and amber. The squirrels scurried to gather the last of the fallen nuts, while deer grazed contentedly on the undergrowth, their coats thickening in preparation for the coming winter. It was during this season of transition that the forest's true magic revealed itself. On crisp, moonlit nights, when the air was laced with the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, the wise old oak tree would share its ancient wisdom with those who knew how to listen. Beneath its gnarled boughs, the creatures of the forest would gather, their eyes wide with wonder as the oak's branches creaked and swayed, weaving tales of ages past. These were the stories of harmony and balance, of the interdependence of all living things, and the importance of respecting the rhythms of nature. The oak spoke of the delicate cycle of life and death, how the fallen leaves nourished the soil, and how the decomposing trees provided shelter and sustenance for a myriad of creatures. It shared the secrets of the changing seasons, the intricate dance of pollination, and the magic of frost-covered mornings when the world seemed to sparkle with crystalline enchantment. As winter's icy grip enveloped the forest, the oak's tales took on a more somber tone, reminding the creatures of the hardships they would face in the months ahead. Yet, even in the depths of this harsh season, there was beauty to be found. In the pristine blanket of snow that muffled all sound, in the intricate patterns of ice crystals adorning every surface, and in the silent strength of the trees that stood resolute against the bitter winds. Through it all, the wise old oak remained steadfast, a constant reminder of the resilience and endurance of nature. Its roots delved deep into the earth, drawing sustenance from the very soil it had helped create, while its uppermost branches reached toward the heavens, as if in reverence to the celestial forces that governed the rhythms of the forest. As each generation passed, the lessons of the oak were carried forward, woven into the fabric of the forest's collective memory. The young learned from the elders, and the cycle continued, ensuring that the sacred balance would be preserved for ages to come. And so, the hidden lives of the forest's inhabitants unfolded, each creature playing its part in the intricate tapestry of nature's grand design. From the mighty oak to the smallest insect, all were bound by an unbreakable thread, a harmony that transcended the boundaries of the physical world, anchored in the magic that permeated every leaf, every stream, and every breath of wind that whispered through the ancient boughs.